Chapter 176. After forcing the second gate open, so she will fit, I lead Lizzie outside. Once outside, I put the saddle on her and secure it. She stands perfectly still and doesn't seem to mind the saddle at all. Having had some experience with horses in my past life, I mount Lizzie fully prepared to be thrown. To my surprise, she doesn't even flinch when I mount, and with just a slight squeeze of my leg, she sets off at a walk. Another slight squeeze speeds her up to a trot, and already she is moving as fast as I can at a run. It only takes me a minute to adapt to her motion and start moving with her. Hiding, congratulations! You have acquired the passive skill riding. Riding level, 1 AGI plus 2, you can mostly stay on a mount. Ha! It has been a while since I gained a new skill. Once I am used to the trot, I again ask Lizzie to speed up by squeezing with my knees. Lizzie lowers and stretches out her neck as she picks up speed. From that I can tell she wasn't even trying before now. As Lizzie moves to a gallop, her speed quadruples, a lot more than I was expecting. While still nothing compared to the Great Tiger, it is easily more than triple a horse's top speed. With this kind of speed, my mobility is going to be greatly improved. And even better, Lizzie doesn't seem to be straining herself at all. Meaning, this probably isn't her top speed, and my weight isn't bothering her. Just to test her mobility, I take her through some turns and then over rougher terrain. She has no problems with any of it. If anything, she seems to be really enjoying herself. Thinking that I also realize that I am enjoying myself quite a bit. I haven't taken much time out for myself in a while. Twiding, congratulations. Skill riding has progressed to level 2. Riding level 2 AGI plus 4, you can mostly stay on a mount. After taking Lizzie all the way around the mountain, we return back to the fortress entrance. Lizzie doesn't seem tired at all, even after galloping for a little over an hour. To my surprise, when we reach the fortress entrance, the heroes are there getting their horses ready. Wait, where did you get horses? I didn't see any when I arrived. Justin says, the area around the mountain isn't suitable for them, so we let them loose in a nearby valley. Oh, smart. So what have you decided? Justin says, we will return with you and join the rebellion. I think that is the best choice given the current situation. Justin says, we agree. And again, thank you for saving us. You are welcome, Amelia says. Have you seen Brother Raven? No, I haven't. Maybe he got bored of waiting or saw something shiny. Amelia says, could be. I am sure he is fine. He will probably find us on the way. Justin says, yay, let's set out. At first, their horses are scared of Lizzie, but Emmy soon calms them down, and we head off back towards Mother Wolf's forest. After galloping with Lizzie, having to match pace with the horses is kind of frustrating. But as we ride, we end up chatting about our old world, which helps the time pass quickly. At the first night's camp, I tell them the story of my summoning and the events behind it. Over the next 2 nights' camps, I tell them the rest of my story. On the 4th day, as we near the forest, we finally see Brother Raven. Amelia says, Brother Raven. Brother Raven says, hello, little one. It is good to see you. Hello, Brother Raven. Brother Raven says, Ash, it is good to see you too. Congratulations on completing your task. I will lead you to Mother Wolf. We follow Brother Raven into the forest, and just as the sun is setting, we arrive in the clearing before Mother Wolf's den. As soon as the den is in sight, Silveria rushes across the clearing and enters the den. The rest of us decide to let them be and set up camp on the edge of the clearing. That night, since I have already told my story, the other heroes take a bit of time to give me a rough idea of their circumstances. After Emmy tells us hers, she disappears into the Great Mother's den. The rest of us camp outside and don't see her again until morning. The next morning, Emmy and Silveria rejoin us, and that is when Great Mother Wolf comes out to talk to me. Great Mother Wolf says, thank you for saving my daughter and her friends. You are welcome, Great Mother Wolf says. Now as to your reward. First off, I do not plan to help in this war directly. Fighting humans is not something I like to do. They are too weak. It feels like I am being a bully, so I try to avoid it. I can understand that. I feel the same way sometimes, but I have no way around it currently. Great Mother Wolf says, so instead I am going to give you some information, and if you choose to act on it, I will send others to help you in my place. All right, that sounds fine to me, Great Mother Wolf says. I am not sure how much you know, so I will explain. Did you know that this kingdom gets all its minerals from a single mine that is located here in the north? No, I didn't know that. Great Mother Wolf says, the mine is worked by slaves, both human and beast man. As far as Brother Raven could tell, there are 10,000 or more slaves. Most of them are beastmen. That makes sense. Humans won't survive as long in bad conditions. Justin says, how many guards are there? Brother Raven says, between 2,000 and 2,500. It is hard to get an accurate count since they patrol constantly. Where is the mine located? Where are the nearest reinforcements? Brother Raven says, the mine is only a few hours by horse from the northern wall. I've heard the soldiers who guard the northern wall are the best in the kingdom. Great Mother Wolf says, this is part of the help I offer. When you choose to attack Brother Raven, will incite the beast to attack the wall. Justin says, in that case, the soldiers will be too busy to send reinforcements. Great Mother Wolf says, exactly. I will also give you 6 bears and 2 wolf packs to help you. This is starting to sound doable. Justin says, is this something you want to do? Yes, I hate slavery. Besides, cutting off the kingdom's source of minerals will hurt them a lot. That is not to mention the number of potential recruits for the rebellion. Justin says, true. I am sure all of the slaves hate the kingdom at this point. I was thinking more that the beastmen have no place to return to, Rachel says. What do you mean by that? Any beastman that was captured would be an outcast, and outcasts don't live very good lives, Justin says. So you think we should save them and recruit them for the rebellion? Yes, although I will save them whether they join the rebellion or not. Chapter 177. Rachel says, it seems I misjudged you, Ash. Coco says, honorable. Amelia says, yes, Coco, he is. Justin says, all right, we are with you. Great, Brother Raven. If you don't mind, can you describe the terrain of the mine and its surroundings? Brother Raven describes the mine as a great pit being dug into a mountain with no regard for the surroundings. As he describes it, I can't help but think humans are destructive, no matter what world they are in. He also describes the surrounding terrain, which is all mountains and hills. That means we should be able to take out their patrols without raising an alarm. The trick is going to be dealing with the remaining guards while keeping them from using the slaves as a shield. If we can manage that, the rest should be pretty easy. Brother Raven's description of the terrain is useful, but we are going to need to get close and take a look ourselves. A lot of the things we need to know are things that a bird has no interest in, so we decide to head out and do some scouting of our own. The other heroes, all assure me Coco can handle the scouting without a problem. Great Mother Wolf says, if you have decided, then I will send Brother Raven to guide you there and have the beasts I promised meet you there. When you are ready to launch the attack, Brother Raven will go and prevent reinforcements. Thank you very much. All this will help immensely. Great Mother Wolf says, this is all the aid I plan to give you in this war. In the Demon War, I will come and fight by your side. It will be an honor to fight with you. Great Mother Wolf says, take care of yourself, Ash. I foresee many adventures and battles awaiting you between now and the Demon War. I will do my best. We quickly break down our camp and clean up, making sure everything is just as we found it. Then we take care of our mounts and set off northward, following Brother Raven. Since we are limited to the horse's speed, it will take us about a week to reach the area of the mine. Drog, can you hear me? Drog, yes, Master. What is up? First, I need you to tell the others I am going to be gone for an additional couple of weeks probably. Then I need you to go to Mercy and play relay so I can inform her of what is going on. Drog, the girls want to know if you want us all to come join you and help out. Unfortunately, I am so far north that it would take you guys a month to catch up. Everything will be done by then. Drog understood, Master. They aren't happy about it, though. I didn't expect them to be. Let me know when you are with Mercy. Drog, okay, Master, I am here. Tell her I am preparing to attack the kingdom's mine and free the slaves. Drog, she says, be careful and asks if you need anything. Tell her I will, and I need her to start preparing to take the slaves in. Ask her to ask Zamart to open a temporary portal to up here to move them. Drog, she says she will take care of it. Okay, Tell her thank you and be polite. Draugess, Master. When I finish my conversation with Draug, I find the heroes are all staring at me, so I end up explaining what is going on, which of course means I have to explain more about Draug. And then I end up in a conversation with Emmy about contracts. After the first few hours of riding, Lizzie starts to get restless. She probably isn't enjoying having to go so slow all the time. After telling the others to keep going, I turn Lizzie away from them and let her run. After traveling at a slower pace, the speed of Lizzie's run feels great. She is enjoying the freedom as well. I get the feeling that when we are traveling alone, Lizzie will be much happier. As I ride along just enjoying the breeze, I decide I should do something productive. So I draw Blitz and imagine soldiers surrounding Lizzie. I map out the best way to fight against soldiers on the ground and start practicing. Lizzie turns her head to look back with one eye and see what I am doing. Then she goes back to enjoying her run. She doesn't seem to mind me swinging Blitz around on her back at all. Guess she was trained as a war mount after all. Then suddenly, Lizzie shoots up to her top speed, almost throwing me from her back. Her neck is out straight and her head is low to the ground as she races towards something. It is hard to judge, but my best guess is we are going around 50 miles an hour. Then, I see something white flash above the grass ahead of us, and I realize Lizzie's sudden rush is because she is hunting. As we quickly get closer, I am able to get a look at what she is chasing. It looks something like a rabbit, but is the size of a panther. The rabbit thing is fast enough I know I could never catch it on foot, but Lizzie is able to catch up to it easily. She catches it mid-jump and kills it in one bite. Her speed and accuracy make me glad I didn't fight her. Lizzie slows and then stops to eat the rabbit. She devours it in a couple of bites. After seeing her in action, I am really curious as to how the humans of the ancient empire managed to tame her species. Unless they used some seriously powerful magic, I can't think of any way they could have done it. I guess they could have used numbers to slaughter them and take eggs to raise in captivity, but the losses would have been horrendous. Or maybe I am looking at it the wrong way. Maybe they used magic to create them instead of taming them. If they are a created race, that would explain how superior Lizzie is. I almost think she would be on par with the Drake if matched it in size. Either way, it turns out that through a simple coincidence, I have gotten myself an amazing mount. Since Lizzie is done with her meal, I turn her back towards the north and get her moving. But I let her choose her own pace. We have plenty of time before dark, and she can easily cover the distance ahead of the horses. Since Brother Raven is with them as long as I get there first and set up camp, he will lead them to me. Convinced I don't need to worry, I lay back in the saddle and enjoy the wind and sun. I wake from a doze when Lizzie stops. I sit up to see what is going on. Lizzie is looking off to her right and then glances at me. When I say okay, she turns and heads off through some trees. After a few minutes, we come to a field covered by short bushes that have red fruit hanging from them. Lizzie starts to eat the fruits one at a time. Curious, I hop down and pick one. It smells delicious, so I pop it into my mouth. And as soon as I bite down, my mouth is filled with an amazing tasting juice. It is like all my favorite desserts all rolled into one. It is too delicious to properly describe it. I happily sit down and continue eating the fruits one by one, making sure to savor the taste of each one. After I finish eating my 10th fruit, I get a surprise. All stats have increased by +1. These fruits can increase my stats. How? It suddenly reminds me of the fruit of the stone tree. It seems plants in this world can be quite special too. I glance at Lizzie, who is still happily munching away on the fruits. Since she is eating them, it should be okay. Wanting to see if the benefits continue, I resume eating the fruits one at a time. Chapter 178. All stats have increased by +1. 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 The bonus is happening every time I eat 10 fruits. I imagine there will eventually be an end to this, though. After all, if it was unlimited, something would have already eaten all the fruits and become equivalent to a god. Looking around, I can see lots of tracks around the edges of the field, and I can see several bushes that have been stripped of fruit. It is reassuring that I don't spot any corpses, but just then I hear a low hissing sound. Looking over, I see Lizzie laying down in the grass, and she seems to be shivering. I quickly rush over to her to see what I can do to help. and I quickly see that her scales are looking dry and cracked again. Can she really be shedding again? After only a few days? I quickly remove her saddle and get out the grooming kit to start brushing away the shed scales. As she sheds, she also seems to be sweating out a black goop, which smells awful. After washing away the goop, I find entirely new scales have already grown in and they look stronger and shinier than her old scales. At a guess, once she ate enough of the fruits, her body went through some kind of rejuvenation process. After I am done brushing away shed scales and washing off black goop, Lizzie seems to be in perfect health. Once she stands up, she cranes her head around to lick my face. It seems she is quite happy. After that, she shows no interest in the fruits at all. I guess once you hit that point, they lose any effect. Since I know what is coming, I strip off my armor and pile it up before I go back to eating the fruits. All stats have increased by +1. 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 As I am happily munching away, Lizzie is dancing around and playing like she is feeling amazing. Watching her, I can't wait to see what this is going to feel like. As I eat the 100th fruit and see the 10th notification, I start feeling a strange pressure building up in my body. Soon, my whole body starts shivering even though I don't feel cold. In fact, all I feel is the pressure. Then I notice a bit of fur floating on the breeze. When I look down, I see piles of fur on the ground around me. Looking at myself, I notice several bald spots, and as soon as I notice them, they start itching. The more I scratch, the more of my fur falls off. Within a few minutes, my entire body is bald. I am really glad no one is around to see this. I must look horrible with no fur. Between the fur loss and the shivering, I would expect to feel cold. But instead, I start feeling overheated. As the feeling of pressure increases, the shivering gets worse, and then I start sweating. The sweat is the color and consistency of tar, and the smell is absolutely horrible. The shivering and sweating last for about a half hour. As soon as it ends, I grab the water skin and wash myself completely. The itching quickly returns as my body grows new fur. I sit on my hands to keep from scratching. Luckily, it only takes a few minutes for the fur to grow in. Once it is over, I take a good look at myself. Not only is the new fur richer and softer, but it is also slightly different in color. The fur is still black, but any time I move, I catch purple shimmers racing across my fur. It looks quite regal if I do say so myself, and as I get up and stretch, my body feels amazing. My guess is the black stuff I sweated out was all the impurities in my body. I've read a number of manga where something similar happened. It is not that I feel stronger, but my body moves easier, as if everything was slightly off but now is perfectly aligned. No matter what the reason, it feels amazing, and I can't help but run around enjoying it. Lizzie seems to be still in the same mindset, and soon we are running around the field playing tag. She is obviously not using her full speed, or I wouldn't stand a chance against her. Instead, she is moving just fast enough to make me work for it, almost like she is training me. By the time 2 hours have passed, I am exhausted, but I feel that my movements have improved as well. Out of curiosity, when I catch my breath, I pick a fruit. But the smell is horrible, and I throw it away instantly. However, I watch the one I threw away to see what happens. It rots away to nothing after a few minutes, meaning I can't pick them and take them back for the others. The only way to share this would be to bring them here. Before leaving, I look all around and try to memorize the location based on the landmarks I can see. I probably won't be able to bring the others here soon, since it is late fall and winter is approaching. Maybe next year, depending on what is going on, I will try and bring the girls here. The fact that we are heading into the mountains just before the start of winter is a little worrying. I am also concerned about Lizzie. Normally, lizards don't do well in the cold. I don't know anything about her species, so all I can do is wait and try to deal with any problems as best I can. After putting my armor back on and saddling Lizzie, I mount up and get us headed back in the right direction. Lizzie is more than happy to gallop all the way to the meeting point. When I find a nice clearing with water nearby, I stop Lizzie and make camp. Once I have a fire going, I walk over to the nearby river to take a look, as I had hoped there are plenty of fish that I can see. Knowing the heroes will be led here eventually, I unsheath Blitz and start using it to spear some fish. It isn't exactly like using an actual spear, but after a few tries I get the hang of it and catch my first fish. When I pull it off Blitz and toss it in the air, Lizzie easily snags it and eats it in 2 bites. She seems to enjoy it, even dancing in place, as she stares at me waiting for more. She greedily gobbles up the next 15 fish I catch. I have to move several times to catch so many. When she is finally sated and settles down by the fire, I continue fishing. I would like to catch enough to cook fish for everyone, even Brother Raven. Luckily, the fish in the river are abundant, probably because there are no humans anywhere near here. Mighty congratulations. Skill fishing has progressed to level 6. Fishing level 6 AGI plus 6. You are on your way to being a master. By the time I have caught and prepared enough fish, the sun is starting to go down. Just before the last light disappears, I spot Brother Raven in the distance. The heroes should be here in an hour or so. Lizzie is dozing near the fire, but she wakes up when I remove the saddle. I motion for her to stand up. Once she is standing, I give her a complete grooming, which she really seems to enjoy. After I am done and have put everything away, I start cooking. If my timing is right, the heroes should arrive right before it is ready. As soon as the fish start cooking, Lizzie starts sniffing around them, and I have to chase her off. She decides it is a game and keeps trying to sneak one of the fish while I am cooking them. Her antics keep making me chuckle and continue until we hear horses approaching. Her playfulness vanishes in an instant as she goes on guard. I keep forgetting how fierce she can be. Before they even come close enough to see, Lizzie relaxes and moves to curl up behind me. She must have caught their scent and recognized it. Brother Raven arrives first and lands on a tree branch above where I pitched my tent. Brother Raven, would you prefer cooked or raw? Brother Raven says, raw, please. As I toss 2 raw fish to Brother Raven, the heroes ride into the clearing. They dismount and start taking care of their horses, and once that is done, they set up their tents. By then, the fish are cooked, and I call everyone over to eat. Brother Raven, is that enough food for you? Brother Raven says, oh, yes, that is plenty. Thank you. All right. If you guys have any left once you are full, toss it to Lizzie, please? Justin says, sure, and thanks for feeding us. No worries. Coco says, soft. I am surprised to find her right next to me, petting the fur on my arm. I didn't even notice her move. After hearing her exclamation, Emmy and Rachel quickly come over and start petting me to see for themselves. I just sit there in amused silence, but I am truly surprised when Silveria comes over to rub against me as well. Chapter 179. This is something I didn't foresee when I realized my new fur was softer. But now, I am worried about the girls finding out. Hell, even the goddesses might be a problem if they find out how soft I have become. I've never understood women's infatuation with soft, fuzzy things. But now that I am one, I suddenly feel sorry for all the stuffed animals. Luckily, the petting doesn't last very long once I remind them their food is going to get cold. Everyone settles down and we all enjoy the meal and some light conversation. After a full day in the saddle, once everyone has a full stomach, they pretty quickly go to sleep. Rather than go to my tent, I simply lay back against Lizzie and stare at the stars until I fall asleep. In the morning before we set out, Brother Raven informs us we will reach the area of the mine by nightfall. He plans to take us to a ridge that overlooks the mine. That is where our helper beasts are waiting for us. Throughout the day as we travel, we work out several plans as to how we will handle the mine. We discuss our abilities and combat types and work on figuring out ways we can work together. When I tell them my combat abilities, they all look at me with strange looks on their faces. What? Giles says. Are you really that strong, or are you just bragging? I have no reason to brag. Everything I have been through and survived has made me this strong. Giles says, well, if you are that strong, then this should be fairly easy. Killing the guards is going to be easy. Protecting the slaves will be the hard part. Justin says, the mine doesn't run at night. If we attack at night, it will be easier to protect them. Rachel says, yeah, at night they should all be in the barracks. Giles says, so we figure out which barracks the slaves are in and just protect them while Ash goes on a rampage. It is not much as plans go, but simpler is better. Justin says, it will do for now. We can adjust it once we see the situation. For the rest of the day, the talk is kept casual. The ones talking the most are the girls who are nervous. Coco doesn't say more than 3 words the entire day. It makes me wonder what her story is. She is obviously competent and intelligent, but she is also a little disturbing. While I may not be nervous for myself, I am a bit worried about taking these guys into combat with me. They seem at least competent, but they definitely don't have as much experience as I do. I think to be safe, whatever plan we end up going with, I will make sure I am dealing with the majority of the enemy. After all this trouble to recruit them for the rebellion, I can't just let them die here. The rebellion needs them, both as a symbol and as a counter to the heroes still serving the king. Hopefully by the time the Demon War comes, they will have become much more powerful. The Demon War is something I won't be able to deal with alone. I will need powerful allies on my side. Great Mother Wolf will be an immense help, but I also need strong humans who will be able to lead the human troops. I will need to make sure the humans don't try to use the Beastmen as cannon fodder. Maybe it is because I look like them, or maybe because I know their origin. But I can't see the Beastmen as a separate race to be exploited, like the other humans do. I understand the humans fear them, and that is why there is animosity towards them. But I can't think of a way to fix that. The only idea that I have had so far that might work would be to convert the Beastmen to the worship of the twins. Sharing a religion will help a lot, especially if the twins proclaim the Beastmen to have human souls or something like that. Then again, I gave the histories to Zamart. If I remember right, it tells of the creation of the Beastmen in there. If that becomes common knowledge, that might help with the tension between the races. Anyway, all this is nothing I need to worry about for a long time. But it does make a good distraction from all the chit-chat. Although Giles' attempts at flirting with Rachel are highly amusing, the rest of the conversations are annoying. When we finally arrive at the ridge a few hours before sunset, I am very relieved. I definitely want to leave these guys with the rebels for a while to mature. No way do I want them traveling with me. Considering they are all in their teens or 20s and I was over 40 when I died, I just can't understand them. After listening to them for a full day, I am absolutely convinced I should never try to be a parent. Not that they are bad kids, but I just don't have the patience to deal with them for long periods of time. I would much rather wander the world alone than have to listen to them anymore. Brother Raven leads us to a clearing below the ridge. Within it wait the 6 bears and 2 wolf packs as promised. The bears occupy the middle of the clearing while the wolf packs are on either side. One pack has 10 wolves, the other has 13. Looking at them, I can't help but think they don't get along. And surprisingly, the pack of 10 seems stronger to me. Brother Raven says they will only listen to Ash and Amelia, but they will obey any order as long as it isn't suicidal. Justin says, why will they listen to Emmy? Brother Raven says, because of her contract with Silveria. Justin says, oh, that makes sense. So first things first, we send Coco scouting? Justin says, yeah, and we make camp. Coco says Roger. As Coco vanishes without a trace, I am again surprised. She really does seem like a ninja out of a manga. While the others go about setting up camp, I take Lizzie's saddle off and give her a good grooming. The others decide not to light a fire since we do not know if the mine's patrols come out this way. So we will be making a cold camp for the night while we wait for Coco to return from her mission. The others avoid the beasts, even Emmy, but I go and pet each and every one so that they know my scent. After all, if I am going to ask them to fight for me, then I want to at least show them that much respect. I also give each one a small piece of drake meat. And of course, as soon as I pull out the first piece, Lizzie is suddenly right by my side. I give her a bigger piece and send her back to the camp. I don't want her scaring the other beasts. Silveria also comes over and licks my hand to tell me she wants a piece, which I give her. Unfortunately, I am running really low on drake meat. Maybe one more meal for me and Lizzie, and it will be gone. I kind of regret giving some to the beasts, but if they help me free all those slaves, they will have earned it. Hours pass as we wait, and the sun has long since set. Yet there is no sign of Coco. Chapter 180. Considering her skills, I am not too worried yet. She is probably just taking her time and being thorough. The ones who are worrying are the other heroes, even though they should know her better and have more faith than I do. Then again, it is a truth that you are blind to the things closest to you. Or maybe they are just easily worried. Instead of joining the heroes, I have Lizzie lay between the camp and the beasts, and I lay down using her as a pillow. I only meant to doze for a while. But when I am woken up by Lizzie moving, it is only an hour or two till sunrise. When I look where Lizzie is looking, I see Coco finally returning. I just hope the heroes didn't stay up all night worrying. As I get up to head over, I see all the heroes are up and welcoming Coco back. Guess they didn't sleep much. Since we won't be attacking today, I guess it won't matter too much. As I join them, I see that Coco is drawing a map in the dirt. It looks like a map of the mines. Coco says guards as she marks spots on the map. Soldiers as she marks several buildings. Slaves as she marks more buildings. Patrols as she marks some circles around the mines. Justin says, "What is with this building of slaves in between the soldiers' barracks?" Coco says, "Woman." Justin says, "Ah, that complicates things." "How many in each patrol?" Coco says, 50. So with 200 on patrol, that should leave around 1,800 in camp, right? Coco says, 2,300. 2,500. That is more than expected. Justin says, "That is way too many. How are we supposed to kill that many?" "Well, first we take out the 4 patrols," Justin says. "But then they will be on alert." "Yes, but they should also send out a strong force to find out what happened to the patrols." Giles says, "Even if we wipe out that force, that still leaves way too many soldiers ready to defend against us. That is all part of the plan. If they are alerted and start seeing enemies coming down the road, they will gather in one spot." "That reminds me, Coco. Other than this road, are there any other entrances to the mine?" Coco says number perfect, so the soldiers will gather to defend the road, meaning a team can get behind them and protect the slaves. Justin says, "How are you going to get in behind them?" "Even if the walls are sheer, I can just jump down. I am tough enough to survive the fall." Giles says, "Do you really think you can tackle all those soldiers alone?" "If I have to, yes. But with you guys coming down the road, we will have them trapped between us." Justin says, "It is sound in theory." Giles says, "What are you talking about?" "Sound. It is insane," Justin says. "No, tactically speaking, it is a sound plan. If Ash can do as he says, then it could definitely work." Rachel says, "Ash, can you do as you say?" "Yup, I can," Justin says. "Well then, let's go with this plan for now. Once the sun is up, we can climb the ridge to get a look for ourselves. We will make modifications after that if needed." Since they didn't sleep well, the heroes nap for the next few hours. With nothing else to do, I go through cleaning and maintaining my equipment. After a while, Lizzie leans over and starts nosing at my pouch, probably hoping for drake meat. Instead, I pull out one of the smaller drake bones and offer it to her. She happily takes it and curls up around it before she starts gnawing on it. She looks like a great big puppy as she is playing with the bone. It is a relief, since I still have plenty of drake bone. Now I will still have something to give her as a treat once the drake meat is gone. But I should probably hunt something soon to keep her fed. Once the sun is well and truly up, the heroes, except Coco, get up and we all climb the ridge to take a look. We spend about an hour studying the camp and the terrain around it. Then we return to camp to finalize our battle plan. The slope behind the slaves' barracks looks fairly mild. I think Lizzie could go down that easily, and the wolves probably can too. Justin says, "That switchback road is not going to be fun to go down if they have a lot of archers." "No worries. I will hit them as you start down the road. They won't have much chance to fire at you." Justin says, "Okay, so we deal with the patrols and the rescue force first. Then what is the plan exactly?" "Okay, you guys and the bears will take position at the top of the road. That will draw them out. Meanwhile, I will ride Lizzie down this slope with the wolves. I will come straight to attack the enemy below the road. I will set the wolves to clear any guards left on the slaves. When I engage the main force, you guys charge down the road to join me." Justin says, "It will take a couple of minutes for us to get down the road. Will you be okay that long?" "Sure, no problem," Justin says. "All right, sounds like we have a plan. When do we start?" "Let Coco get a few more hours of rest. We will hit the patrols after noon." A few hours later, I split them into 2 groups, Justin, Emmy, and Silveria, with the pack of 10 wolves and 3 of the bears, Coco, Rachel, and Giles with the pack of 13 wolves and the other 3 bears. Justin's group will head east and Giles' group will head west. They will each kill 2 patrols. Meanwhile, I will keep an eye on the camp in case the soldiers do something unusual. I could go with one of the groups, but 50 soldiers isn't even a challenge. Besides, they need the experience more than I do. After sending them off, I climb the ridge and settle in to keep watch. Chapter 181. Once the 2 groups move out of my line of sight, all I really need to do is sit back and wait. I am totally expecting the plan to go wrong at some point. Nothing ever works out perfectly. That is why it is best to keep a plan simple. The more complex you make it, the more that can go wrong. With a simple plan and a simple set of goals, even when something goes wrong, it is easy to adapt or improvise and keep going in the same general direction. With these kids, simple is best. They are so nervous that if the plan was complicated, they would likely forget it in the heat of battle. I am probably not much better. I was never in the military or anything. In fact, I never got into a real fight until I came to this world. All my knowledge comes from books and movies, but I at least think things through and use common sense. That in fighting for survival from day one has changed my perspective. I have also learned from the mistakes I have made. Right as I think that I notice increased activity in the mining camp. There are soldiers yelling and pointing at something. When I follow the direction, I see a red pulse of light high in the sky. It looks like an emergency flare, except it isn't falling. It must be the magical equivalent. It is off to the west, so it must be Giles' group. It has been long enough, they should be on their second group. Well, the soldiers being alerted isn't too big a deal. It just means they will move sooner than planned. Even now, I can see them organizing and getting ready to send reinforcements. Since the others are busy, it will be my job to intercept and kill the reinforcements. Brother Raven, can you track down both groups and let them know I will be intercepting the reinforcements? Brother Raven says, "Sure. Leave it to me. Thank you." As Brother Raven flies off, I leave the ridge and mount Lizzie. We ride towards the road. I don't want to intercept them too close to the mine, or they will just fall back. I will wait until they head towards the west and attack them from behind. Lizzie and I quickly take position on a hilltop where we can see the road to the mine. About 15 minutes later, soldiers march up out of the mine and turn west. I count them as they pass. 500, a bit more than I expected, but manageable. Once they move a decent distance, I ride Lizzie down and quickly catch up to them. Summon Bones. Bones, those 500 humans, need to die. Bones rushes in to start killing the soldiers. Their screams quickly drown out his happy chattering. As the sounds of combat build, Lizzie starts dancing beneath me. She is eager to join in. I draw Blitz, then give Lizzie a single squeeze with my knees, and she leaps towards the fight instantly. Lizzie hits the soldiers like a hurricane. She tramples the first few and then bites the head off another. As she pushes through the soldiers, I swing Blitz to either side, cutting down any that she misses. Watching Lizzie, I can't help but think she could probably handle all these soldiers on her own. Bones has gained a level. Bones has reached max level and is ready to evolve. Do you wish to evolve Bones now? Yeah. Please select the evolutionary path, Skeletal Knight or Skeletal Mage? Skeletal Knight. Skeletal Knight chosen, evolution beginning. Looking back, I see Bones has frozen in place and is glowing with a golden light. Luckily, the armor is protecting him for the moment. But I don't know how long the evolution might take. By squeezing with my left knee, I let Lizzie know I want her to turn. We cut a circle through the soldiers and return to where Bones is. While Lizzie and I slaughter the soldiers around Bones, the rest pull away from us to regroup. Looking at them, I would say only about half remain at this point, and they are looking terrified. I would guess the mine isn't a priority post, so they are most likely green troops. Not wanting to let them get organized, I give Lizzie the signal, and she happily charges back into them. As I am cutting down every soldier I can reach, I see a bright red light suddenly appear above me. They must have set off another of those distress signals. I wonder if the commander of the mines will actually send more troops up to help. Evolution is complete. With a boom, the golden light surrounding Bones shatters. When I see him, he looks different. I can tell he has gotten taller, but that is all I can put my finger on as he charges into the soldiers once again. From the way his first swing cuts 2 soldiers in half, I can see he has gotten a lot stronger. While Bones is cutting through the middle of them, Lizzie, and I tear through the edges over and over again. Lizzie moves through the soldiers like a scythe through wheat. None of them can stand before her for even a second. If she had room to move around, I am not sure if I could even stand against her. I have never seen any animal or creature who can move like she does. She has the explosive speed of a reptile, but can keep it up for long periods. If her species is natural, they would have to be a top predator. But since I haven't seen any others, it makes me think they are created. If the ancient empire created them, then Lizzie could very well be the last of her kind. By the time I pull myself out of these thoughts, there are no soldiers left standing. Lizzie has even chased down those that tried to run away. The heroes haven't shown up yet, so not much time has passed while I was lost in thought. After looking around to make sure there are no soldiers left, I dismount and stretch out all the kinks. Staying on Lizzie at full speed is not an easy thing to do. Bone says, "Master." What? You can talk now. Bone says, "Master?" Is that all you can say? Bone says, "Master." Well, at least you can speak now. Maybe as you grow you will gain more words. Bone seems extremely pleased with himself, but I can't really blame him. Now that he has evolved, his power has increased quite a bit. I have to wonder just how strong he can become. I am starting to wonder if between me, Bones, and Lizzie, if I may not end up being the weakest one. Bones? Status. Name? Bones class. Skeletal Knight level. 1 horsepower. 1070 divided by 1070 MP. 150 divided by 150 strength. 52 agility. 29 endurance. 58 intelligence. 12 wisdom. 12 charisma. 12 toughness. 23 skills. 8 shield basics level. 4 shield bash level. 3 sword and shield level. 5 sword basics level. 4 axe basics level. 1 blunt basics level. 1 toughness level. 1 toughness level. 5. Chapter 182. I was already jealous of Bones because of his ability to level up, but now I am even more so since he can evolve as well. If only I could gain levels, it would be so much easier for me to get stronger. Then again, if I had both my rank and levels, it would basically be a cheat mode. Not that having Bones and Lizzie isn't already basically cheating. With the two of them following me, I walk over to a hilltop where I can see the mines. As expected, the soldiers are running around and it looks like an anthill that got kicked over. They are forcing all the slaves into the barracks for them. Each of the 2 buildings looks like it should hold 1,000 people. Watching 5,000 people forced into buildings meant for way less makes me want to rush down and start killing the soldiers now. That would endanger the slaves though, so I hold in my anger and wait for the heroes to come back. As I watch, I see the soldiers taking up defensive positions. Looks like the commander isn't dumb enough to send more troops out. So we will be up against a little under 2,100 are forming up by the entrance to the pit. About 100 are spread out through the camp, probably to keep the slaves in line. I will need to deal with those soldiers first, so they can't threaten the slaves. That is where the speed of the wolves will come into play. Despite the slight mishap, we should still be able to follow the plan. It is almost noon now. The slaves only need to suffer for a few more hours, and then they will be free. Besides, the soldiers should be too busy and nervous to do anything more to the slaves before we kill them all. Bone says, "Master." As I look around, I realize I can hear horses approaching from 2 directions. I quickly walk to where I can see the road only to see the 2 hero groups heading towards the mine entrance. I step out into plain view and wave both groups down. Once I am sure they have seen me, I return to my observation point. Justin says, "What the hell is that thing?" "That is Bones. He is my summon." Emilia says, "You are a summoner like Isabella. I thought you said you didn't have a class." "No, Emmy, I don't have a class. Bones is my only summon. I got him as a special reward from a kind of dungeon. I am not like Isabella. She has many summons." Justin says, "Wait, how do you know about Isabella?" "Oh, she joined my group. She is with the rebels right now." Rachel says, "Isabella is fine." "That is great," Justin says. "We were worried about her since we couldn't get in touch with her before we turned against the king." "Yes, she is safe and sound. You will see her as soon as we reach the rebel camp." Justin says, "Have any other heroes joined you?" "No, Isabella is the only one." Emilia says, "Wrong, there is us now. That is true, Emmy." "Anyway, I wanted you to see Bones, so when we are fighting, you will know he is friendly." Rachel says, He is undead, isn't he? Yes. Is that a problem? Rachel says, no, it just means I need to be careful with my spells. You shouldn't have to worry too much. He is very tough, Giles says. Speaking of fighting, what is the plan now? You guys are going to take the bears with you around sunset. I want you to move to the top of the road down and mill around a bit. When the sun drops behind that peak, start down the road. But don't rush, Justin says. If we are going slow, we will be easy targets. You won't be in bow range until you pass the first switchback. Before you pass that point, I will have hit them from behind. At that point, you can charge down and join in. Giles says classic hammer and anvil. Yeah. Justin says, sounds good. You think it will be that simple? Battles are never simple, but I think it will work. Amelia says, you are taking the wolves with you. Yes, there are about 100 soldiers scattered around the camp. The wolves will deal with them. Amelia says, then you should take Silveria with you. No, she needs to protect you. Amelia says, I will be staying up on the road shooting arrows. I won't be in any danger. Besides, Silveria is even faster than the wolves. She can lead them. Are you sure? And is she okay with this idea? Amelia says yes, and it was her idea. Okay then, I won't argue. Justin says, anything else we need to discuss? Nope, I don't think so. We should eat some lunch and then head for our positions. After we have eaten, I mount Lizzie and head for the far side of the mines where the slope down is easier. Silveria leads the 23 wolves and follows behind Lizzie. It surprises me a little that Lizzie doesn't seem to care. After all, there are 2 wolf packs behind her. Lizzie may be a top predator, but they still outnumber her. I would expect her to at least keep an eye on them. After a minute, Silveria leaves the wolves and moves up next to Lizzie. Lizzie lowers her head to Silveria's level. I can't hear anything, but it sure seems to me like they are having a conversation. Maybe that is why she doesn't worry about the wolves. She must trust Silveria. Now I wish Emmy had come with me. I'd love to know what the 2 of them are talking about. I wonder just how intelligent Lizzie is, if she can hold a conversation. Maybe she is close to becoming a sacred being. That is just the first of many questions I would ask Lizzie if I could understand her. Great Mother Wolf can talk. So maybe given time, Lizzie will be able to talk as well. I can be patient until then. Or if Silveria learns to talk first, I can ask her to translate. My musings are interrupted by our arrival above the slope we will be going down. Taking a look from closer, it will be even easier than I thought it was going to be. The slope is gentle enough to ride down, but there is a lot of loose gravel, so it will be hard to be quiet. The wolves are arrayed behind me, just waiting for Lizzie to lead the way. I can feel Lizzie trembling with excitement beneath me. I am staring up at the mountain waiting for the sun to drop behind it. Once that happens, shadows will engulf the mining camp and give us the advantage of darkness. Chapter 183. Since I still have a few minutes, I dismount and turn to face the wolves. I look at the alphas of the 2 packs and motion them closer. As they approach, Silveria moves to my side. If they can't understand me, I am hoping Silveria will be able to translate for me. All right, I know you 2 don't like each other, but for right now, put it aside. No fighting each other? The enemies are the humans. I want you to sweep the camp of the soldiers as quickly and quietly as possible. The 2 alphas listen to me then, look at each other and growl. Before Silveria can do anything, I growl low in my throat. The wolves look startled and just stare at me. As I continue to growl at the alphas, they eventually lower their heads. The only one who doesn't is Silveria. Once the alphas submit, I notice that it has gotten darker, so I quickly mount up and start Lizzie down the slope. Despite her eagerness, I keep her at a slow pace. I don't want her to get hurt or make too much noise. Silveria follows Lizzie and the rest of the wolves follow her. It takes us a few minutes to reach the bottom of the slope. We all manage to make it with no injuries and very little noise. We quickly move behind one of the slaves' barracks. Then I motion everyone to stay put as I dismount. I creep around the corner of the barracks and head to the front to take a look. As I reach the corner, I hear breathing just beyond it. Taking a careful look, I see a soldier leaning against the barracks. Luckily, he is busy watching the activity by the road out of the mines where the majority of the troops are. The troops by the road have torches lit, and all their attention is focused up the road, exactly as planned. As I look around the camp, every soldier I see is intently watching the group by the road. As I reach around and grab the soldier, my hand covers his entire face. He is unable to make a sound as I pull him around the corner. He dies without a sound as I crush his skull. And with all the soldiers watching the road, no one notices. I drag the body back around the barracks and lay it in front of the wolves. I wait until all of the wolves have had a chance to smell and look at the corpse. Only target the soldiers. Be the shadows that bring death. The wolves all stare at Silveria for a minute, and then they scatter and vanish into the shadows. I quickly mount Lizzie, and we charge around the barracks and head towards the main group below the road. Lizzie moves so fast that even though some soldiers see us, they aren't able to raise the alarm before we reach the big group. As expected, their archers are all at the back of the formation, furthest from the road. As we approach, I look up at the road and see the heroes have just reached the first switchback, exactly as planned. I draw blitz as Lizzie hits the line of soldiers like a ton of bricks. The archers go down easily beneath Lizzie's teeth and claws. I barely have any targets for blitz. The screams of the archers cause all the soldiers to turn and look towards me and Lizzie. Their formation breaks down as they panic, some trying to rush to fight us, while others try to flee our path. Some in Bones. Dropping Bones in the middle of them just makes the confusion that much worse. Bones starts slaughtering the soldiers without me having to tell him anything. By the time the heroes and bears make it down the road, the soldiers are already in complete chaos, with the heroes attacking from one side and Lizzie, Bones, and me slaughtering soldiers from the other things. Just keep getting worse for the soldiers. I let Lizzie and Bones deal with the soldiers while I focus on watching the heroes. Knowing how they fight and their strengths and weaknesses will be very important in future battles. To my surprise, Giles turns out to be the strongest on offense, but he is also the most reckless. Rachel is calm at all times and keeps aware of her team and is ready to support them when needed. Justin is stable, but his inexperience shows. He needs more experience for sure. Emmy is a good archer, but I can't tell much more than that since she isn't doing anything but shooting arrows. Coco, though, is the hardest to judge, mainly because I can't track her most of the time. She appears, a couple of soldiers die, and she disappears again. I can't keep track of where she is the rest of the time, even with my superior senses, and that makes her the scariest of the group. I could handle the others on my own, but Coco, I would never even see her coming. The only other one who might give me trouble would be Silveria. I am not sure how strong she is currently. As I am watching and analyzing, I occasionally swing blitz to cut down a soldier who got past Lizzie. Some of the soldiers break away and try to run into the camp, only to find the jaws of the wolves waiting for them. Thanks to Silveria and the wolves, not a single soldier manages to escape, and within an hour, there are no living soldiers left. All in all, things went even better than I expected. A few of the wolves and one bear have minor injuries. Considering how many soldiers we killed, it is simply amazing that we didn't have any losses on our side. Well, it helps that the soldiers were completely green. I didn't see a single veteran among them. Justin says, "We will sweep the buildings and free the slaves. Keep the beasts here with you so they don't scare the slaves." Okay, just be careful around the beastmen. They may not like humans much after all they have been through. Justin says, "Good point. We will be careful." While the heroes go off to sweep the camp, I start working on the bodies, stripping them of anything useful, and then piling them up so they are easier to burn. Bones, of course, helps. But surprisingly, once Lizzie watches for a minute, she starts helping too. Some of the bodies she tosses on the pile may have a bite taken out of them, or be missing an extra limb, but I don't really mind. After all, she isn't human, so it is all just meat to her, and it saves me trying to hunt something to feed her. After a bit, I notice the slaves, now free of their chains, are starting to gather outside the barracks. I ignore them and continue working, but after a while it starts getting noisy. When I check again, it looks like most of the slaves are outside and they seem to be split into several groups. I can see Justin and Giles trying to calm the groups down, but it doesn't seem to be working. So I stop what I am doing and walk over to listen and see why they are arguing. It turns out that the human slaves are arguing that the heroes came here to save them only, and the beastmen are just an afterthought. The beastmen, of course, don't care for this opinion. But instead of uniting against the humans, they have started arguing as to which tribe is the most important. It is all so stupid I already regret coming to save them, and the more I hear, the more frustrated I get. When I can't take it anymore, I channel my anger into a roar to prevent myself from starting a killing spree. The humans, including Justin and Giles, are shocked and look at me in fear. The over 9,000 beastmen have a completely different reaction. Every single one of them turns to face me, kneels down, and lowers their head in submission. I really wasn't expecting my roar to have this kind of effect. Now, what am I going to do with all of them? Chapter 184. I already know the beastmen are going to want to repay the debt of being saved, but I certainly don't want an army of beastmen following me around. I somehow need to shift that debt to the rebellion. With 9,000 beastmen serving her mercy should be able to retake the country. Or at least everything but the capital. Even the shadow demons might not be a match for the beastmen, though. Humans, move over there and sit down. Beastmen, rise. As the beastmen stand up and the humans move away from them, I hear someone complaining. When I look over, I find a fat slave complaining to Justin, demanding he do something about me. Without saying a word, I walk over, grab the slave by the neck, and drag him over to the other humans. Justin and Giles say, "Calm down. Ash, you, tell me, how is it that this slave is so fat?" Slave says, "He worked for the guards and bullied other slaves into giving him their food. He was an important person or something before he came here." With a twitch of my wrist, I snap the fat slave's neck, and still only using one arm throw him 100 yards or so to the corpse pile. Justin and Giles are just staring at me open-mouthed. The other human slaves, however, look really happy. "Were there any others who collaborated with the guards?" Slave says. "No, sir." "Okay, good, Justin." "Where are the girls?" Justin says, "We found the commander's quarters, but he fled through a secret tunnel. Coco went after him. Rachel and Emmy are in the other slave barracks trying to help the women there. They were pretty bad off. Rachel isn't sure she can help them." "Okay, see what you two can find in the way of foodstuffs. Maybe ask the slaves. I want everyone here to eat a good meal for once." Justin says, "Yes, sir. Right away." "Drog, can you hear me?" "Drog, yes, master." "I am with Zamart. He says everything is ready." "Good. Where I am standing now is good enough if he can lock on to me. Also ask him if the portal will be two-way. If so, tell Layla we have wounded and could use her help." I get no response from Drog. But a minute later, a vortex of energy appears a few feet in front of me. It takes a few minutes before it solidifies and looks like a large oval of colored glass. Seconds after it solidifies, it ripples and Drog walks through. Zamart and Layla follow him closely. Drog says, "Hello." "Master," Zamart says. "Greetings, Lord Ash." "Hello, Zamart. Thank you for all your work." Zamart says, "No need to thank me. It is all for the princess." "Well, since this was all my doing, thank you anyway. Is it hard to maintain? Do we have a time limit?" Zamart says, "No, no time limit. It is easy to maintain." "All right, excellent. Is it possible to enlarge it so wagons can fit through?" Zamart says, "For a period of time, yes. Why?" "Well, this is the kingdom's biggest mine. There should be ore stored around here somewhere." Zamart says, "Ah, good point. While we can't use raw ore directly, if we take it to Ilium, it can aid our supply of arms and armor. Either way, I don't plan to leave anything here that could be of use to the king." Zamart says, "Fair enough. We have people standing by on the other side to receive the freed slaves, but we should keep it to groups of 500 at most at a time." Layla says, "Where are the injured? I will get started." "Layla, you are needed in that building." Giles escort her. Justin, let's send the 500 humans who are the worst off first. Giles leads Layla away as Justin and Zamart head over to the humans to select the first group. I walk over to the beastmen who are still standing watching me. First off, the humans will be leaving first because I don't want to listen to their whining. Now that being said, if any of you are injured or sick, let me know. I have a priestess who can heal you. Now I want a spokesman. Someone who has been here a long time and knows this mine well. The beastmen talk for a few minutes before one steps forward. He is a wolf. He has gray patchy hair, and he is obviously old. The beastmen of all types seem to respect him, even though they normally only respect strength. Pole says, "I am Pole. I have been here over 10 years and I know everything about this place. All right, Pole. First of all, any sick or injured should move over to that building for healing. Second, we need to get everyone fed and rested. Paul says, I will take care of it. Pole walks away and quickly gets the beastmen organized and moving. It is fairly impressive how fast he takes control. Seeing Rachel come out of the building, I head over to talk to her. Seeing me, she turns to head towards me. Rachel says, Leela is amazing. I have decided, when we have time, I would like to meet the goddesses. All right, that shouldn't be a problem. Can you help those beastmen until Layla is done inside? Rachel says, Sure thing. With that taken care of, I go back to find Pole. As I pass, I see several big pots have been brought out. Justin seems to have found enough helpers. Everyone should be able to eat soon. After a good meal and plenty of rest, there should be enough healthy beastmen for me to put to work. Pole, I have some questions for you. Pole says, I will be happy to answer if I know the answer. First off, do you know where they stored the raw ore? Pole says, yes. The easternmost mine played out. Afterwards, they widened it and used it for storage. So there is no processing done here. Pole says, no, the raw ore was transported by wagon to the capital and processed there. So there should be wagons here. Pole says yes, also stored in the eastern mine. Okay, I will take a look tomorrow. Whatever is there, we will be taking back with us to the rebellion. Pole says, are we to join the rebellion? Those who are willing to can, but I won't force anyone to fight. Chapter 185. Pole says, you saved us. We will follow you anywhere. No, I saved you on behalf of the rebellion. If there is any debt, you can pay it to them. Pole says, even if there is no debt, we who heard your roar would still follow you. Yeah. Sorry about that. I was a little angry. Pole says, no need to apologize. We were acting childish. But we believe that roar marks you as the one foretold in the prophecy? Wait, what? What prophecy? Paul says, the prophecy foretells one who will break all the tribes. That doesn't sound too good. Paul says, it tells of a warrior so strong no beastman can defeat him. He will break all the tribes with his strength and forge them into something new? Something new? Paul says yes. He will forge us into a nation. You are speaking of the Beast King? Paul says, yes. Has someone told you of the prophecy? Not exactly, but I was told something similar. Paul says, some of us saw how you fought the soldiers, and the tale has spread amongst all of us. Are you sure this breaking and reforging will be a good thing? Paul says, it can't be worse than all the death we suffer fighting tribe against tribe. The humans should fear us, but they don't, because they are sure we will never stop fighting amongst ourselves. Do you know what demons are? Paul says, I have heard a few legends. As dinner is served, I tell Paul about the shadow demons and the normal demons in the war to come. As I finish the story and look up, all I see are beast eyes glowing in the firelight. That is when I remember just how good most beastmen's hearing is. Paul doesn't say a word. He just goes off, and as he does, I see all the beastmen gather around him. I am sure I will hear more about it in the morning. For now it is late, so I find Lizzie and go to sleep. I am just dozing off when I hear the flapping of wings. It sounds close, so I sit up and look around. Brother Raven says, relax. It is just me. Welcome back. How'd it go? Brother Raven says. It went well, but by morning they may be able to send reinforcements. Thanks for the warning. We will be ready if they show up. Brother Raven says, do you need anything else from me? No, you have done plenty. Thank you for your help. Brother Raven says, no need. I didn't do much. Oh, you can take the beasts with you. They can chow down on the corpses before they go, if they haven't already. Brother Raven says, all right. Goodbye for now, little Ash. Goodbye, Brother Raven. Stay well. With Brother Raven gone, I go back to trying to sleep. This time, I don't wake up until dawn. The first thing I see when I open my eyes is Pole, sitting patiently waiting for me to wake up. Morning, Pole. Pole says, good morning, Master. Why are you calling me Master? Pole, says your servant. Drog said, that is how those who join you call you. No, that is not how you need to address me. You can either call me Lord or Lord Ash. Pole says, All right, Lord Ash. We have discussed it, and every single beastman here wishes to swear loyalty to you. I prefer to travel alone. I am not interested in leading an army, Pole says. That is fine. We don't need to follow you around everywhere. But when the time comes that you need us, we are yours to command. What about in the meantime? Pole says. Those of us that are fighters will help the rebellion. It is a good chance to become stronger. Those who can no longer fight will find ways to make ourselves useful. All right then. I accept, Pole says. Excellent. We will devote our lives to you. Let's just take things easy for now. I don't need fanatics, Pole says. As you wish. So, what would you like for us to do today? For starters, we need to deal with all the corpses. Pole says, so they can't be used to host demons, right? Exactly. Aside from those here, there are 500 above the road and 4 patrols that we wiped out. We also need to keep a lookout in case reinforcements come. Pole says, I will get the locations from the heroes and see it done. I will also send out scouts. Anything else? No, that should be it for now. Oh, wait. I wanted to ask about the western mine that is all boarded up. Pole says, that one leads under that big mountain there. They say it broke into a cavern where a massive beast sleeps. The commander killed all the slaves who saw it and ordered the mine sealed so as to not wake it up. What kind of creature? What was he so scared of? Pole says that I don't know. Only the commander and a few guards ever saw the thing. As I said, they killed everyone else who saw it. But whatever it is, it must have terrified them. Yeah, now I am kind of curious, Pole says. Are you going to go take a look? Maybe. I hate being underground, but my curiosity might get the better of me. Pole says, well, if you do and want help, I am sure I can find a few brave warriors to accompany you. That won't be necessary. If I go, I will go alone. I am fairly sneaky when I want to be. I will just go for a look. I don't plan on waking it up or anything. Chapter 186. Pole says, all right, I will go get some work crews to go collect the corpses. Before the bodies are added to the burn pile, strip them of anything useful. Pole says, of course. Also, we need to pull those wagons out of the eastern mine, along with any ore. Fill the wagons with anything useful. Anything left behind will be burned when we leave. Pole says, by your command. That should cover everything. I don't think I have forgotten anything at least. So I decide to go take a look at the sealed mine. I just want to see what is in there. Before I can, though, the portal ripples and Mercy comes through. The surprising thing is she is alone. Mercy, what are you doing here? Mercy says, temporarily escaping paperwork. Well, can't say I blame you there. Justin says, Coco is back. Oh, hello, Mercy, this is Justin. He is the leader of the hero party I told you about. Mercy says, hello, Justin, nice to meet you. Justin bows and says, Princess, it is a pleasure. Mercy says, please, call me Mercy. We are going to be working together. No need for formalities. Justin says, very well, Mercy. We look forward to working with you. You said Coco was back. Was she successful? Justin says, yup. She even brought you his head back. No need for that. As long as he is dead, that is all that matters. Mercy says, whose head are we talking about? Justin says, the commander of this mine. Mercy says, he didn't die with his men. What a coward. Regardless, as long as he is dead, it is fine. Mercy says, my mother brought me here once when I was young, although back then it was worked by well-paid miners. How long has this been the kingdom's main mine? Mercy says, as far as I know, since the kingdom was founded. That long, and it still hasn't run dry. That is amazing. Mercy says, my mother told me the mine would last as long as the kingdom does. Is it enchanted or something? Mercy says, I don't think so. My mother told me a beast feeds the mines. Again, I am hearing about a beast, Mercy says. Oh, what have you heard? So I tell Mercy what Pole told me about the sealed mine. She then tells me the legend of the beast. Basically, as long as it is left alone, the mine will flourish. But if it is disturbed, the kingdom will fall. Hearing that only makes me more curious. I feel like my curiosity has gotten stronger than it was in my old life. Mercy says, I would like to see this beast. No way. Alexa would kill me if I let you endanger yourself. Mercy says she will never know. Pole runs up and says, Lord Ash, we have trouble. What happened? Pole says, the scouts report troops headed our way. How many and from what direction? Pole says, about 1,000 and from the northeast. Reinforcements from the wall. Mercy says, from the wall. That is not good. I know, they are elites. Don't worry, we can handle them. Mercy says, that is not what I mean. You can't kill them. Why not? Mercy says, they are needed on the wall. If the wall falls, the kingdom falls. What would you have me do then? Mercy says, can we somehow hide from them or scare them off? Look around, Mercy. There is no hiding all this, and what would scare elites? Pole, how long until they arrive? Pole says, an hour at most. How is the move through the portal going? Pole says, the last of the humans, as well as the female slaves and the injured beastmen went through this morning. Layla went with the injured, but we still have 9,000 beastmen here and around 50 wagons worth of stuff. So even if we tried to send everyone through the portal right now, we wouldn't be done before they arrived. Pole says correct, Lord Ash. Should I gather some troops? No, we won't need any troops, but get the princess a horse, please. Pole says right away, Mercy says. Why do I need a horse? Because you and I are going to talk those troops into returning to the wall. Mercy says, we are going to do what now? What were you just saying about Alexa killing you for endangering me? So you prefer I kill them all? Mercy says. No, I don't want them dead. All right, we will try it your way. Keep in mind, Princess, these men are loyal to the kingdom and they think you are dead. Mercy says, true. They did disobey the king's orders. Maybe this isn't such a crazy idea. Trust me, I have a plan. Mercy says, normally, when someone says that it is reassuring, but when you say it, I feel more nervous. Are you saying you don't trust me, Mercy? Mercy says, it is not that I don't trust you, just the way you said that made me nervous. Well, don't be. If things don't work out, I can kill all of them myself. Justin says, we can come with you and back you up? No, more people will make talking harder. I will protect the princess. Don't worry, Justin says. Oh, I am not worried. I've seen what you can do, Mercy says. As a hero, you have that much faith in him. Justin says, I may not know him well, but I can tell you no human army can kill him. That is not true. A big enough army would eventually wear me down and kill me. Mercy says, well, that is somewhat reassuring. Either way, if we are going to talk to them, we should go now. The closer they get, the more on edge they will be. Chapter 187. All right, let's get going then. Lizzie. As Lizzie comes running over at my call, I see that Pole is also approaching leading a horse for Mercy. The horse catches my eye. It is a very nice horse, not something I would expect to see here. Lizzie reaches us first and immediately bumps me with her head demanding scratches. Pole says, your horse, Princess? Mercy says, this is a thoroughbred. Where did you find such a horse? Pole says, I just chose the best in the stables. It was probably the commander's horse. Pole, if there are other horses, make sure they are taken with us and give them to the rebellion. Pole says, yes, my lord. Mercy says, shall we go? Yes, let's. I feed Lizzie a chunk of drake meat before I mount up. Then Mercy and I ride up the road out of the mine and turn northeast. It only takes a few minutes before I can hear horses ahead of us. I stop and motion Mercy to take cover. Then I dismount and stand next to Lizzie and wait for the riders to come in sight. Lizzie, when they get close, scare the horses so they can't charge. When the riders see me, the first rank immediately launches into a charge, but a hiss from Lizzie causes the horses to stop. The riders are good. Even with their horses suddenly stopping, they manage to keep their seats. When they can't get their horses to advance, they dismount and stand there waiting. I wish to speak to your leader, Chayu says. I am Knight Commander Chayu of the Northern Garrison. Who are you? I am Ash. I am sure the king sent you orders about me. Chayu says, yes, you are to be killed on sight. So why are you standing here wanting to talk? Because the leader of the rebellion, Said those who guard the northern wall are good men and didn't want me to kill them. Chayu says, "What rebellion? All I have heard about are some persistent bandits hiding in a forest." Of course, that is all you have heard. The king would never allow you to hear the truth, Chayu says. And what is the truth? The truth is that the king killed the queen to usurp the throne. He attempted to kill the heir, and he sacrificed his youngest daughter to summon the heroes. Chayu says, preposterous. Wait, did you just say attempted to kill the heir? Yes, Princess Amercy is alive and well and is the leader of the rebellion, Chayu says. The princess is alive, truly? Yes, and she is the one who told me not to kill you. You should return to your duty on the northern wall. You are not saving anyone by continuing. All that lies ahead are 9,000 freed beastmen, Chayu says. I don't suppose you have any proof of any of this. That depends. Have you met the princess? Would you recognize her? Chayu says yes. I have met her several times. All right, Mercy, come say hello. As Mercy walks out to stand next to me, Chayu's drops, and he looks like someone hit him in the back of the head. His troops, seeing his reaction, start whispering amongst themselves. After a minute, Chayu regains his wits and kneels and salutes Mercy. Chayu says, "Men, salute the rightful queen." Seeing all the soldiers kneel and salute Mercy is quite the inspiring sight. I am glad because I didn't really want to have to kill them all. They don't deserve to die for a false king. Mercy looks quite happy as she takes a few steps forward and motions for everyone to rise. Chayu says, "What are your orders, Your Majesty?" Mercy says, "I want you to return to your post and continue to defend this kingdom. While you protect us from the beasts, I will work on cleaning up the mess that has been made of our kingdom." Chayu says, "As you command, my queen." I will spread the word. Know that all the northern soldiers are with you. Mercy says, "Thank you, Knight Commander." The soldiers all salute Mercy again before mounting. What surprises me the most is that they are all smiling. I guess knowing the rightful heir to the throne is alive and well must mean a lot to them. After all, they were all born and raised in this kingdom under Mercy's mother. Mercy also seems to be in a much better mood as we ride back to the mines. I wonder if it is because she was acknowledged or because she was able to save their lives. Maybe it is both, but no matter what, it seems like a great weight has been lifted from her shoulders. Mercy says, "I can't believe that actually worked. I told you I had a plan." Mercy says, "You call that a plan?" Anyway, I should be getting back. Alexa is probably going insane by now. Don't look now, but I think it is too late. Alexa apparently got tired of waiting and came through the portal looking for Mercy. As we ride down the road, she is already heading our way. But even that doesn't remove the smile from Mercy's face. Even as Alexa berates her and complains about how much work has gone undone, Mercy just keeps smiling. I don't even get another word in. Alexa quickly drags Mercy through the portal. I go around and check on the work that has been done and how the progress is going. Paul seems to be a born organizer. Everything is running smoothly, and they really don't need me around. Paul says, "Lord Ash, is there anything you need?" Nope. Everything seems to be going well. I think I will go poke around in the sealed mine for a bit. Paul says, "All right, just be careful." Oh, I forgot to mention. It was rare, but occasionally, a minnow would be attacked by a giant rat. "Are you talking about a rat man?" Paul says. "No, just rodents of unusual size. That shouldn't be a problem." Paul says, "In that case, I shall await your return." I give Paul a nod and head over towards the sealed mine. It only takes a could of tugs to tear off the boards. Now, standing in front of it, I suddenly have second thoughts about entering yet another cave. But the thought of turning away makes my curiosity burn even brighter. Caves. Why does it always have to be caves? Chapter 188. After taking a deep breath, I walk into the mine. My curiosity isn't going to let me walk away at this point. I am just going to go in and have a quick look at the beast, and that is it. At first, with the sunlight coming in behind me, it isn't so bad, but the further I go, the worse it gets. The feeling of all that weight hanging above me, ready to crush me, brings back all sorts of bad memories. In my old life, I had no problems with caves or tight spaces. It is only since I was thrown into the pit that it has become an issue. I hate the fact that I have become so weak that a simple cave can get to me. This might be a good chance for me to work on overcoming my fears. In fact, I am starting to think that staying in the cave until I have conquered my fear might be a good idea. After all, these caves just seem to keep popping up everywhere I go. I seem to end up underground. At some point, I am sure I am going to have to go back down into the caves under the capital. I can't do that if I don't get myself back under proper control. I can't afford this kind of weakness. As I continue into the cave, the light coming from behind fades, and as I round the first bend, it disappears completely. To my surprise, I can see just fine. These new eyes of mine seem to have more benefits than I thought. The further I walk into the cave, the worse the feeling of pressure gets. Instead of trying to ignore it, I run all the worst-case scenarios through my mind. Each time I imagine being buried alive and dying slowly of suffocation, I am a little less afraid. Several times, the fear makes me slow down or stop altogether, but every time I manage to make myself keep moving forward. I soon start passing side tunnels, but I ignore them and keep following the main tunnel. Only if I reach the end of the main tunnel without finding the cavern will I bother looking into the side tunnels. The plan is to get in, take a quick peek, and get out. That is until a smell stops me in my tracks. I don't know what it is, but it smells absolutely delicious. The smell leads me to a small crack in the wall. As I get closer to the crack, I smell other things, including animals. As I lean forward to try and look through the crack, placing my hands to either side of it, the wall crumbles. There is now a hole that I should just barely be able to squeeze through, and the smell is much stronger. Taking a deep breath, I lean down and stick my head through the hole. On the other side is a small natural cave. Inside, I see lots of mushrooms and 5 rats. The rats are about the size of large dogs. As I start squeezing my way into the cave, I see the rats all run off and disappear into other small tunnels. Guess there are benefits to being a cat. Once inside, I follow my nose to the far corner of the cave. There I find a strange mushroom. The cap isn't solid. It looks more like a spider web than a mushroom. All I do is touch it lightly, and the piece I touched breaks off. It smells so good I just can't resist, so I toss the piece into my mouth. The second it hits my tongue, it dissolves, and my taste buds are in heaven. Before I even realize it, I've eaten the entire mushroom, and I don't regret it. Other than feeling energized, I don't feel any different, so I doubt it was poisonous. I look around for more, but it seems to have been the only one of that type. There may be more down the various tunnels the rats used to escape, but I decide not to explore any further and return to the main tunnel. If the mushroom had given me stat boosts or something like that, then it would be a different story. I am not going crawling around in those tiny tunnels just for something delicious. Besides, if I stay in here too long, I am sure someone will decide to come looking for me. With that in mind, I quicken my steps. Risking myself is fine, but endangering others is not part of the plan. After all, this is nothing more than me satisfying my curiosity and facing my fears. Although, the more I think about it, the less it has to do with being underground. My realization comes to me in a flash. It was about how I was treated like trash and forced to struggle to survive. My issue with being underground is all because it brings back those feelings of being a victim. I am no longer weak like I was when I first arrived. But to end these feelings, I need to kill the king. He is the one who did this to me. He is the one who started all this when I was first summoned. Everything I have been through up until now is all because of him and how he treated me. The thing is, I am sure if Chronosia had put me in a human body, the king would have treated me like the other heroes. This all comes down to the king's prejudice against beastmen. If he wasn't a racist, things would have turned out differently. He would already be dead if it wasn't for the Shadow Demon. I just need to be able to kill the Shadow Demon. I need to get stronger, strong enough to beat the Shadow Demon. After that, Mercy can deal with the king. While I would like to kill him myself, Mercy has a far better claim on him, and all I really want is him dead. I have to keep in mind that this kingdom is not all there is. Chronotia brought me here to protect the entire peninsula. Mercy becoming queen will help me when it comes time to unite the nations to fight the demons. If the Beastmen can be forged into a nation, then that will give me the support of 2 out of 4 nations. I am not counting Ilium since it is basically just a city-state. It doesn't have enough power to match up to the other nations. From what Mercy and Zamart have said, I think Ilium will support an alliance anyway. I won't write them off just yet. I want to see the place before I make a judgment. Even if they lack military power, the fact that they have survived this long indicates there is something else to them. Once this is taken care of, I will go there and learn more about the place. The tunnel, which until now has been fairly large, starts to narrow. Looks like I am approaching the end finally. Due to how distracted I have been, I am not sure how long I have been down here. More than an hour is my best guess. The tunnel ends, but I see a human-sized hole to one side, and beyond it I can sense a large open space. Chapter 189. Kneeling down to look through the hole, I can see that the other side is small at first, but quickly opens up. Even with my superior eyes, I cannot see far enough to see the far wall. I also can't see the creature from where I am. Looks like I will have to go in to see it. Ducking down, I move through the hole sideways, being very careful as I put my foot down not to make a sound. Once I am through the hole, I can smell something. It smells reptilian, but also burnt at the same time. The closest smell I can compare it to would be the drake when it was breathing fire. Looking around, I realize I am in a cubby of a very large cavern. To the left is only darkness, but to the right, there is a slight glow. I slowly move to the right, being very careful not to make a single sound. The further I go, the brighter the glow gets. As it gets brighter, I can tell there is an orange cast to the light. It looks like torchlight, but it doesn't flicker. It is a steady glow that just gets brighter as I move. Finally, I reach a point where I can see down the length of the cavern and see the source of the light. The light is coming from a large pool of magma, and lying in the pool is the creature I came here to see. At first, my mind has trouble accepting what I am seeing. It is just too huge to be real. I recognize it from descriptions in books and movies. It is a dragon. What I can't believe is it is easily the size of a jumbo jet. My mind simply can't accept something that large being alive. It would make a T-Rex look small and pathetic. It could probably eat it in a bite or two. I wouldn't even be a snack to something like this. It surely has teeth that are bigger than I am. As I stand there completely frozen, all I can think is that I am really glad the thing is sleeping. It is absolutely terrifying, and yet at the same time, it is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. I can easily see how this dragon could have destroyed an entire empire all on its own. If I could move right now, I would be backing away slowly. But my body won't obey me. Even asleep, the dragon gives off an aura of power and destruction. It feels like it could burn the world to ashes. I now understand why the goddesses said that even they wouldn't be a match for a dragon. For the first time, I feel small and powerless, and I realize I am standing before a being that is so far above me I can't even hurt its toe. The dragon is asleep, and as long as it stays that way, everything will be fine. After repeating that to myself dozens of times, I finally manage to make myself move. Just as I take my first step backward, my worst fear comes true. An eye that is bigger than I am opens up and looks right at me. Once again, my body freezes, but this time, it is because the dragon's aura is pinning me in place. Now I understand just how insignificant I am to the dragon. It could kill me with a thought. As I stare at that massive eye, everything around me fades away until all I can see is the eye. It feels like it is staring into my soul and reading everything there is to know about me. Then even the eye fades away, and I am unable to see anything at all. Next thing I know, I am blinded by sunlight. It takes a minute for my eyes to adjust. When they do, I find myself atop a mountain. As I look around, I see nothing but mountains as far as the eye can see. I quickly realize I am in a soulscape. But it is not my soulscape. As I am looking around, I catch a flash of red. When I turn to look, I see a bright red dragon flying towards me. As it gets closer, I am shocked to see that it is small. It is not much bigger than a horse. Even though it is smaller, it is still terrifying and beautiful as it flies towards me. It is the same dragon. This is its soulscape, and it is just choosing to be smaller than it really is. As it lands in the snow a few feet away from me, I can't help but marvel at it. Even the drake wasn't this magnificent. It is easy to see why a drake is counted as a lesser cousin to a dragon. Dragon says, "You are quite the interesting little mortal." Thanks? Dragon says, "My apologies for bringing you here without your permission, but it isn't possible for me to speak with you out there." I was surprised, but I don't mind. "But why can't we speak out there?" Dragon says, "The magic of the world is currently too weak for me to wake up on the outside." I am sorry if I disturbed your slumber. That wasn't my intention. Dragon says, it is of no concern. I would have ignored you except I smelled my kin on you. Ah, I hope you won't be upset, but I did kill a drake. Dragon says yes. I saw the fight in your memories, and I saw what happened after. Worry not. I bear no grudge against you. That is a relief. I wish I hadn't had to kill him. Dragon says yes. And that is just one of the many things that makes you so interesting. Thank you, I guess. So is that why we are chatting? Dragon says, pretty much. I've been asleep for a long time and I was bored, so when you came near enough for me to sense I was curious. Well, I can understand that. My curiosity is what brought me here. Dragon says, even though the saying from your old world is curiosity killed the cat. Well, to be honest, until I saw you, I was fairly confident I could handle anything I found. Dragon says that overconfidence will get you killed. There are any number of powerful creatures in this world. Keep in mind this peninsula is just a small part of this world. Humans are thriving here only because this land was practically uninhabited. I will take your warning to heart. I was already planning on getting stronger. Dragon says, are you aware that there are other planes of existence? Yes, if you mean hell, the various heavens, and the elemental planes. Dragon says those and many, many more. Did you know that the soulscape exists in the spaces between the planes? No. I thought the soulscape only existed inside the caster's mind. Dragon says, if that were true, would your mind really survive being visited by two goddesses? I guess I didn't think of it that way. So the soulscape is an actual place? Dragon says, sort of. As I said, it exists between the planes. Think of it as the glue that keeps them in place and separate from each other. What we perceive as the soulscape is only the edge closest to our plane, and the environment we create is just an illusion. So, when we enter a soulscape, we are actually traveling to this space between the planes? Dragon says, our physical bodies do not move. Your soul does travel, though. In the terms of your old world, it would be called astral projection. Okay, I sort of understand what you mean. But is there a point to this knowledge? Dragon says. There is always a point to knowledge. Sorry, that isn't what I meant. I mean, is there a point to you sharing this knowledge now? Dragon says, yes, of course there is. I don't just talk to hear myself talk. The point is that the soulscape can be used for far more than you think. Well, I admit I don't know much about it. Wait, you said it is between all the planes. Are you saying it connects them? Dragon says yes. Exactly. A true master of the soulscape can use it to travel between the planes. But if we enter the soulscape using our souls, how can we enter another plane? Dragon says, good question. Of all the planes, this one is the lowest in energy, and therefore is the most bound to the physical. The other planes are much higher in energy, so when our souls enter them, they use that energy to form a body. So you are saying someone can use the soulscape to move to another plane, and once they are there, they can explore using a physical body. Chapter 190. Dragon says, yes, that is exactly what I am saying. And what is more, you have the potential to be able to traverse the planes. What benefit is there to exploring other planes in this way? Dragon says, well, for starters, your soul can become stronger. There is also much knowledge that can be gained on other planes. Knowledge is always a good thing, but what do you mean by my soul becoming stronger? Dragon says. In your case, it would mean increasing your soul level, which is currently at 0. A higher soul level will make you stronger in the soulscape, as well as giving you benefits when you next reincarnate. Reincarnation benefits? Is that even possible? Dragon says yes. The higher your soul level, the more memories you will keep in your next life. Also, if your soul level is high enough, you can take some skills into your next life. Now that would be extremely helpful, Dragon says. There is another benefit specific to you, since your sword is part of your soul. As your soul level increases, the power of your blade will increase as well. Since you know about Blitz, will it follow me into my next life? Dragon says. Physically, no, but it will always be with you in the soulscape. In each life, you will have to physically retrieve Blitz. No one but you will ever be able to use it. Thank you for the information. Will my soul level carry over between lives, or does it get reset? Dragon says. Your soul level will remain as long as your soul exists. Higher soul levels will qualify you to reincarnate as higher level creatures as well. For example, if your soul level is high enough, you might be able to be reborn as a dragon. That would be awesome. Wait, does that mean you had previous lives before you became a dragon? Dragon says, yes, although I don't really remember them now. Didn't you say a higher soul level would allow you to keep your memories? Dragon says yes, and at the beginning of this life, I did remember my past lives. However, over the past several thousand years, those memories have faded. Ah, I guess that makes sense. Dragon says, do you have any other questions? Well, if you don't mind satisfying my curiosity, I would like to know why you destroyed the ancient empire. Dragon says, that was the last time we were truly awake. My maid and I woke up surrounded by 100 mages who were trying to use a ritual to take control of us. While we are immune to such things, we were a little upset by the attempt. That is understandable. Although destroying an entire empire might have been a bit of an overreaction. Is your mate here? Am I going to get to meet her as well? Dragon says, my mate is deeper in the cavern complex guarding our egg. While I like you, little Ash, I will not allow you to pass me. Sorry, I didn't know. Don't worry, I have no interest in disturbing them, although I would love to meet your child once it hatches, Dragon says. While I would allow that, it is not likely to happen. My egg will probably take another 1,000 years before it is ready to hatch. Yeah, I won't be around by then, at least not in this life. If I am around in another life, would I still be welcome? Dragon says yes. Once you reach a certain level, you will recognize others by their soul, meaning I would be able to recognize you no matter what body you are in. Then if I am around in 1,000 years, I will absolutely stop by to meet the little one, Dragon says. I will look forward to it, and I am sure my mate would enjoy meeting you as well. I am looking forward to it as well, but before I leave, could you tell me how to become a master of the soulscape? Dragon says, oh, right? Well, in your case, it is simple. Just max out the level of your soulscape skill. Right? That makes sense. Thank you for everything, Dragon says. Good luck until we meet again, little Ash. With that, the soulscape ends, and I find myself back in the cavern staring at the sleeping dragon. I give the dragon a bow of respect, and then move back into the alcove and duck through the hole back into the mines. As I follow the main tunnel towards the outside, I realize that being underground doesn't bother me anymore. Somehow knowing that beings like dragons exist in this world has changed my outlook. It almost feels like I am walking out into an entirely different world. I know the world hasn't changed, but my perceptions have. It sort of feels like I have been reborn. Like the fire of the dragon purified me somehow, which is strange. He didn't really do anything but talk to me. Maybe just being in his soulscape was enough to affect me. He definitely is powerful enough. I remember just standing in the cavern I was bathed in his aura. Maybe while I was in the soulscape, his aura did something to me. Whatever the reason may be, I definitely feel that I have benefited from whatever happened. Not just the removal of the fear, but the feeling of clarity and purpose. As I see light ahead, I know I am about to walk out into the sun, but I will never fear the underground again. As I step out into the light and look around, I see that most of the beastmen have gone through the portal. There are only about 2,000 left waiting to go through, and 20 of them are close by. It looks like they were getting ready to go into the mines to look for me. Pole is with them, and he looks embarrassed. Pole, I thought I told you not to worry. Pole says, true, you did say that. And in my defense, I didn't worry for the first few hours. But after 4 hours, I started to worry just a little bit. I lost track of time while I was in there. How long have I been gone? Pole says, you went in almost 7 hours ago. Okay, well, as you can see, I am perfectly fine. Pole says, so did you find it? What type of creature was it? Yes, I found it. It is a dragon. Pole says, dragon. Please tell me you didn't wake it up. Don't worry, it is sound asleep. It will probably sleep for another 1,000 years if nothing disturbs it, Pole says. Well, that is a relief. However, there is another issue you should be aware of. What is going on? Pole says. The scouts spotted a group traveling this way. The other heroes already went through the portal, so I was waiting for your return to see what you wanted to do. What type of group are they? Paul says slavers. Chapter 191. Slavers. They don't know this place has fallen. They must be planning to make a delivery, Paul says. What are your orders, Lord Ash? Ambush them. Kill all the slavers and guards. Free the slaves, we will take them with us to the rebellion, Paul says with pleasure. Paul runs off, and the 50 beastmen follow him. More join them before they reach the road out of the mines. In total, around 300 beastmen run up the road, all eager for blood. I almost feel sorry for those slavers. Almost. Lizzie wanders over to get some scratches. It is almost like she is telling me she wasn't worried. Since there really isn't anything for me to do, I spend the time the beastmen are gone giving Lizzie a good grooming. About an hour passes before I see Paul returning. There are only 200 beastmen with him. Worried about losses, I head over to see what happened. When I get closer, I see about 50 of the beastmen are ones I haven't seen before, and they are in rough shape. I am guessing those are the freed slaves, but that means about 150 beastmen are missing, Paul says. Mission accomplished, Lord Ash. Did you take a lot of losses? Paul says. Oh no, they will be along with the wagons and corpses. We didn't suffer any casualties, and all the enemies are dead. Excellent. Get these guys through the portal so they can get proper treatment, Paul says. Yes, sir, right away. Paul rushes off shouting orders, and the newly freed slaves are quickly taken through the portal. About 30 minutes later, the rest of the beastmen arrive with 3 wagons full of corpses. The corpses are quickly stripped and tossed on the pile. Then the wagons are filled with loot and positioned to go through the portal. Once again, I am impressed with how smoothly things are accomplished. Ever since that roar, I haven't seen a single instance of beastmen of different types arguing. Maybe it really is possible to break the tribes and forge them into a nation. Being a king is not what I want to do, but it is starting to look like I am going to have to. I will have to keep Paul close. He has good organizing skills, the kind that will be useful if I become king. If I am going to end up being a king whether I want to or not, it is better to be prepared for it. From my knowledge of history from my old world, the most important thing for a king to have is someone loyal to watch his back. In my case, I will also need people who can handle paperwork and other boring stuff that would drive me insane. Before I become a king, I want to surround myself with competent people I can trust. Of course, I already have the girls, and I trust them. I will need to figure out what other skills they may have besides combat. Although if I am to be king of the beastmen, I should make sure I have a good number of beastmen among my people. If I have nothing but humans around me, the beastmen will think I am a racist. I should also keep from favoring any one tribe over the others. Playing favorites never ends well. To be fair, I should try to have one from each tribe. Paul is my wolf and Miria is my bunny, so I will need to find others I can trust. There is no rush, though. I won't become a king for quite a while if I have anything to say about it. Once everyone is safely through the portal, the next step is to go to Ilium and check things out there. From the looks of things, it will be tomorrow morning before the beastmen are done going through the portal. Since I have some time to kill, I think I should work on leveling up my soulscape. After everything the dragon told me, I am really interested in exploring other planes and raising my soul level. The problem now is how to raise the level of the skill. Just creating soulscapes will take forever. Maybe creating more complex soulscapes will help me level up the skill. I recreated a cityscape once, but that was when I was already in the soulscape. Maybe I will try that. So I picture the city I lived in. I put in every detail I can remember. Create soulscape? The city surrounds me exactly as I pictured it, but nothing else happens. I didn't expect to level up on the first try, but I thought there would be something. I am trying to figure out how to strain myself to make leveling up easier. Maybe it isn't about the details. Maybe it is about the size. And soulscape. Create soulscape. This time, I was imagining the Rocky Mountains, and I felt like my imagination wasn't strong enough. It looks like I was only able to imagine a part of the mountains, but this is what I wanted. If I keep pushing and making it harder to create, maybe I can raise the skill faster. And soulscape? For the first time, creating a soulscape actually leaves me feeling tired. I guess pushing it uses more mental energy, which makes sense. Now that I know the soulscape isn't just inside my mind, it must use the soul's energy to create the illusion. Now that I have figured out the best way to do it, all that remains is the time to practice. At the rate it exhausts me, I figure I can practice once or twice a night before I rest. It may take weeks or months to level up, but eventually it will max out and I can explore other planes. From everything the dragon told me about soul levels, no matter how long it takes, it will be worth it. For now, though, I need to get some rest, so I walk over to Lizzie and lay down using her as a pillow. This is getting to be a habit, but she seems to enjoy it, so I may as well keep doing it. She is comfortable to sleep against, and I know her senses are better than mine, so not much can sneak up on her. When I wake up in the morning, Paul is sitting nearby waiting. I am starting to wonder if he even sleeps. As I sit up and stretch, I notice there are only a few beastmen in sight. Paul says, "Morning, my lord." "Morning, Paul. How are things looking?" Paul says, "One group left to go, and then you and I will be the only ones left." "Good. All the resources are through, and what is left is set to burn." Paul says, "The last of the resources went through yesterday, and everything else is ready." "Good." Paul stands up and waves at two beastmen. They both come running over. One is carrying a small tray with food on it. The other is carrying a large tub full of meat. The tub of meat is set before Lizzie as the other beastman hands me the tray. Then they both bow and leave. Lizzie and I eat our breakfast and watch as the last group of beastmen go through the portal. Paul and I are the only ones left, and as I am finishing my food, he is preparing a bunch of torches. He seems quite eager to set this place on fire, but that is understandable since he was a slave here for so long. "All set." Paul says, "Yes, my lord." "Then burn it all." Paul says, "Yes." Paul quickly lights his torches and runs off like a kid running off to play. As I saddle up Lizzie, I hear the foosh of a building going up in flames. By the time I mount Lizzie, all the buildings are burning and Paul is waiting by the portal with one last torch in hand. As I ride Lizzie over to the portal, Paul turns and throws the torch onto the pile of corpses. Paul takes one last long look around before stepping through the portal ahead of me and Lizzie. Lizzie balks at the edge of the portal and refuses to go through until I assure her it will be all right. Chapter 192. Having never used a portal before, I was expecting a light show or something amazing. Instead, I find out it is like being flushed down a drain in pure darkness with your stomach trying to reach your feet. It ends up only lasting a second, but it feels much longer. Lizzie is not happy when we arrive in the forest. As soon as we are out of the portal, she turns and gives me a dirty look. I quickly apologize to her and pull out a drake bone for her to chew on before she takes her anger out on me. Dismounting and looking around, I can see the rebel camp has gotten much larger. That is no surprise since we sent so many people through the portal, and I can see many beastmen mixed amongst the humans. From what I can see, everyone seems to be behaving and getting along. In fact, as I look around, I realize there is a lot of activity. It looks like the camp is preparing to move. Paul says, "My lord, Princess Mercy wishes to speak with you." "All right, I will go see her." "Keep Lizzie company for me." Paul nods, but he looks nervous as he looks at Lizzie. But I know Lizzie won't hurt him. She won't hurt anyone needlessly. As I walk through the camp, many of the rebels stop and bow or salute me as I pass. What is the most surprising is, it is the humans as often as it is beastmen. Oh man, what stories have been going around this time? Before I reach Mercy's tent, a furry missile hits me. I look down to find Miria clinging to me, so I pet her soft, silky ears. Before I can even try to pry her off, I see all the other girls approaching at speed. Luckily, the rest settle for giving me a hug to welcome me back. "You can all relax. I didn't even get a scratch." Miria says, "We missed you." "I missed you guys too." Miria says, "Master, did your fur get softer?" "No," Layla says. "I think you are right, Miria." Isabella says, "Yeah, he does feel softer." I end up with no choice but to stand as they all pet me and rub against me, enjoying how soft I am. I see Alexa and beg her with my eyes to come and save me. But she looks at me, smiles, and then walks away. That traitor. This must be revenge for taking Mercy into danger. "Girls, enough! I have to meet with Mercy," Miria says. "But you are so soft and fluffy." I said enough. I am serious. The girls reluctantly let me go. For now, I am sure they will find me again after my meeting. I knew this new softer fur was going to cause me problems. I was just hoping it would take longer. I will worry about that later. For now, I continue to Mercy's tent and the guards usher me right in. Mercy says, "Welcome back, Ash." Zamart says, "All done up north." "Hi, Mercy, Zamart." "Yes, I am all finished. You can close the portal anytime," Zamart says. "Good, I will go do that now." Mercy says, "So, Ash, what are your plans?" "Next up is visiting Ilium." Mercy says, "All right, well, I just want to tell you what we are planning." "Oh, and what are you planning?" Mercy says, "We are going to take the port city of Durandal." "That is ambitious. Why Durandal?" Mercy says, "With all the borders closed, Durandal is the only place they can bring in supplies. If we cut that off, it will hurt the king and his war efforts." "You know if you take it, he will retaliate," Mercy says. "He will try, but since his secret army was destroyed, he can't amass enough troops to equal us." "Well, as long as you have plans in place, then, I have no reason to object." Mercy says, "Don't worry. I will treat your beastmen the same way I do my own soldiers. Since we now know about the Shadow Demon, we can't attack the capital directly. So, this is our best bet. I know you will take care of them, but they are the strongest fighters you have, so use them." Mercy says, "Are you sure?" "Yeah, they won't want to be kept out of the fighting. Besides, they won't get stronger if they don't fight." Mercy says, "Well, if that is what you want, then I will use them well. Also, keep the girls and use them as well. They could use some seasoning." Mercy says, "You are going to get yourself in trouble." "Not really. I will be dealing mostly with political stuff in Ilium." Mercy says, "I mean, you just got back and are leaving again without spending any time with them." "Oh, I guess you are right, but they will be more useful to you with the fighting than to me in a city." Mercy says, "My sister is a perfect scout, and Layla's healing will save many lives. The others are just fighters. They won't make much difference." "I guarantee you, they will surprise you. However, I will take Drog with me. I can't leave him unsupervised for too long, and Lizzie will remain here by the portal until I return." Mercy says, Who is Lizzie?" "Lizzie is my mount. You saw her at the mines." Mercy says, "Oh, right. The lizard you were riding. Yeah, she won't do well staying in a city for long. Besides, I doubt I could get her through a portal again so soon." Mercy says, "Okay, just tell her not to eat any of the people I leave to guard the portal. Don't worry, she won't harm them unless they attack her." Mercy says, "I will make sure the people I leave behind are steady." "All right, anything else we need to discuss?" Mercy says, "Not really, but you could join me for dinner." "Thank you, but no. As you pointed out, I should spend some time with the girls." Mercy says, Right. Next time." "Sure thing." After saying my goodbyes to Mercy, I ask a guard to take me to where the girls are camped. Over dinner, I tell the girls the plan. They aren't happy with it, but surprisingly, they don't argue. Maybe they are getting used to me wanting to do things on my own. After dinner, I surprise them by pulling the bed out of the backpack. Of course, the next morning I wake up buried under the girls, but even with that, I slept perfectly. The girls wake up as I am trying to wiggle my way out of the pile. They insist on cuddling with me for another hour before they will let me out of bed. Over breakfast, I tell them about the attack on the mines and about the dragon. The only thing I leave out is the stuff about the soulscape. Since none of them can create a soulscape, it would be too hard to explain. After breakfast, we all say our goodbyes, and I give each of the girls a hug before I leave the tent. I decide to entrust the backpack to Miria, so the girls can keep the bed. I won't really need it in Ilium. When I walk out of the tent, I spot Drog hiding in the shadows nearby. "Drog, you are coming with me." Chapter 193. Drog says, "But I want to go with Isabella." "I don't care if you want to chase Isabella's boobs. You are coming with me. That is an order." Drog says, "Yes, master." Drog follows me, but he is whining as he does. I tune him out and head for the portal. When I get near the portal, I look around for Lizzie. When I spot her, I am shocked to see she is eating. What shocks me is I recognize what she is eating. It is a forest tiger, a smaller one. This one is about the size of a normal tiger, but still I have no idea how she managed to catch one. She is an even better hunter than I thought she was. Again, I am glad she is on my side. I walk over and explain to her what I am going to do. As soon as I mention the portal, she glares at me, so I quickly explain she won't be going with me. At that, she relaxes and goes back to her meal. She doesn't seem bothered that I will be leaving her here alone. Once she understands and accepts, I give her some scratches, and then head for the portal. With a whining Drog still following me, I stop in front of the portal. It looks exactly like the other one, only bigger. This one seems to have been set to a size for wagons and left that way. But that makes sense if all the rebel supplies come through it. I take a deep breath, hoping it will help, and step into the portal. It doesn't help. Going through the portal is just as horrible as last time. Even before my eyes adapt, my ears are assaulted by a blaring sound. It sounds like an alarm. Thankfully, the alarm stops quickly. Once I can see, I find myself surrounded by mages. Each one is holding a spell ready to cast, so I carefully put my hands in the air. No one moves, and after a minute, I realize the mages are not aiming at me. The mages are all staring and aiming at Drog. That alarm must have been because a demon entered wherever this is. He is a demon, but he is under contract and cannot harm anyone unless ordered to. Roddick says, "Stand down, they are guests." As the mages cancel their spells and salute Roddick, I relax and put my hands down. Roddick says, "Welcome to Ilium, Lord Ash. My name is Roddick, and I am the guildmaster of this mages guild." "Nice to meet you," Roddick says. "We have much to discuss. Please follow me." As I follow Roddick, I casually look around at the mages guild. I notice Drog is staring intently at every female he sees, so I discreetly kick him. The mages guild is quite impressive. Magic is in use everywhere, and while well-built, nothing is gaudy. Roddick leads me to a meeting room with comfortable chairs set around a table. As we sit down, a servant enters and sets 2 trays on the table. One is snacks, the other is a tea service. Roddick says, "Please, make yourself comfortable." "Before anything else, you are aware my being here could bring danger from the king's forces, right?" Roddick says yes. We are aware and prepared should that happen. But considering the losses he has already suffered, I don't think he can attack us right now. Just so long as you know what welcoming me might entail. Roddick says, "Ilium is a city that is open to all. Even the king could come here if he did so in peace." "That is not too likely," Roddick says. "True, but it is still the rule of the city. However, that isn't to say there might not be bounty hunters here that would attempt to take your head." "Just how valuable is my head these days?" Roddick says. "Last I heard it was 200,000 gold and a noble title. He really wants me dead. That makes me happy." Roddick says, "The fact that he has failed to kill you makes a lot of other people happy?" "Oh, is it that I have fans or that people just like seeing the king frustrated?" Roddick says, "A little of a lot of column B?" Wait, I was joking. I actually have fans. Roddick says yes, especially in the rebellion. "My friend Zamard even told me to allow you to use the rebellion's funds if you need to." Wow, he didn't mention anything about that to me, but no need. I have my own funds. Roddick says, "That is good." Zamart also said you have an artifact that needs repaired. "Yes, it is this amulet," Roddick says. "Wow, this is exquisite. I've never seen a summoning item like this before." "Can you repair it?" Roddick says me. "No, but there are a set of twins in my guild who are good with artifacts. With your permission, I will let them take a look at this." "Sure, anything you need. I just want it fixed." Roddick says, "I promise we will do everything we can." "Thank you," Roddick says. "Also, I have arranged a meeting for you with the city master in 2 days." "Why in 2 days?" Roddick says. "So you can explore the city and get a feel for it before you sit down with him." "I guess that makes sense," Roddick says. "Also, here is a map of the city. It is magical. If you put a drop of blood on it, it will show your current location at all times. Be careful with it, though. If you lose it, others can use it to track you." "Thank you again. I will take good care of it," Roddick says. "No need to thank me. I owed several favors to Zamart. This is me repaying them. So now I owe Zamart." Roddick says no, not according to him. Something about a robe? Ah, now I understand. Zamart sure is sneaky. Roddick says he always has been. Would you mind explaining what this is about? I gave him something I found in my travels. The robe of the last archmage of the ancient empire. Roddick says, what? That was very similar to his reaction. Roddick says, how did you come across such an artifact? Over tea and snacks, I tell Roddick the story of my time in the pit and how I got the robe. Drog throws in a few snide comments, so I end up telling Roddick how I got Drog under contract. Roddick says, dangling him over a lake of holy water. No wonder he submitted to you. It seemed like a good idea at the time, Roddick says. Having a demon servant is not what you were expecting. No, I expected most of it, just didn't think how annoying it would be. Drog says, it is my pleasure to serve my master. Shut up, Drog, Roddick says. I believe there was one other matter you wanted help with? Yes, I need the best leather worker in the city. Chapter 194. Roddick says, that would be Walter. You can find him in the Crafter's Quarter. He is a summoned hero, but he doesn't have a very pleasant attitude, so be careful. Not to worry. I have materials that any crafter would die to work with. Roddick says, well, it is true that Walter loves his craft more than anything. If you have a good enough material, he would not care even if you cut off one of his legs. Well, I don't plan to be that rude. I have drake leather as a material, Roddick says. Drake leather, truly? Yes. I killed a drake not long ago, Roddick says. Then Walter may just want you to marry him. As long as he can make me armor, that is all I want, Roddick says. Well, I will leave that for you to work out with him. I think I will go see him first, if there is nothing else. Roddick says, no, nothing else. Although, do you have a place to stay? Not yet. I was planning to stay in an inn, Roddick says. Ilium has many nice inns, but you can have a room here in the guild if you like. Thank you, but no. I will stay in an inn and experience the city's life. Roddick says, fair enough. If you need anything at all, don't hesitate to ask. I will keep that in mind, Roddick says. All right, the meeting is in the morning 2 days from now. I will be here. A servant leads me out of the tower. Once outside, I stop and take a good look around. It is amazing. A real medieval city. It looks even better than in the movies. In size, it doesn't compare to the cities of my old world, but it is much richer in color and culture. I can't wait to explore it. First, I look at the map and place a drop of blood onto it. Instantly, the dot appears and I can see where I am. I turn left and follow the map, heading towards the Crafter's Quarter. The dot moves as I move. It is basically magical GPS. It makes it easy to find my way. Once I enter the Crafter's Quarter, I put the map into my pouch and slowly wander around. I simply enjoy looking at all the various people and shops. There are shops for all types of crafts, but blacksmiths and tailors seem to be the most common. By simply asking, I get directions to Walter's shop. The people here are polite and don't seem to mind beastmen. So far, I like this city. It is clean and the people seem happy with their lives. The city guards I have seen are all well equipped and look to be decently trained. I would have to see them in a fight to know just how good they are, but they are at least well disciplined. As I turn onto the street I was told about, I noticed the shops on this street are different. The shop windows have few items, but the items all look familiar to me. I quickly realize they resemble things from my old world. All these shops must belong to heroes. It surprises me that the city would give an entire street to the heroes. Each shop has a living space above it. They are being treated way better than they were by the king. Halfway down the street, I spot Walter's shop, so I walk in. Walter says, "Get out! I am busy." I see Roddick wasn't kidding about your attitude. Even in our world, that would have been very rude. Walter says, "Hey, who are you?" "My name is Ash. Like you, I was summoned to this world," Walter says. "Oh, you were the one thrown into that well?" "Yeah, that is me," Walter says. "Well, I don't care who you are or where you are from. I am busy. Get out." "All right. I will find another leather worker to work on this drake leather for me." Walter says, "What? Drake leather? Let me see it." No, you are busy. I don't want to bother you when you are busy. Walter says, forget that. Show me the drake leather. Deciding I've teased him enough, I take a piece of drake leather out of my pouch. Walter snatches it from my hand instantly and starts examining it intently. He then proceeds to poke at it with various needles from his workbench. Walter says, this really is drake leather. Finally, something good enough that I can level up my crafting. Too bad none of my tools can work with it. If you had better tools, could you work with it? Walter says, of course. The problem is the tools have to be made from an equivalent material. Hearing this, I pull out my Drakebone scrimshaw tools and hand them to him. He examines them for a minute before handing them back. Walter says, the material is good enough, but the craftsmanship is subpar. Sorry, I haven't had much chance to practice my crafting. Walter says, you made these. Who was your teacher? No teacher. I learned by myself. Walter says, you didn't know scrimshaw in your past life? Nope, only what I saw in movies and anime. Walter says, that is impressive. What crafts have you taught yourself? My highest crafts are scrimshaw, blacksmithing, and mining. But I know a little of most crafts. Walter says, and you taught yourself everything? Yeah, mostly through trial and error. Walter says, if you plan to stay in Ilium for a while, I can arrange for the other crafter heroes to teach you. That sounds good, but I am not sure yet if I will be staying long. Walter says, fair enough. Back to the leather, I can work it, but it will turn out better if I have better tools. I have more Drakebone if there is a scrimshaw worker around. Walter opens the door and yells Mitch into the street. A minute later, a kid comes through the door. He looks around 17 or 18. He has short, sandy hair and roughly made glasses. Mitch says, what do you want, you grumpy old man? Walter says, I need a new set of tools made from bone. What is your scrimshaw level at now? Mitch says, expert Nintine. What kind of bone? Walter says, drake bone. Mitch says, I think my skill is high enough, but I don't have any tools that will scratch something like Drakebone. Walter says, that is fine. You can borrow his tools. Also, while you are at it, teach him what you can. Mitch says, who is he and why am I teaching him? Walter says, his name is Ash, and because I told you to. Mitch says, okay, don't blow a gasket, old man. Walter says, right, Ash, what kind of armor are you looking for me to make? Full body except helm, leather with scale hard points. Basically, maximum protection without hindering my movements. Walter says, that is easy enough. What kind of scale do you want me to use? Drake scale. Walter says, drakes have leather and scales? In answer, I pull a scale out of the pouch and hand it to Walter. Both Mitch and Walter exclaim in excitement and examine the scale. It seems neither of them have seen such high-quality materials since they came to this world. Walter says, this scale is amazing, but I can't work with it. Mitch, can you craft the hard points out of this? Mitch says, absolutely. Assuming you have more than this one scale, Ash? I have the bones, scales, and leather from the drake I killed. Mitch says, you killed a drake? Awesome. Chapter 195. Yeah, I did. Mitch says, do you still have its complete skeleton? No, I've used a fair amount of it myself. Mitch says, so you already know Scrimshaw. What is your level? Expert level 12, Mitch says. Not bad. Yeah, I can teach him a few things. Walter says, okay, you will need to use his tools to make yourself some tools, and then make me some tools. Mitch says, yeah, I know. And I know what to make for the armor hardpoints, too. Walter says, well, if you know, then get moving. I can't start working until you make me tools. Mitch says, all right, we are going. Sheesh. Mitch is laughing as he leaves the store, and I follow him out. He leads me to the store across the street. Well, that explains how he was summoned with just a shout. He is Walter's neighbor. His workshop is much cleaner and more organized than Walter's. Mitch says, don't mind Walter, he isn't as bad as he sounds. It is all right. I know his type. He doesn't offend me. Mitch says, that is good. Now shall we get to work? Sure. First, I take out and pile up the drake's bones and scales. Then I take out the tools I made and hand them to Mitch. He takes the tools and a bone and starts working. He tells me what he is doing and why. Watching his technique as he explains actually helps me learn a lot. I quickly realize that my own technique is crude by comparison, but that is not surprising since I learned by experimenting. I pay close attention to every move Mitch makes and everything he says. Even though his skill is only a few levels higher than mine, his skills are far more developed. Fighting, congratulations. Skill Expert Scrimshaw has progressed to level 13. Expert Scrimshaw level 13, Agi plus 16 int plus 8. You can craft expert level bone items. Whoa, I got a level just from watching? This is impressive. Just in watching Mitch craft a couple of tools, I have learned so much. Unfortunately, Mitch is using the only set of tools. Otherwise, I would already be practicing what I have learned. So, I continue watching and listening until Mitch finishes the set of tools. Mitch says, "Woohoo! I leveled up." "Congratulations," Mitch says, "hold on. I can now evolve my skill to master rank." Good thing I got the beast core I need a while ago. That is good. It must have cost you quite a bit. Mitch says, yeah, about 6 months worth of work, but totally worth it now. What kind of core is needed to go from expert to master? Mitch says, a greater beast core. Next time I get my hands on one, I will have to make sure and save it. Mitch says, do you plan to raise your crafts to master level? I enjoy crafting, so if I have enough time to do so, I would like to. Mitch says, that sword looks impressive, and the armor Walter and I will craft will be top-notch. With those, do you really need to craft anything? No, not really, but I have companions I can craft things for. Mitch says, fair enough, then I will continue your education. However, it is getting late. Do you have a place to stay? Not yet. I had planned to find an inn. Mitch says, then you should come with me. There is an inn run by one of us at the end of the street. Most of us eat there since we are too busy to cook most of the time. All right, sure. Mitch says, don't worry, the food is the best you will find in Ilium, and Sarah keeps the place perfectly clean. Oh, I am not worried. Let's go. When we exit the store, I am surprised to see the sun has gone down. I am also surprised to see that the streets aren't dark. There are street lights every few feet. Looking at them, they are definitely magical, probably enchanted with fire magic, so they don't need any fuel. Mitch leads me down the street towards a very well-lit building. That must be the inn he mentioned. We don't see anyone else on the street, but when we arrive at the inn and Mitch opens the door, we find plenty of people. It looks like everyone who lives on the street is here in the common room. Sarah says, hey, Mitch. Oh, a newcomer. Welcome to the Happy Traveler. Drog, hey, she is cute. Drog, you better behave or else. Mitch says, hi, Sarah. This is Ash. Sarah says, welcome, Ash. Have a seat. What will it be? After sitting at a table, I take a quick look at the menu as Mitch orders, then I place my order. After Sarah leaves, I look around the common room. There are only 15 people here, and they are ignoring us for the most part. All the conversations I can hear are either about crafting or local gossip. Are all these people summons too? Mitch says, yes, only rarely does an outsider come here. Will Walter be showing up at some point? Mitch says, no. To preserve everyone's good mood, Walter gets his food delivered. Ah, I guess that makes sense. He seems like the type that only eats when he has to. Mitch says, yeah. If he is working on something, he can go days without remembering to eat. Our conversation is interrupted by Sarah returning with our food and drinks. The food is amazing and the meat is delicious. I can't imagine even the king eating much better than this. I notice that my portion is at least 3 times the size of Mitch's. I guess Sarah thinks I eat a lot. She even puts a bowl of food on the floor for Drog. When I clear my plate before Mitch, I realize Sarah is a good judge of her customers. Even before I realize I am still hungry, Sarah is back and is replacing my empty plate with a full one. She also replaces my tankard of mead anytime it is empty. The service is as amazing as the food. That settles it. For however long I am in Ilium, I am staying here. Chapter 196. Sarah, do you have a room available? Sarah says, of course. How long will you be staying? At least a few days, maybe more? Sarah says, all right, I will go get the room prepared. It is 1 gold per night. which includes breakfast and dinner. We also have a bathhouse in the back you can use. This place just keeps getting better. Before Sarah leaves, I pull out 5 gold for her. I will pay more if I end up staying longer. It isn't like I need to worry about money. I have enough to last several lifetimes unless I go crazy with it. Besides, I can always go back to get more from the church if I need to. Once he finishes eating, Mitch wishes me a good night and leaves to go get some sleep. I agree to meet him at his shop in the morning. I can't pass up a chance to learn more about Scrimshaw. Once I am done eating, I happily head off to the bathhouse. I have the cleaning stone still, but a real bath sounds much better. After a good, long soak, Sarah shows me to my room. It isn't anything fancy, but it is quite comfortable. After a good night's sleep and an amazing breakfast, I am convinced I have found the best inn in this world. At some point, I will need to bring the girls to Ilium and bring them here to eat. I hurry down the street and head into Mitch's shop. He is already working hard on something. He greets me and then starts explaining what he is doing and teaching me again. He occasionally asks me questions to test my knowledge and corrects me when I am wrong. Once he finishes his newest set of tools, he hands me my old set so I can practice while he starts on Walter's tools. Since I just watched him do it, I decide to make a new tool set as well. I take my time and use everything Mitch has taught me. I want to practice it, so I don't forget anything. Fighting congratulations! Skill Expert Scrimshaw has progressed to level 14. Expert Scrimshaw, level 14 Agi plus 18 int plus 8. You can craft expert level bone items. Another level. Awesome. This is going way faster than learning on my own. Maybe I can stay here a few months and level all my crafts up. As I work, Mitch is keeping an eye on me. He occasionally stops me and gives me a pointer to improve my technique. He is a really good teacher. I need to thank Walter for introducing me to him. Even if my skill doesn't go up anymore, I have still gained a lot in such a short time. When I finish the set of tools, I quickly notice it is not quite as good as the one Mitch made. It is, however, much better than the last set I made. It makes me regret that I already enchanted Bones' armor and can't change it. I could make him a new set, but that would use up most of the Drakebone I have left. Mitch, I have a summon that I made equipment for. Would you mind taking a look? Mitch says sure. I have no problem doing that. Just so you know, he is an undead. Mitch says, as long as it is under your control, it is fine. Summon Bones. Bones appears and looks around. He seems disappointed that we aren't surrounded by enemies. His disappointment disappears when he realizes he is instead surrounded by bone and things made of bone. Mitch seems stunned as he looks at Bones. Bones, no eating anything without permission. Mitch says, is that referring to me? No, he likes to eat bone. It can make him stronger. Mitch says, well, I have quite a large pile of scraps that he can have if he wants. I was just going to throw it out when I got around to it. Okay. Bones, put your armor and weapons on the table, and then you can eat the scrap pile. Bones takes his armor off and puts everything on the table and then waits for Mitch to indicate what he can eat. Once Mitch opens a door and shows him the pile, Bones eagerly digs in. Mitch comes back and examines the armor, shield, and sword that I crafted for Bones. Mitch says, it is obvious you put a lot of work into these. They could be improved, but there is already an enchantment in place. I know. My question is, would it be worth making a new set? Mitch says, not currently unless you find better bone to make it out of. Once your skill is at master level, then it would be worth remaking them if you can afford to get them enchanted again. I probably shouldn't tell him that I enchanted them. In that case, I won't worry about it until I either hit master level or find better bone. Although, other than dragon, is there a better bone than Drake? Mitch says, according to some ancient myths I found in the library, yes. While a dragon is definitely the greatest creature in this world, there are other ancient beings below it. From what I read, there are even some demons that come close to a dragon in power. There are that many powerful creatures. With my luck, I will probably end up meeting them. Mitch says, the myths are all old, so I can't be sure if they really exist, but a drake was also considered a myth until now. The library here in Ilium is much better than the one in the kingdom. But even so, a lot of the books are in an unknown language. Oh, that sounds interesting. I will have to visit the library before I leave, Mitch says. It requires permission to enter, but it is worth the effort. I have a meeting with the master of the city the day after tomorrow. I will ask him to grant me permission. Mitch says, Ambrose can certainly grant you permission. He is normally a hard man to get a meeting with. How did you manage it? It has to do with the war and the future. Mitch says, politics. You can have it. I want nothing to do with politics. I don't particularly want anything to do with it either, but I don't have a choice, unfortunately. Mitch says, I am glad that as a simple craftsman I do have a choice. I wouldn't say you are a simple anything, but staying out of politics is a good thing, Mitch says. Agreed. Now let's get back to work. Mitch goes back to his work. Bones finishes his meal then, reclaims his gear, and I to summon him. Mitch and I spend the rest of the day working on Scrimshaw. I don't gain any more levels, but I learn a lot. That night, after another great meal, while I am sleeping, I have a dream of Saronia. She wants me to visit her church. Chapter 197. When I wake up, I remember the dream clearly. I guess I will go find her church and see what is up. She wouldn't have sent me a dream for no reason. Not when her powers are still weak. Maybe I need to clean out the church like I did the last one. There may be more followers of Hollows. As I am eating breakfast, I decide to leave Drog here. Probably not a good idea to take a demon to church. Besides, I don't want to hear his comments if there are cute priestesses. Once I am done eating, I pull out the map to see where the church is. Drog, I am going out. You stay here and behave. That is an order. Drog, master. You take all the fun out of things. Ignoring Drog, I head out and follow the map to the church. Time to see what Saronia needs. When I arrive, I find not a church, but a massive cathedral. It occupies an entire city block. Obviously, a massive amount of money went into building this place. And normally money means corruption. My idea of cleansing the place for Saronia is looking more and more likely. But it isn't wise to judge before the fact. So I will wait and see what is going on. I walk up the steps to the closed doors and give them a tug. They open, so I walk in. I find myself in the main hall. The altar is at the far end, and rows of pews line either side. There are women in white scattered all over the hall cleaning, and 2 women up by the altar, one in white, one in black. Every single woman here has either the mark of Saronia or the mark of Krenosha. Well, guess I was wrong about having to cleanse the church here. This place is not what I was expecting. Then the women notice me, and as they do, they kneel and bow their heads to the floor. As they do, more of the women notice and do the same. It is like a wave moving across the hall. When the wave reaches the altar, the 2 women who I am assuming are the high priestesses also kneel and bow to me. This is getting really weird. Why are they kneeling to me? Is this why Saronia wanted me to come here? Just what is she planning? The women say, "Welcome, chosen one." Wait, what? Getting no response from the women near me, I slowly walk down the middle of the hall to the altar. I am not sure what is going on here. The chosen one sounds like something Saronia might say. She is the one who asked me to come here. This must be part of her plan. Why do you call me the chosen one? The high priestess in white says, because that is how Saronia referred to you when she visited my dreams. Please, rise and tell me your names. White says, we gave up our names. You can just call me White. Black says, and you can call me Black. So white for Saronia and black for Krenosha. Kind of simple, isn't it? White says, it might be simple, but it is effective. Black says, having no name helps keep us from being prideful. Well, that actually makes sense. So what can I do for the 2 of you? White says, it is not that we need something from you. Black says, it is that we are here to serve you. Serve me. What do you mean? White says, Saronia commanded me to serve you. Black says, Krenosha said I should do anything you ask. What exactly are you trying to say? White says, we in our temple are yours. Black says, we will do absolutely anything you want us to do. Now, I am really glad I didn't bring Drog. I can just imagine his comments. Just what did the goddesses tell you? White says, they told us about the coming war against the demons. Black says, they told us you would lead humanity in that war and that you are our only hope. And what is your role to be? White says, we will serve you and support you. Black says, we will be your lieutenants. We will obey your every command. Okay, you are talking about during the war. White says, no, we will serve you from now until death. Black says, either yours or ours. So you are aware of my time limit? White says, yes, we were told all about you. Black says, we were even told you would be reluctant to take us with you. I prefer to travel freely and not be held back. White says, as we were told, so for now, we will make a home for you. Black says, we will provide you a place to rest and return to. And you will be here waiting for me? White says, yes, until you need us. Black says, we will work in your absence to make your forces stronger. What forces? White says. We know you have followers already. Black says, as you travel, you will find more. White says, when you do send them here. Black says, we will equip and train them. You think I should build my own army? Both say, don't you? I have to ask, are you two twins? White says, yes. Does our speaking annoy you? Black says, we can try to stop if it does. No, it just takes some getting used to. I don't mind. White says, true temples have always been run by twins. Black says, it allows us to serve the goddesses better. After having met them, I would say that makes perfect sense. Although they don't talk like you two. White says, not all twins are as close as we are. Black says, that is why we are the heads of the main temple. This is the main temple of the goddesses. I thought it would be in the empire. White says, there is a common saying. Black says, all things pass through Ilium. As in, it is located in the center of the kingdoms, so all trade passes through here. Both say correct. All right, this being the main temple now makes sense. White says, so do you accept? Black says, our sworn loyalty. Chapter 198. Yes, I accept. Both say good. So now what? White says, with your permission. Black says, we will spread the word that the church supports you. Why would you want to do that? White says, the church has quite a bit of influence. Black says, our backing will give you some political power. Is that because I am meeting with the city leader? White says, that is part of it. Yes. Black says, it will also help when dealing with other powers in the city. I see, all right. I guess go ahead. White says, also we plan to locate an estate. Black says, and buy it for you. An estate? Why? White says, your followers might not be comfortable here in the church, Black says, and it will also help your prestige within the city. All right, but you don't have to buy it. I have money. White says, save your money for other things. Black says, the church has plenty of money, this won't affect us. Well, if you insist. White says, the goddesses told us to help you. Black says, we wish to provide you a home. All right, you win. Both say yay. Although there is no rush. I am quite enjoying staying at the Happy Traveler. White says, if you like it that much. Black says, would you like us to buy it for you? Doesn't Sarah own the inn? White says, no, she rents it. Black says, a noble owns the entire street? All the heroes have to rent their shops. White says, yes, they are not greatly liked. Black says, people fear them because they are different. Would it be possible to forget about the estate and buy the entire street instead? White says, you wish to help them? Black says, the goddesses said you were very kind. Yes, I feel for them. I have not been well treated in this world? White says, we want to change that for you. Black says, we will buy you the street. Buying the street won't cause any problems for the church, will it? White says, the noble who owns the street is a follower. Black says, he will be happy to sell to us, as long as it won't cause you any problems. Then I would appreciate it very much. White says, we and all who follow the goddesses, Black says, are yours to command. That is going to take some getting used to. White says, we understand that. Black says, we will be patient while you adjust. White says, just know that we are here for you. Black says, anything you need, anything at all. All right, I will keep it in mind. White says, we will make the arrangements. Black says, you should go talk to Sarah. Yeah, probably shouldn't surprise her with this. We say our farewells and I walk out of the church. I stop once the doors close behind me. I've known all along that the goddesses would support me as they could, But I didn't expect this. Having the entire church support me is just a little overwhelming. Having that much power under my control is a little scary. For just a minute, I think about conquering the world. Not that I can in this life since I have limited time, but maybe in the next life. It might be fun to be a tyrant for a while, but I have seen how big the world is. It would be a lot of work. For now, I make my way back to the street of the summoned and head for the happy traveler. It feels like a lot of time has passed, but as I enter the inn, I realize it isn't even lunchtime yet, and the common room is empty. Sarah is relaxing, and I feel bad for interrupting her rare free time. "Hi, Sarah, can we talk?" Sarah says. "Sure. You want something to eat?" "No, I am not hungry yet. I just want to talk." Sarah says, "Okay, what is up?" "So the church is planning to buy this entire street for me." Sarah says, "Haha, that is a good joke." "No, I am serious. The goddesses have told the church to obey me." Sarah says, "I am hurt, Ash. How could you go and get drunk somewhere else?" "I am not drunk. I am not even sure if I can get drunk." Sarah says, "How can you say such things with a straight face?" "I can say them because they are true. This street will be purchased by the church. I am just here to warn you." Sarah says, "Even if someone purchases the street, nothing will really change?" "True. Only your rent will change." Sarah says, "Do you think they will raise the rent?" "No, there will be no more rent." Sarah says, "How can you be sure of that?" "I told you the church is buying it for me, and I don't plan to charge anyone rent." Sarah says, "How will you make money if you don't charge rent?" "I don't need to make money." Sarah says, "Who doesn't need money? Someone who already has enough?" Despite what most people will tell you, money is worthless after a certain point. Sarah says, "Then why are rich people still so greedy?" "Because it is not about the money for them anymore. The money just becomes a counter so they can compete with other rich people. Humans always want to be the best. They always fight and strive to be better." Sarah says, "That is not true. I've seen many lazy people." "No rule fits everyone. But don't a lot of those people play video games and strive to be the best?" Sarah says. "Well, I guess so. Then they just found another way to strive and fight." "This rule doesn't apply to everyone, but it fits humanity in general. Why do you think our world could never end war?" Sarah says, "What are you? Some kind of philosopher?" "No. In our world, I was a fat, lazy guy obsessed with anime." Sarah says, "Then what is with all these deep thoughts that are giving me a headache?" "Just some things that have rattled around in my head from time to time. You don't have to take it seriously." Before Sarah can answer, we are interrupted by the door opening and someone entering. It is Walter who walks in, which is a surprise since I didn't think he ever came here. He looks around and spots me and quickly walks over. Walter says, "You, come now." Then he turns and walks out even faster than he walked in. Not having any idea what is going on, I shrug an apology to Sarah and get up to follow Walter out. When I get outside, I see Walter halfway down the street already, so I quickly run to catch up with him. Chapter 199. Walter doesn't slow down at all and he doesn't say anything. He just walks very quickly with me following him until he reaches his shop. Once we are inside, he seems to let out a breath and relax. It makes me wonder what his story might be. Walter says, "I need measurements. Take off your armor." Now it makes sense. He can't work without measurements. It must have been driving him crazy. Not wanting to argue, I quickly remove my armor and strip down to my underwear. Then I stand perfectly still as Walter takes his measurements. Over the next hour, Walter takes measurements of me in any number of poses. It seems he is focusing on my knees. Maybe my backwards knees are giving him problems. He probably hasn't made something for a beastman before, but I am sure he is up to it. He finally seems to have taken enough measurements, and he grabs some normal leather and starts cutting and sewing. Watching him, it looks like he is making pants, probably testing a theory or something. His hands move like lightning. His skill is amazing to say the least. Fighting congratulations. Skill leatherworking has progressed to level 6. Leatherworking level 6 AGI plus 6. You can craft items from leather. What? I got a level just from watching? He isn't even explaining anything. Maybe it is because his skill is so far above mine that just watching is giving me skill experience. It is an unexpected benefit, but I don't plan to say anything. Interrupting him would be bad. Even though I am sure what he is making is just a test, it is still amazing watching a masterwork. As soon as they are done, Walter has me put them on, and then he makes me run in place and jump around. After all that, he doesn't seem happy with the way the pants fit around my knees. He tells me to take them off and throw them in the fire as he takes some more leather to start again. He won't be happy until it is perfect, so I guess I am going to be here for a while. I am not even sure what he didn't like about the pants. They felt fine to me. No way am I going to argue with him, though. I don't have the skill to even understand what he is muttering to himself. I watch everything he does, and even though I learn a lot, I don't get another level up. As soon as the pants are done, he again has me put them on and jump around to test them. This time he seems much happier with them, and even though they look exactly the same, they do feel better. Walter says, "All right, I don't need you anymore. Can I stay and watch?" Walter says, "No, get out." Not wanting to upset him, I quickly leave the shop. I would love to watch, but I am not going to argue. Instead, I head back to the inn. It should be about lunchtime. After eating another delicious meal, I decide to wander around the city and do some sightseeing. The buildings are mostly made of stone. They feel extremely old, but they are really well maintained. The whole city makes me think of the way movies depict ancient Rome. There are many grand buildings, including the Mages Guild and the church. The city is circular and is divided into 4 sectors based on the 4 directions. Each district houses the embassy of one of the other 4 nations, with the center housing Ilium's capital building. North is the kingdom's embassy, which is shut down. East is the empire's embassy, and west is the Free Union's embassy. The south should be the embassy for the Beastlands, but since there is no government, they aren't treated as a nation. In the spot where the embassy should be is just an open-air market. The market is the first place I see beastmen. Apparently they come here to trade. From what I know of beastmen, these must be outcasts. Tribesmen wouldn't lower themselves to trading. Maybe I should bring Pole to the city and have him start making contact with the outcasts. If I am going to rule the beastmen, the whole outcast thing is going to change. So far, all the beastmen I have met have been from the outcasts. Yet they have all been good people, forcing the tribes to accept a new way of doing things where not everything is about strength is not going to be easy. But if I am going to rule them, it won't be just to lead them to war. I will forge them into a proper nation. The more I think about it, the more becoming the Beast King appeals to me. There are so many things I can teach the beastmen. I can help them become more than they are. They just have to overcome their instincts, and they could become an amazing race. The future has a lot of possibilities. Even if I am to die after the Demon War, there is a lot I can do before then. Although, if I want to do it, I need to decide now and start setting things in motion. My mind made up. I turn and head towards the Mages Guild. I need to get Pole and a few others and send them to talk to the outcasts. As I am walking, I am thinking things through in my head and not really paying attention to what is around me. I am watching enough to not get lost and not run over people, but that is all. So when someone grabs me and drags me into an alley, it takes me by complete surprise. What surprises me even more is when my back slams against a wall and my feet are dangling above the ground. Yet, when I look at who is holding me, I see what looks like a normal human. He even smells normal. But since he is holding me off the ground with one arm, I know there is no way he is normal. I grab his arm with both hands and try to force his arm back. But despite using all my strength, I can't budge his arm. Who is this guy? How can he be so much stronger than me? I can't believe there is a human who can overpower me like this. It makes me feel weak. "Ha," says, "Who is your master? What demon lord dared send a scout into territory claimed by Lady Sheenan?" Chapter 200? Lady Sheenan. Who is that? Says, "She is the demon lord who has claimed this territory. Your master should have known that. Now, who is your master? Drog, help! Drog, I am coming, master. I don't know what you are talking about. I don't have a master." Says, "You are an unclaimed? How are you even here?" I don't know what an unclaimed is, but I guess I am one since I don't have a master. As for how I came here, I am not sure. Says, well, if you are unclaimed, then I will just have to claim you for my master. You mean this Lady Sheenan you mentioned? Says, yes, Lady Sheenan, the Flame Queen. I am one of her lieutenants, so I can claim you in her name. What does it mean to be claimed? Says, it means you belong to Lady Sheenun. You obey her and are protected by her. No offense, but I think I prefer not to have to obey anyone. Right as the man is about to respond, Drog finally arrives and leaps at him. His free hand snags Drog out of the air and holds him by the throat, but now both his hands are occupied. I didn't think Drog would be able to do much since he is stronger than me, but he is a distraction. As the guy turns his head to look at Drog, I let go of his arm and swipe at his face with my claws. I aim for his face because when looking at his aura, I noticed a strange glow around his face. As my claws rip across his face, an amazing change happens. He goes from a 6-foot human to a 12-foot demon. He has massive horns growing out of his head, and he has a deep red color. He has black bat wings on his back, and his skin is thick and lumpy. He is massive and hugely muscled. His arm is as big as my leg. He must have been wearing some kind of magical mask to disguise himself. Now he even smells like a demon, and now I can sense him as well. He is a rank 7 demon, which explains why he is stronger than I am. Drog, be careful, Master. He is strong. Yeah, he is rank 7. We need to create an opening to escape. His grip on my throat hasn't lessened, and my claws may have destroyed his mask, but they didn't scratch his face. I try clawing at his arm, but again my claws can't pierce his flesh. I never thought a rank 7 would be so far above me in power. If I could just draw Blitz, but he has me pinned against the wall so that I can't reach. I try kicking him in the chest to get some room, but I can't move him. For the first time I am starting to feel helpless. Is my only option to try and fight him in the Soulscape? Drogzori Master, he is too strong. Demon says, now I will take you both back to my mistress. She will torture you until you tell her everything you know. Be ready, Drog. I am going to try something. No thanks, Lightning Aura. As the lightning surrounds me, I can tell it is hitting him. He makes a pained sound, but he doesn't let go. The lightning keeps shocking him, and as it does, I bring both legs up and kick him as hard as I can. I manage to make him take a single step back, which gives me just enough room to reach up and draw Blitz. As Blitz clears the sheath, I bring it down on his arm with a roar. Blitz does manage to cut his arm, but I was hoping to completely sever his arm. Now my only hope is that my roar brings help. The city guard might not be able to hurt it, but since it was hiding, maybe they can chase it off. A pair of city guards turn into the alley, but they freeze when they see the demon. For them to arrive so fast, they must have been close by, but the demon doesn't seem to care about them. When one of the guards starts blowing a whistle, the demon casually throws Drog at them, knocking them back into the street. Now that he has a hand free, he easily smacks Blitz out of my hands, leaving both my hands numb and possibly broken. He then smacks me across the face, leaving my vision blurry and my head ringing. While I am somewhat stunned, the demon tucks me under his arm and extends his wings. Demon says, one of you is good enough. The way he has me tucked under his arm, both my arms are pinned at my sides. All I can do is kick my legs a little, not enough to do anything to the demon. Not that I have been able to hurt him much so far anyway, and only with Blitz. Looks like this is my last option. Create Soulscape. Nothing happens. Not only can't I drag the demon in, I can't even open a Soulscape. Somehow the demon is suppressing my ability to create a Soulscape. I didn't even know that was possible. That was my last hope. I've tried everything. I can't do anything against this demon. The demon starts to flap his wings. The wind generated is intense. As big as the demon is and as heavy as I am fairly surprised when its feet leave the ground. Then I see Drog come charging down the alley towards the demon. Drog! No. As Drog leaps at the demon throws a punch at Drog. When the demon's fist hits Drog, Drog's body is reduced to a red mist. Luckily, it is just Drog's physical form. He will return to the sword. I watch the ground fall away as the demon keeps flapping its wings. I am soon looking down on the roofs of the buildings. From the buildings I can see the demon is flying south. That makes sense if the demon is taking me to his master on the old continent. Chapter 201. The city is soon behind us. The demon's flight speed is incredible. By my best guess, as I see the land speeding by, the demon is flying at over 200 miles an hour. Once we are away from the city, the demon turns to fly southeast. Ahead, I can see mountains. If I remember the map right on this course, we should pass the mountain I need to go to. After that, we should cross a bay, and then we will be over the land bridge. There is nothing I can do against this demon. My only chance to escape will be once it delivers me wherever we are going. The worst part is because he is somehow suppressing me. I can't even use a soulscape to ask the goddesses for help. I am now completely on my own. I don't even have Blitz. I haven't felt this alone since I was first thrown into the pit. Drog? Drog, can you hear me? That is odd. Drog should be back in Blitz. Why can't we communicate? It must be because I don't have Blitz before I always had Blitz. That must be how we were always able to communicate. If I can't contact Drog, then there is no way for anyone to know where I am, or even if I am alive. I am going to be completely alone. Wherever this demon takes me, it is going to be up to me to survive. Escaping and making my way back to Ilium is not going to be easy. I wonder how far into the main continent this Lady Sheenan is. Hopefully not too far. The further this guy takes me, the harder it is going to be for me to get back even if I do escape. We passed the sacred mountain about an hour after leaving the city. At this rate, we should reach the old continent within a few more hours. On foot, with the terrain I am seeing, it is going to take me months to get back. Other than escaping, I am also going to need to locate a weapon. Going back unarmed is not an option. If I remember right, the land bridge is an area controlled by mana beasts, which means I will need to be able to fight. Not to mention, I may end up being chased by demons or other things. Who am I kidding? No matter what, I will be chased by demons. No way are they going to let me go. Unless I somehow manage to kill all of them, they are going to chase me. But as long as they are weaker than this guy, I should be fine. The real problem is this guy, and anyone on his level or stronger. My biggest worry right now is that his master will be so strong that I won't be able to resist her. Maybe becoming a demon to fight demons was not the best idea. I had no idea just how strong higher-ranked demons could be. I've been overconfident in my own strength, and what is worse is I've underestimated the enemy. Now I am a prisoner, and I am being taken to one of the demon lords. If Lady Sheenan can break me and find out what I know, then the demons are almost guaranteed to win the war. However, this may also be an opportunity for me. If I can find out the demon's strength and plans, it will give our side the advantage in the war. Or, if I can somehow stir up trouble between the demon lords, it might delay their attack and buy me more time in this life. It is all going to depend on how strong the demon lord is, and whether or not I am able to resist her powers. As I am thinking things through, we leave the land behind and start passing over the ocean. I notice a small volcanic island that I don't remember seeing on any of the maps. I feel strange as I look at it, and for some reason, I feel like I am supposed to be visiting that island. We have been flying for hours without a break. I keep hoping the demon will stop to rest. If he does, I might get a chance to escape. But he seems set on flying straight to his master without stopping. His endurance is rather intimidating. It can't be easy flying while carrying me. The island disappears into the distance behind us, and now all I have to look at are the waves below us. The more distance we cross, the more I wonder if I am really going to be able to make it back. Having to go the long way around it is starting to look like over 1,000 miles, most of it in hostile territory. This could end up being even harder to survive than being in the pit. Being cut off from the goddesses is the hardest part. I haven't felt this isolated since the pit. I really hope this suppression ends when this ugly guy puts me down. I feel like a part of me is missing. I am not sure if it is because I don't have Blitz or Ruby's amulet. Whatever the case, worrying about it isn't helping anything. I need to relax and be ready for any opportunities. I finally see land ahead, but the tall cliffs don't look very welcoming. Above the cliffs is jungle as far as I can see, and it doesn't look like a friendly place. The demon turns east once we are over the jungle. It looks like the entire land bridge is covered in jungle. Getting back through that jungle on foot is going to take forever. The jungle goes on and on as we head further east. Several times, I see big things moving around down there. I can't see them very well, but knowing my luck, I will see them up close on my way back. Ahead, I can finally see the end of the jungle and the start of mountains. the demon stops flying in a straight line. He starts weaving back and forth between the mountains. I watch as closely as I can and try to memorize the locations of passes so I can find my way back. Ahead, I see a scary-looking castle built into the side of a mountain. To my surprise, the demon veers away and gives it a wide berth. We continue deeper into the mountains until I see a second castle. This time, the demon heads straight for the castle. I see dozens of demons patrolling the ground and skies around the castle. As we fly into the castle, I am really surprised because there are humans everywhere. Even a lot of the guards I see are humans, and they are working alongside demons. These must be descendants from the original empire on the main continent. I thought they had been wiped out. If the demons have humans as part of their armies, we will be facing far larger numbers in the war than I thought. This is valuable information. We will need a completely different strategy now. I thought we would have the advantage of numbers, but if they have enough humans, we may actually be the ones outnumbered. The demon lands in the courtyard and calls for manacles, and a human rushes to bring them over. The demon then finally lets go of me and drops me on the ground. Before I can think of fighting him, he puts manacles on my wrists and ankles. As soon as they click in place, I feel like I have a mountain pushing me down. It is like I suddenly weigh 4 times what I normally do. I am lying flat on the ground and can barely lift my head. The demon then grabs me by the back of the neck and starts dragging me into the castle. Since my head is facing the ground, I don't get to see much of the castle except for the granite floors. The demon drags me for several minutes before I hear a big pair of doors open ahead of us. He drags me into some big room and tosses me on the floor ahead of him. Lady Sheenan says, "What have you brought me Trezon?" Trezon says, "I caught this demon in the city of Ilium. He was walking around as if he was living there. He claims to have no master, so I thought he might be of some use." Lady Sheenan says, "Well, that is interesting since he isn't a real demon." Trezon says, "He feels like a demon to me, mistress. If he is not, then what is he?" Lady Sheenan says, "I am not sure, but he smells of death magic and has a human soul." Trezon says, "Human? How is that possible?" Lady Sheenan says, "I am not sure, but it will be interesting to find out." Trezon says, "What shall I do with him?" Lady Sheenan says, "For now, throw him in a cell." Chapter 202. I can't see this Lady Sheenan, but she has a very sultry voice, the kind that makes men pay attention. Trezon again grabs me and drags me out of the room. The worst part is him dragging me down several flights of stairs. Eventually, he throws me into a small square stone room, and I hear the clang of a door slamming behind me. Since I still have the manacles on, I can't even lift myself up to look around. A few minutes later, the door opens, and I hear a couple of people enter the cell. When they flip me over, I see that it is 2 humans who have entered. The ease with which they flip me over tells me the manacles don't actually increase my weight. It just feels like it to me. The 2 humans don't say a word. They just start cutting my armor off of me. When they are done, I have nothing left but my underwear and surprisingly my pouch. They had to move my pouch to remove my armor, so why would they leave it? Maybe there is some part of the magic that makes enemies ignore it. Whatever the reason, I am glad I at least have my tools and some extras. Maybe I can find a guard who will take a bribe. I have plenty of gold in my pouch. Even if I do, that isn't going to help me right now when I can't do anything but lay on the floor. For the next 30 minutes, I struggle and use the wall to get into a sitting position. Due to intense exercise, STR+1. Guess there might be a benefit to these manacles. A slot in the door opens, and a tray of food is pushed through. It takes me a few minutes just to crawl over to it, only to see gruel and stale bread. Alongside is a small cup of water. It makes me really glad that I have my pouch and the water skin inside. The food does make me sad that I fed the last of the drake meat to Lizzie before I left. I force myself to eat it regardless of the taste. I will need nutrients to keep myself from getting weak. As I eat, I finally take a look around. 3 of the walls are brick and mortar. The last is normal rock. I have my mining tools, so I could try to go through the rock wall. But mining with these manacles will not be easy. Although I think I am starting to get used to them, it is getting easier to move. I guess the first priority is to get to where I can move with these things on. After about an hour, I finally manage to get to my feet while leaning on the wall. As soon as I relax, I end up back on the floor. These manacles are totally unforgiving. I try a few times to do a single push-up, but in the end I can't even do one, so I give up and just work on sitting back against the wall. Create Soulscape. It still doesn't work, but this time feels a little bit different. Instead of being completely suppressed, it feels more like there is resistance that I am not strong enough to break. So I keep trying until I am completely exhausted and fall asleep. Over the next 2 days, I don't have any better luck, even though I do gain 2 more points of strength. I also learn that meals only come once a day, and they are always the same. I am already starting to feel weak from lack of food. If I didn't have my water skin, I would be in much worse shape. On the 3rd day, the cell door finally opens, and 2 humans come in and grab me under the arms. They drag me out of the cell and up the stairs back to the big room. Now I can see it is a great hall, and both walls are lined with various trophies. Lady Sheenan is lounging on a throne at the far end of the hall from the double doors. She is actually dressed in a leather bikini. I never thought I would see one outside of a video game. She looks exactly like a succubus from a video game, and just looking at her inspires certain thoughts. Lady Sheenan says, "How are you enjoying your stay so far?" I stare at her blankly and refuse to answer her. The fact that she is super hot has nothing to do with why I am staring. Lady Sheenan says, still not feeling like talking. Well, then I guess just sitting in a cell isn't enough for you. When I still refuse to answer, she motions, and the guards drag me back down to my cell. A few minutes after they leave, the door opens again, and a demon walks through. He doesn't say a thing. He just takes out a burning whip and spends the next hour whipping me until I pass out. Successfully endured torture. Willpower +1. For the next 5 days, the demon with the whip visits twice a day, and I gain 4 more points of willpower. If I didn't have my pain resist skill, I think the torture would probably break me. Even with it, I find myself thinking of things that it wouldn't hurt to tell Lady Sheenan. The next day, I am again dragged up to the Great Hall and taken before Lady Sheenan. This time, she approaches me and runs her claws over the wounds and burns on my chest left by the whip. I can't help but think she is acting exactly like a B-movie villain. Lady Sheenan says, "Feeling more like talking yet?" As she waits for me to answer, she slowly licks my blood off her claw. The longer I go without answering, the bigger her smile gets, like she is enjoying the challenge. She is definitely a sadist. The more I resist, the more she enjoys it. Lady Sheenan says, "You have a stronger will than I expected. Maybe I should break you myself." "There is no point. I don't know anything," Lady Sheenan says. "Ah, finally you speak." Glaring at her earns me a laugh. Then she slowly walks around me, inspecting me like something she might buy in a market. Lady Sheenan says, "So tell me, how did a beast man who smells of death magic end up with a human soul? Are you someone's experiment gone wrong?" When I don't answer, she just laughs and orders me taken back to my cell. Once the door closes, I crawl slowly around the room, inspecting the walls, looking for a weak spot. I am afraid if I don't get out of here soon, Lady Sheenan will find a way to break me. Chapter 203. One of the stones on the right wall seems a little loose. Other than that, I don't find anything useful. The back wall is solid stone and feels like it is at least a foot thick, if not more. There is no way I am getting through that quickly or quietly. My only hope now is that the cell next to mine is empty, and that the cell door has been left open. The problem is, even if I do get out of the cells, I can't run or even walk with these manacles on. I really wish I had remembered to make some more lockpicks. Once I get out of here, I am making some no matter what. From now on, I will never let myself go without having lockpicks on me. For now, I start digging at the mortar with one of my claws. Before I can get very far, my cell door opens, and the demon with the whip walks in to give me another beating. Successfully endured torture. Willpower +1. This time, when he leaves, I am still conscious. I am not sure if he stopped early or if I've gotten stronger. Once the pain fades to the dull throbbing I've become used to, I go back to scratching at the mortar. To keep my mind occupied, I keep trying to create a soulscape. The only benefit I have found so far is that I can make more attempts before I am completely exhausted. Once I am exhausted, I stop and meditate for an hour. It is not enough to restore my mind, but it is enough to continue scratching at the mortar. The mortar is old, and after scratching at it for a while, it starts to crumble, but I am not able to make much progress before I need to sleep. When I wake up, what passes for a meal is waiting for me, so I force myself to eat it before I go back to scratching at the mortar. After a few more hours, I am able to pull the brick out of the wall. When I look through the hall, I see a human face looking at me. Who are you? Vacker says. I am Vacker. Who are you? My name is Ash. Vacker says. You look in pretty rough shape, new arrival. Yeah, they have been giving me the royal treatment. Vacker says. They must want something from you, otherwise you'd be working in the mines. There are mines here. How come you aren't in the mines? Vacker says. There are mines beneath the castle. I am not allowed out unless they need me to train some troops. What kind of trainer are you? And why is a trainer locked in prison? Vacker says. Just full of questions, aren't you? I am a swordmaster, but I dared talk back to Sheenan. Sorry to bombard you, but you are the first person I've been able to talk to. Vacker says, I understand. It has been a while since I've been able to talk to anyone. So you pissed of Lady Sheenan, and now you are kept in a cell except to train soldiers? Vacker says, yeah, pretty much. What did you do to piss her off? Vacker says, I tried convincing my people that she wasn't a goddess and to revolt against her. Wow, I am surprised she let you live. Vacker says, I am the only swordmaster she has, so she can't kill me. None of her demons are swordmasters? Vacker says, a demon swordmaster? As if a demon could master the sword. Why can't a demon be a swordmaster? Vacker says, I've never seen a demon with the dedication or discipline to master the sword. Well, I've never known any demons, so I will take your word for it. Vacker says, you come from somewhere with no demons? Yeah, I am from across the land bridge. Vacker says, ah, so that is why you are being tortured. They want information from you. Yes, Lady Sheenan thinks I know something. She also thinks I am interesting. Vacker says, in that case you might want to consider suicide. She may be the weakest of the demon lords, but she is also the most vicious. No, I won't die. I will escape and return home with information. Why do you say she is the weakest? Vacker says, because she is only rank 10. The other 6 demon lords are either rank 12 or 13. She also has the smallest army. Do you know the sizes of the armies? Vacker says. Lady Sheenan only has about 10,000 soldiers. The 4 demon lords allied with her have about 20,000 each. The last 2 have 30,000 each or more. There are 4 demon lords allied with Lady Sheenan. Vacker says yes. The 5 of them formed an alliance to keep the 2 strongest out of the land bridge. So that is what Trezon meant when he said Ilium was claimed by Lady Sheenan. Vacker says, yeah, they all agreed on their territories beforehand to prevent conflicts. So between the 5 of them, they have around 100,000 troops. Vacker says a little less than that, but close enough. Of course, they won't bring all of them to attack you. Why not? Vacker says. Well, they don't think you are strong enough for one, and they won't leave their territories undefended for another. So how many should we expect in the invasion? Vacker says. From what I know, I would say around 50,000. That is just human troops, right? What about demons? Vacker says, I can't be completely sure, but I would guess thousands. Only a couple of hundred will be rank 5 or higher. Any guess on how long we have until the invasion? Vacker says. Not really. Preparations haven't started, so not in the next 6 months. Other than that, I can't really say. You realize if I manage to escape this information, will lead to more deaths amongst your fellow humans. Are you all right with that? Vacker says. Better for them to die than remain slaves for the rest of their lives. Chapter 204. I was counting on having years to prepare for the invasion. Any ideas on how I could delay them? Vacker says, the only thing I can think of would be to disrupt the alliance somehow. But I am not sure how you could. Thanks. I'll keep it in mind. For now I need to figure out a way to escape, Vacker says. Good luck. If you succeed, you will be the first. As to that, anything you can tell me about the layout of this place would help. Vacker says, this is the top level of the prison. There are 5 levels, each one has 100 cells. The only exit from the prison is the stairs that lead into the Great Hall. What about the mines? Vacker says. The entrance of the mines is on the lowest level of the prison, but there is no exit from the mines. What about air for the mines? Vacker says magic. Figures. By the way, why don't you have manacles? Vacker says. Those are made of rare metal and Shinun only has 5 sets, so they are only used on important prisoners. I wish I wasn't so important. These manacles are a pain. Vacker says. The only thing I can tell you that might help is that they are maxed out already, meaning the suppression will not increase. So if you can increase your strength, you can overcome it. That does help, actually. Thanks, Vacker. Vacker says, no problem. Now put the stone back. Food should be coming around soon. All right. Talk to you later. After replacing the stone, I sit and think over what Vacker told me until the slot opens and the food comes through. After forcing myself to eat, I go back to trying to do some simple exercises. I quickly realize I can't do anything big, so I switch to small movements that I can manage. Due to intense exercise, STIR +1. Vacker was right. After my strength increases, I can move the tiniest bit easier. For now, I will just focus on raising my strength. Once I can move better, I will look for a way to escape. So for now, I keep doing simple exercises until my muscles can't take anymore. Ding, congratulations. Skill fitness has progressed to level 6. Fitness level 6, STAR +6, END +6, not what I was aiming for, but I will take it. Why do I keep forgetting I have that skill? Well, for now, anything that raises my strength is a good thing. Before I rest, I try again to create a soulscape. I fail again, but I am going to keep at it. I try until I pass out. And when I wake up, I hurt all over. I am stiff from sleeping on the floor. My muscles hurt from the work yesterday, and my chest and back hurt from the whip wounds. I push all the pain to the back of my mind and continue exercising. Fighting, congratulations. Skill Pain Resist has progressed to level 8. Pain Resist level 8, you feel 80% less pain. Physical damage reduced by 8%. Been a long time since that leveled up. It picked a good time, though. With the pain fading a little bit, it makes it easier to focus on trying to exercise. As I exercise, I realize something is wrong. The demon never came back last night for my second whipping. It is also past time that he should have come for the first whipping today. As much as I don't want to be whipped, the change in routine worries me. No way has Lady Shinun given up already. She must be planning something new. Well, it is not like I can do anything about it. I will just have to deal with it when it happens. Due to intense exercise, STAR +1 END +1. With the latest strength increase, I am finally able to stand under the pressure of the manacles. I can't really move around. Just standing still is my limit. But I am improving. As I am standing there congratulating myself, the cell door opens and 2 human guards walk in. For a second, I think of summoning Bones and letting him kill them, but then I think better of it. I stay still and let them grab me and drag me out of the cell and up the stairs. They drag me into the Great Hall and force me to my knees before Lady Shinun. Lady Shinun says, "My torturer tells me you can now resist the pain of his whipping. Maybe he is just getting old." Lady Shinun says, "If anything, it seems like your spirit is getting stronger, and under torture no less." Trizon says, "Mistress, I told you there was something weird about this one." Lady Shinun says, "Yes, he is quite interesting. I wish to speak with him alone. Leave us." Trezon. The 2 guards holding me and a dozen others around the room all leave at her command. It worries me that she wants to speak with me alone. If it wasn't for these manacles, I would try fighting her even if she is stronger than Trezon. Lady Shinun says, "Now before I do something drastic, how about we just chat? If you would be willing to join me, I would treat you very well." Why would I want to join the weakest of the demon lords? Lady Shinun says true. Currently, I am the weakest of the demon lords. I am also the youngest of the demon lords. In time, I will catch up to them, and eventually I will surpass them and become the first demon queen. Quite ambitious, aren't you? Lady Shinun says, "Yes, I am. And if you were my lieutenant, you would grow in power right along with me." "You want to make me a lieutenant?" Lady Shinun says, Yes, you will find serving me has many benefits. If you serve me well, I may even take you as a lover. While that sounds like a very good offer, it isn't worth my soul. I will take the torture. Lady Shinon says, you should think carefully before making your choice. You have no idea what real torture is. I am sorry, but I am disinclined to acquiesce to your request. Lady Shinon says, huh? It means no. Lady Shinon says, fine. Let's see how you feel after a session with me. Create Soulscape. Chapter 205. In a flash, I find myself kneeling on a small rock in the middle of a lake of lava. Lady Shinon is standing before me, and for some reason, I still have the manacles on. I immediately try to imagine them away, but it doesn't work. My mind feels like it is still being suppressed. Lady Shinon says, oh, did you think you could fight me in a soulscape? I try imaging a gun loaded with holy bullets. It starts to form but then vanishes. The stupid manacles are suppressing me too much. I can't fight her. She picks me up by the throat and dangles me above the lava. Lady Shinon says, having second thoughts yet? I will never join the dark side, Lady Shinon says. Let's see how long you can keep joking. Lady Shinon lowers me until my feet are submerged in the lava. Even with my fire and pain resist, it is still an excruciating feeling as my feet slowly burn away to nothing. The Lady Shinon raises me back out of the laval, long enough for my feet to reform before lowering me in again. After the third time, I can't help but scream in pain as my feet are burned off repeatedly. Each time I scream, it makes Lady Shinon smile. And since it is my soul being tortured, she can keep this up endlessly. I seriously underestimated her ability to cause me pain. If this keeps up, I feel like I will lose my mind. She tortures me for hours on end. She isn't even trying to ask me any questions. She seems to be doing it just for fun, as if she gets off on it, which does make sense for a demon. I feel myself getting close to snapping. The pain is unending, and I just can't stand it anymore. Luckily, just as I am about to give in, Lady Shinon lifts me from the lava and looks away into the distance. Then she reaches up with her free hand to caress my face. She seems to be thinking about something else and just petting me absently. Lady Shinon says, it seems I have some things to take care of, but don't worry, this isn't over. I am strong enough to keep my soulscape open all the time. As she says this, the lake of lava disappears and is replaced by a frozen tundra. Then my entire body except for my head is completely encased in ice. The cold bites into me even through my fur. After the heat of the lava lake, the cold is even more painful. Lady Shinon says, just chill here while I deal with some things. Don't worry, it will only be a few hours. Although to you, it will feel like days. Even as her laughter is ringing in my ears, she disappears. She didn't even wait to hear my answer, which is a good thing because if she had waited a few more minutes, I may have surrendered. But in a way, slowly freezing while all alone is somewhat worse than being tortured. For the next 5 days, all I can do is stand there in the block of ice suffering. At least it feels like 5 days to me or longer. But at least I don't feel hungry or thirsty in here. Unfortunately, I can't practice or exercise in here, so all this time is wasted. Even knowing that in reality only a few hours have passed doesn't help with the feeling of wasted time. The boredom is actually worse than the pain from the cold. The only thing worse than the boredom is the dread I feel about Lady Shinon's return. The dread itself is the most worrying thing. If I fear her that much, then she will be able to break me soon. I really need to find a way out of here, but everything I have tried has been suppressed by the manacles. Wait a minute, Vacker said. The manacles were always maxed, meaning they are at max energy. So if I was to add more energy to them, they should not be able to handle it and explode. Since I am wearing them, it will probably kill me. But my soul will reform. As long as the manacles don't reform then, I should be able to escape the soulscape. That will be worth it. I have examined the manacles many times looking for a way to unravel the enchantment. So, it is a simple matter to push my demonic power into the manacles. The only tricky part is pushing it into the 2 sets of manacles evenly. Guess I'll just give it a shot. Boom! Core upgrade progress, 25%. Well, that hurt a lot more than expected. My core dropped 70%? No fair! The manacles didn't reform, so I guess it was worth it. And now my imagination works in here even though it isn't my soulscape. So if she comes back, I can at least try to fight her. That lessens my dread a little bit. It is a shame, though. I only needed 5% more to rank up. Come to think of it, my demonic power didn't go down any when my progress dropped. At least I didn't lose any power. And my rank didn't go down. Still, it wouldn't be wise to fight Lady Sheenan in here. She is more powerful than me. And Soulscape successfully endured torture. Willpower +1. 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 Ding, congratulations. Skill Soulscape has progressed to level 4. Soulscape level, 4 Wiz +20, you can create a basic Soulscape. Luckily, without her here to maintain the place, my power is enough to end it. My Soulscape ability finally leveled up as well. That makes what I suffered worth it. When I open my eyes, I quickly realize I have been moved, and I am now kneeling beside the throne. Lady Sheenan is right next to me on her throne, but only spares me a single quick glance. When I turn to see what has her attention, I notice a lot of demons are in the hall. One in particular seems to be who Lady Sheenan is focused on. Says, "So, Lady Sheenan, what do you think of my master's offer?" Lady Sheenan says, "Offer?" All I have heard is basically a demand for me to switch sides. What incentives do I have to do so? Says, "My master will take you as his wife." What more could you ask for? So this guy must work for one of the 2 demon lords that are against Sheenan's alliance, and how can I use this to delay the invasion? Lady Sheenan says, "Wife, I will die before I marry that pig you call master." Deciding this is as good an opportunity as I am likely to get, I suddenly put everything I have into my legs and jump. My target, however, isn't Lady Sheenan. It is the envoy. I catch everyone by surprise and manage to tackle the envoy. Before anyone can grab me, I take a massive bite out of his neck. It isn't enough to kill him outright, but without healing, he should bleed out. I kind of doubt the demons keep a healer handy, so hopefully it will kill him. Either way, it should put Sheenan in a tight spot, or at least that is what I hope. I don't get a chance to find out since I quickly get knocked out by one of the guards. When I wake up, I am back in my cell, but I can tell that the manacles are now only suppressing me physically. Create Soulscape, Chapter 206. It works. Well, kind of. It only creates a 10 by 10 area, so I am still being somewhat suppressed by something other than the manacles. Even a small Soulscape is better than none. Saronia, Krenosha, I invite you to my Soulscape. I wait for a few minutes, and then a few hours, yet nothing happens. I guess whatever is suppressing me is blocking them from hearing me or entering. Still, I am happy to be able to create a Soulscape again. It will help me endure this situation. End Soulscape. Lady Sheenan will probably want to talk to me or just torture me for what I did. Until then, I am just going to keep exercising and building my strength. I need to be able to move with these manacles on before Sheenan decides I am not worth the trouble. I have only been exercising for a few minutes when the cell door opens and the demon walks in. He has a second whip now that is coated in lightning, and he is wearing my helmet. Now that my mind is no longer being suppressed, I can tell that he is only a rank 4 demon. When he starts whipping me, I pretend it hurts more than it does, and I flinch every time he hits me. After being whipped for a few minutes, I throw myself to the floor and crawl towards him, pretending to grovel. He keeps whipping my back as I crawl, but he lets me get close enough to grab his ankle. Create Soulscape! The Soulscape I create is an exact copy of my cell. The only difference is I am no longer wearing manacles. The demon just keeps whipping me. I don't think he even noticed the change. He definitely notices when I suddenly stand up, completely ignoring the whips. The look of panic on his face makes me feel all warm and tingly inside. As I grab him and rip off the arm holding the fire whip, his scream of pain makes me truly happy. He turns and starts pounding on the cell door and yelling for the guards as I watch and eat his arm. Core upgrade progress. 30% after I finish his arm, I pick up the fire whip and lay into the demon with it. Watching him writhe and scream in pain keeps me entertained for a few minutes. Payback is so fun. But I quickly remember that I am wasting time I may not have much of, so I quickly kill the demon and eat him. Core upgrade progress. 55%. End Soulscape. When I open my eyes, I am lying on the floor of my cell, and so is the dead demon. First, I grab my helmet and put it in my pouch. Then I cut the demon open and absorb its core. Then I start eating the body, starting with the heart. Core upgrade progress, 85% devour activated. Star plus 20, end plus 10 horsepower plus 100. My core isn't quite back to where it was, but I won't complain. No demonic power notifications, so that means they are gained only once and can't be lost. Good to know. That strength boost from Devour is really handy, though. Since it has been a while since I have had a proper meal, I continue eating the demon even after Devour triggers. I am eating him as 4 human guards rush in wielding clubs and beat me down until I am unconscious. When I wake back up, I am in the great hall hanging next to Lady Sheenan's throne. The chain between the manacles on my wrists is what I am hanging from. And from how much my shoulders and arms hurt, I have been here a while. Lady Sheenan is sitting on her throne, holding the fire whip. She seems to be deep in thought. Every so often, she will idly hit me with the whip. From the amount of wounds on my side, it looks like I have been here for an hour or more. I make sure to hang limply and not make a sound when she whips me. The last thing I want to do is draw her out of her thoughts and have her full attention on torturing me. I definitely don't want to be dragged into her soulscape again. Discreetly looking around, I can see no one else is in the Great Hall. No guards at all. Even the normal servants are not here. It is just me and Lady Sheenan. For some reason, being completely alone with her just makes me more nervous. Lady Sheenan says, "Ah, awake at last. Do you know how much trouble you have caused me? Hopefully enough to cause you to fall." Lady Sheenan says, "Not even close. At most you have caused me to alter some plans. But don't worry, I will make you pay for it in full." "Oh, only a minor inconvenience. Then I guess I will have to try harder." Lady Sheenan says, "Your will is impressive. I will give you that. You might even be able to become a demon lord if given half a chance. If it means defeating you and all the others, then I will become the Demon King if I have to." Lady Sheenan says, "You will die long before you get the chance to destroy me. In fact, you will be lucky to live through the meeting." "Meeting? What meeting?" Lady Sheenan says, "Thanks to your stunt with the envoy, I am forced to have a meeting with my allies." "Oh, so sorry to inconvenience you," Lady Sheenan says. "If I wasn't already planning to kill you, that smart mouth of yours would ensure you a long and painful death. Well, if I am going to die either way, then I may as well keep being a smart mouth and annoy your allies." Lady Sheenan says, "That would just make your death even more painful. The other demon lords won't have my patience. If my death can disrupt your plans or weaken your alliance, then it will be worth it." Lady Sheenan says, "Do you feel some loyalty to the humans of the area beyond the land bridge?" "How interesting. So what if I do?" Lady Sheenan says, "It is just interesting, a quasi-demon who cares about mortals. For some reason, your interest seems to only be directed at me. Could it be that you have fallen for me?" Lady Sheenan says, "Enough of this foolishness. The other lords will be arriving shortly. If you want to live through this meeting, I suggest you keep your mouth shut." Chapter 207. Before I can make a sarcastic comment, there is a loud dong sound that echoes through the hall. Then a second throne appears with another demon lord sitting in it. He is a large and imposing man with a human body and the head of a dog. Lady Sheenan says, "Welcome, Lord Bibic." So his name is Lord Bibic. He looks just like Anubis, so I was half expecting a similar name. From the feel of him, he is even more powerful than Lady Sheenan. My eyes are drawn to the spear leaning against the back of his throne. I can feel its power from here. Lord Bibic says, "Greetings, Lady Sheenan. I like the new decoration." Lady Sheenan says, "I will explain about him once the others arrive." Another dong sounds, and then a third throne appears with another demon lord in it. He is smaller than Bibic, but seems almost as strong. He looks mostly human except his skin is yellow. I don't see any weapons on him, but he still gives me a dangerous feeling. Lady Sheenan says, "Welcome, Lord Sakra." Before the new lord can answer, the dong sounds again, and 2 more thrones appear. Now, the 5 thrones form a circle. The 2 newest lords are the strongest of the 5. One is mostly human except for his reddish skin tone, and he is the most powerful of the 5. The other is more snake than humanoid. He is basically a snake with arms and a face. Lady Sheenan says, "Welcome, Lord Timent." Lord Zenth. Lord Zenth says, "Hello, Sheenan, is that a treat for me?" Lady Sheenan says, "No, Lord Zenth. He is the reason for this meeting." Lord Timent says, "Enough of this. Just tell us why you called us here, Lady Sheenan." Lady Sheenan says, "As you wish, Lord Timent. A short while ago, I received an envoy from Lord Shenda. He wanted me to turn against you and become his wife." Lord Sakra says, "That is no surprise. He has always desired you." Lady Sheenan says, "True. It is not his first attempt to make me become his wife. However, there was a complication this time. This prisoner who I had trapped in my soulscape somehow managed to escape and then attacked the envoy." Lord Timent says, "And what happened to the envoy?" Lady Sheenan says he died from his wounds, and then I ordered his guards killed. Lord Zenth says, "So we should expect Lord Shenda to attack you very soon." Lord Bibik says, "That is fine by me. I never liked the idea of leaving those 2 behind us when we invaded the land bridge." Lord Sakra says, "True. They will definitely attack our lands as soon as our forces are split." I am surprised. They are not arguing. I expected a lot more shouting and posturing between demon lords. If they go to war with the other 2 demon lords, it will delay their invasion and give us more time to prepare. Lord Timent says, "We are not ready for a war against the 2 of them. Better to make peace and wait until we are ready." Lady Sheenan says, "Do you have a way to make peace? I will say now that nothing in this world could make me marry that pig." Lord Timent says, "That is a shame. With your charms, you could easily turn him against Lord Draw and help us destroy them both." Lord Sakra says, "Don't underestimate Lord Shenda. There is a reason he is the 2nd strongest demon lord." Lady Sheenan says, "True, Lord Shenda is a pig, but he is crafty and powerful as well." Lord Timent says, "I am well aware of his power, but actually, you marrying him was never my idea." Lady Sheenan says, "Then what is your idea, Lord Timent?" Lord Timent says, "Send Lord Shenda an apology along with the prisoner. He will vent his rage on the prisoner and then accept your apology to keep his chances with you open." I definitely don't like that idea, but interrupting now would not be wise. I am learning a lot just by observing them. Lord Bibik says, "That could work, although I prefer we fight now and get it over with." Lord Sakra says, "We are not strong enough to defeat both of them without taking heavy losses. We need more time to build up our forces." Lord Zenth says, "As we are building our forces, so are they. We can't gain strength faster than them." Lord Timent says, "True. If we are to fight them now is as good as later. We will suffer a lot of losses, but that will not change in the future." Lord Sakra says, "I agree. We should just deal with them now. If we don't, they will take our territory while we are across the land bridge." Lord Bibik says, "Then it would be easy for them to trap us, and the new territory would instead become a prison." Lady Sheenan says, "All right, let's vote. All in favor of dealing with them now." Lord Bibik says, "Me." Lord Zenth says, "I also agree." Lord Sakra says, "I don't like the timing, but I also don't want to leave them behind us." Lord Timent says, "I agree we need to deal with them, but not in a frontal attack." Lady Sheenun says, "All right, we are in agreement that we need to deal with them before we invade. Now we should discuss plans on how to defeat them with the least losses." Lord Timent says, "Before we all start putting forth plans, I for one would like to know more about this prisoner, especially since you didn't kill him after he killed the envoy." Lord Sakra says, "I agree. I am curious as well." Lady Sheenan says, "Very well. He was captured by my lieutenant, who was in the city of Ilium scouting at my command. So far, he has resisted all torture and has given up no information. He even killed the torturer that I had assigned to break him. The eyes of all the lords turned to me, which I find rather uncomfortable to say the least. The amount of power contained in those gazes is truly terrifying. But as I meet those gazes, I don't show my fear. No matter what happens, they will always be my enemies. I won't show weakness." Lord Sakra says, "I am confused. Is he a demon, or isn't he?" Lord Timment says, interesting. He seems to only be part demon. He still has a human soul. Lady Sheenan says, exactly. That is why I haven't killed him. I wanted to find out what he is and what he knows before I kill him. Chapter 208. Lord Zenth says, he doesn't taste right. Lord Bebeek says, you are right. I've never smelled a human like him. Lord Sakra says, while I don't have your beast senses, I do agree that even without the demon he would not be a normal human soul. For that matter, what is a human soul doing in a beastman body? Lord Timment says. And why does he smell of death magic? Lady Sheenan says, all good questions. I am afraid I can't answer any of them just yet, Lord Timment says. Lady Sheenan, didn't you say you had him in your soulscape? Lady Sheenan says, that is correct. He withstood my torture as well. Lord Bebeek says, truly impressive. I would like to fight him. Lord Zenth says, I would like to eat him. I don't like the turn this conversation is taking. Lord Sakra says, now, if you kill him, we won't get any answers. Besides, he belongs to Lady Sheenan. Lord Timment says, what is your name? Ash. Lord Timment says, Ash, would you be interested in a deal? That depends on the terms of the deal. I want my life and my freedom. What is it you want? Lady Sheenan says, I didn't think of treating him as an equal. I just started torturing him. Lord Timment says, he is far too unique to be treated like a mortal or lesser demon. Ash, I want some questions answered, and I want to bring down the other two demon lords, as long as the questions do not endanger the people of the peninsula. Fine. I am not powerful enough yet to go against a demon lord, but I would be willing to help in other ways. Lord Timment says, excellent. We can negotiate then. Lady Sheenan, please bring him down. Lady Sheenan gives Lord Timment a look, but decides to allow it and summons the guards to lift me down. After they get me down, they place a chair in the center of the circle of thrones and put me in it. They leave the manacles on me, and I am struggling not to show the pain I am in from my shoulders. Lord Timment says, now, Lady Sheenan, since you own him, I cannot negotiate with him without your approval. Lady Sheenan says, as much as I don't want to give him up, our alliance is far more important. Very well, he is yours. Lord Timment says, thank you. Now, Ash, for answering my questions, I will guarantee your life. Your freedom will be based on your help with the other two demon lords. Fair enough? Agreed. Ask your questions. Lord Bebeek says, what are you? Lord Sakra says, are you really a demon? Lord Zenth says, why do you smell of death magic? To start with, do you all know what a summoned is? Lord Timment says, you mean the heroes who are summoned from another world? Do the humans on the peninsula have this power? Yes, I was a special summon. My soul was placed into this beastman body because I died before being summoned. Lord Timment says, how interesting. So you are a human inhabiting a beastman body through death magic. That explains everything but the demon part. One of my special powers is the ability to absorb mana beast cores. On one of my adventures, I came across a demon core and absorbed it. Lady Sheenan says, that must have hurt. Lord Timment says surviving that is impressive. So you became part demon through absorbing a demon core. What type of demon did you become? As far as I am aware, I am a unique demon. Lord Timment says, that makes sense. Lady Sheenan says, I have a question. How did you escape my soulscape? I forced demonic power into the manacles until they exploded. Once I reformed my will was enough to close the soulscape. Lady Sheenan says after all the care I took not to kill you, I never expected you to kill yourself to escape. Lord Bebeek says, he has a warrior's soul. Lord Timment says, a truly surprising individual. I must say every single one of your answers has been surprising. Any other questions? Lord Zenth says, if you became a demon by absorbing a core, how then did you level up to rank 5? Some of it was through meditation to improve my core. The rest was through eating shadow demons. Lord Timment says, shadow demons? Lord Sakra says, there are shadow demons on the peninsula. Yes, but we are handling them. Lord Timment says, all right, no questions about the peninsula. Lady Sheenan, says the fact that there are shadow demons there would affect our invasion plans. Lord Bebeek says, since we have already decided to postpone our invasion, it is of small importance now. Lord Zenth says, I agree with Bebeek. Let's focus on the demon lords. Lord Timmint says, yes, we need to come up with a plan that will allow Ash to earn his freedom. Am I allowed to comment? Lady Sheenan says, since your life will be on the line, you may speak as long as you remain respectful. Would you describe this Lord Shendaw as paranoid? Lord Sakra says, yes, absolutely. How hard would it be for him to believe that Lord Dra has formed an agreement with you against him? Lord Timmint says, well, Lord Dra is the most powerful of us, so Lord Shendaw is his closest rival. They only allied because the 5 of us together can threaten them. Then I have 2 ideas. One would be pure combat. The other would be more subversive and take longer. Lady Sheenan says, then let's hear both. Then we will vote on whether to use one of them or come up with our own plan. The combat plan is to further aggravate Lord Shendaw so that he attacks Lady Sheenan without waiting for Lord Dra to back him up. Then, once you ambush and destroy most of his forces, you can attack Lord Dra. Lord Bibby says, I like that plan. The other plan is to send me to Lord Shendaw as Lord Timmint suggested, and I will try to convince him of a plot against him. Lord Timmint says, what makes you think you would have a chance to speak with him? From the way you have described Lord Shendaw, I don't think he would be satisfied if I died quickly. Lord Timmint says, true enough. All right, let's vote. Lady Sheenan says, those in favor of the combat plan. Lord Bibeek says, I am. Lord Zenth says, I as well. Lady Sheenan says, those in favor of subterfuge. Lord Sakra says, me. Lord Timmint says, me as well, just to see if Ash can pull it off. Lady Sheenan says, I also prefer the subterfuge plan, so 3-2 we go with subterfuge. More risk for me, but I think I can make it work. Chapter 209. Lord Timmint says, what are you going to need to pull this off? First off, is there a way you could maneuver your troops so that Lord Dra would be alerted and respond, but not Lord Shendaw? Lord Bebeek says, yes, I can do that. Why? For Lord Shendaw to believe Lord Dra is plotting against him, he would need to see Lord Dra's troops moving for no reason. Lord Timmint says, I see. If he can't explain it, his paranoia will increase. Right. And that will make it easier for him to believe me when he tortures the information out of me. Lady Sheenan says, there is a problem there. Lord Shendaw doesn't use torture. He prefers to watch people die in his arena. Arena? Would I be fighting demons, humans, or beasts? Lady Sheenan says. Most likely beasts at first. Would these manacles be removed? Lady Sheenan says. No, it isn't meant to be a fair fight. Can the suppression of the manacles be lessened? Lady Sheenan says, no, attempting to alter the manacles will have the same result you saw in the Soulscape. Lord Bibeek says, this isn't going to work, is it? Those manacles will suppress any demon lower than rank 8. Lord Timmint says, true. And if the manacles are removed, then Lord Shendaw will be suspicious and just kill him outright. Lord Sakra says, then it might be best if we either go with his combat plan or come up with a plan of our own. Lady Sheenan, how long could you delay sending me to Lord Shendaw without it becoming suspicious? Lady Sheenan says, a week, 2 at most. That might be enough time, Lord Timmint says. To do what? Overcoming the suppression is impossible at your rank, and we are not about to sacrifice dozens of demons to get you to a higher rank so you can overcome it. The other demon lords agree with Timmint and start discussing other possible plans. Instead of arguing, I gather my strength and slowly stand up. Then, with slow, careful steps, I walk in a circle around my chair before sitting back down. By the time I sit back down, the hall is completely silent, and all 5 demon lords are just staring at me. The looks on their faces make me want to laugh, but I hold it in. I don't want to offend them. While it is true that later we will be enemies, for right now I am completely at their mercy. Lord Bibeek says you overcame the suppression with pure strength. Now I really want to fight you. Lady Sheenan says, how is that possible? He is only rank 5. Lord Timent says, true. But he is not only a demon. He would have had strength of his own before becoming a demon. We need to remember he was summoned into this world. That should mean he has a hero's ability to gain levels, as well as having a demon's rank, Lord Sakura says, while being able to get up and take a few steps under suppression is amazing. Will it be enough to survive in the arena? No, as I am now, I wouldn't survive long. But with a bit of time and help, I should be able to raise my strength enough. Lady Sheenan says, what would you need? A place to train and to borrow your swordmaster. Lady Sheenan says, how do you know about Vacker? I talked to him when I pulled a brick out of the wall in my cell. Lady Sheenan says, when did you have time for that? You know what, never mind. I can provide both of those. What else do you need? A sacrifice. One demon of rank 4 or higher should be enough to get me to rank 6. Lady Sheenan says, you already ate my torturer. I can't spare another demon. The other 4 demon lords look at each other as if waiting for someone else to volunteer. Maybe I'm asking too much. After all, it takes a long time for a demon to rank up. With Vacker's help, I might be able to get strong enough without getting to rank 6. Lord Zenth sighs and says, I have one. I was planning to eat him myself for his failures. I guess you can have him if it will help us defeat Lord Shendaw. What rank is he? Lord Zenth says, he is rank 5. That should be more than enough for me to rank up to 6. Lord Timent says, it seems like this is a workable plan. Everyone is in agreement that we proceed. Any objections? Lord Sakura says, I have a concern. Ash is going to earn his freedom through this. Correct? Lord Timent says, correct. What is your concern? Lord Sakura says, after we defeat Lord Shendaw and Dry, it will take a few years for us to be ready to invade the peninsula. My concern is at that point, Ash will be our enemy. How much will he grow in those few years? I was really hoping no one would think of that. Lady Sheenan says, Lord Sakura does have a point. Ash is already an impressive being at his current rank. Lord Timent says, wait, this is a matter we should discuss amongst ourselves. Lady Sheenan says, guards, take Ash to a guest room and see that he is fed well. Also bring Vacker to him. The guards pick me up fairly gently and carry me out of the hall. Outside the main doors, we go up a flight of stairs and down a corridor to a much nicer room than I was expecting. As much as I appreciate being treated better, I would have much rather stayed and heard the rest of the discussion. Before I can decide to try doing something stupid, a stream of servants come in carrying platters. The smells of the food quickly distract me, and I start pigging out before the servants are even done laying out the platters. Vacker is brought in while I am stuffing my face and looks completely shocked when he sees me. Vacker says, what is going on? What did you do? Chapter 210. Come, eat. I will explain afterward. Vacker doesn't argue. He probably hasn't eaten decent food in years. Between the two of us, not even scraps are left when we are done. Once we are both full, I quickly explain the deal I made with the demon lords. Vacker says, are you insane? They are your enemies. Yes, but getting them to fight the other demon lords will buy me time to prepare for their invasion. Vacker says, I guess there is some sense in that. So, what am I doing here? I asked to borrow you. I need help training and raising my strength. I will be fighting under the suppression of the manacles. Vacker says, that is a tall order. Just moving in the manacles takes a huge effort. I can already move a little. I have a week, maybe 2, to get strong enough to survive in the arena. Vacker says, you took a bad bet. Too late now to change it, though. All right, show me what you know of the sword so I can see what I am working with. All right, I'll ask a guard to fetch a practice sword? Vacker says, no, just imagine you are holding a sword. You won't have a weapon in the arena. All right, if you say so. After thinking for a second, I of course imagine Blitz in my hands. I know that sword like my own arm. I then assume a fighting stance and go through some basic moves. At the end, I go through the forms I know from the Supreme Swordsmanship, due to intense exercise star +1. After just 1 round of movements, I am completely exhausted and collapse back into my chair. For a few seconds there at the end, I could swear I actually felt the weight of Blitz in my hands. Maybe I am getting close to what manga always referred to as one with the sword. Vacker says. Pathetic. That was absolutely horrible. What idiot trained you in advanced forms and didn't teach you the basics? Well, to be honest, no one has trained me. All I know is what I have taught myself in the forms I learned from a book. Vacker says, it is a wonder that you are still alive. Any half-competent swordsman could cut you to pieces. Then, I guess I am lucky that I have mainly fought beasts and common soldiers. Vacker says, I'd say you are more than just lucky. There is a lot for you to learn, but there's no way you can learn it in only a week or two. I am not asking you to make me a master, just teach me what you can. Any little bit helps. Vacker says, all right, I will try. To quote one of my world's greatest sages, do or do not. There is no try. Vacker says, fine. I will train you, starting right now, on your feet. Even though I am still exhausted, I force myself to my feet and move into the stance as Vacker instructs me. He laboriously walks me through all the basic footwork and the basic attacks and defenses. It is really hard for me with the manacles on and I make a lot of mistakes. Due to intense exercise, star +1. Dinding congratulations. Skill Sword Basics has progressed to level 10. Sword Basics level 10 star +10. You do 50% extra damage with swords. Can't move anymore, too exhausted. Vacker says, that is fine. Get some rest. Then do it again with fewer mistakes. Yes, this time without the oops. Vacker says, you sure say some weird things sometimes. Yeah, sorry about that. It is a bad habit. Vacker says, whatever. Just get some rest so we can continue. I obediently go and get some sleep. Having a real bed will do wonders for my soreness. Not to mention, I still have a lot of whip wounds that need to heal. I had intended to only sleep for 6 hours, but my body has a different idea, and I don't wake up until 10 hours have passed. As soon as I wake up, I smell food and my stomach grumbles at me. So I climb out of bed and head into the main room following the smell. There I find another massive amount of food laid out and Vacker already eating. Without saying a word, I sit down and start stuffing my face as fast as I can chew and swallow. Vacker doesn't say anything about my manners, for which I am thankful. I know I am eating like a pig, but I can't help myself. I am just that hungry for some reason. As soon as I am done eating, I stand up and start practicing the basics that Vacker taught me. Vacker sits there and tells me what I am doing wrong and how to correct it. This time, I manage 2 full sets before I collapse to the ground exhausted, due to intense exercise, star +1. As I am lying there trying to catch my breath, there is a knock at the door. Without waiting for a response, the door opens and a servant enters. I notice 4 guards behind her. She informs me that Lady Sheenan has summoned me. Then the guards help me into a chair and carry me to the Great Hall. The other thrones are gone, and only Lady Sheenan's throne remains. She is sitting in her throne, and after the guards that carried me leave, we are left completely alone. She seems to have something on her mind, but I don't know her well enough to tell if she is happy or mad. You wanted to see me, Lady Sheenan? Lady Sheenan says, I thought you would like to know the results of our discussions about you. Yes, I would very much like to know what was decided. Lady Sheenan says, well, for starters, we will be sticking with your plan. I will be sending an explanation and apology to Lord Shendaw shortly, and once I receive his response, you will be sent to him. Chapter 2011. Okay, so far so good. What else was decided? Lady Sheenan says, as promised, you will be given your freedom for your part in this plan. However, you will not be returned to your city. You will have to make your own way back. And the reason for this? Lady Sheenan says, it was decided that you will be a formidable enemy, but Lord Timent refused to go back on his word. So it was decided to make it harder on you to slow down your growth. Please pass on my respect to Lord Timent. I will remember his honor when we are enemies. Lady Sheenan says, I will do so. Just so you know, I voted with Lord Timent, but we were outvoted by the others. I must admit, I am surprised. I thought you would want me dead most of all. Lady Sheenan says, no, the one I most want dead is Lord Shendaw. If you can assist in that happening, I can forgive everything else that happened between us. Can you? I will make you a deal, Lady Sheenan says. Now you sound like a demon. What deal do you offer? I will assist in making sure Lord Shenda dies, and I will forgive you for everything. In exchange, you will give me Vacker when I leave. Lady Shinun says, Well, he is old, and he has trained many soldiers for me. Very well, I will agree to your deal, assuming you can bring down Lord Shenda and survive. Deal, Lady Shinun says. You know you will most likely both die in the jungle. Possibly, but dying free is better than living as slaves. Lady Shinun says, If that is your choice then, so be it. You and Vacker will be my guests until you are sent to Lord Shenda. Until I hear of your fate, Vacker will remain here as my guest. If you win and survive, then Vacker can leave with you. Is there anything else before I return to my training? Lady Shinun says, No, that was all. Since we have a truce, basically, I stand up and give her a slight bow of respect before walking out of the Great Hall. I manage to make it to the stairs, but then have to call the guards to help me the rest of the way back to my room. Once I am safely in a chair, I tell Vacker the reason for my meeting with Lady Shinun. Vacker says, So, if I make you strong enough to succeed in this crazy plan, then I get to go free? You will have to leave with me and try to make it across the land bridge, but yeah. Vacker says, Sounds good. Let's get back to training. I am still exhausted. Vacker says, Who cares? My freedom now depends on you, so get up. With a grunt, I drag myself to my feet under Vacker's prodding. He has become a completely different person, and he pushes me to my absolute limits. He keeps me at it until I collapse, unable to even lift my head off the floor. Due to intense exercise, STR +2 and +1. I don't even realize I have fallen asleep until Vacker kicks me awake 2 hours later. I feel like I can't move even if my life depends on it, until Vacker says the magic word, food. Even with that inspiration, it takes me a few tries to pull myself into a chair. My arms feel like limp noodles, and it is a struggle just to get the food to my mouth. The food somewhat revives me as I slowly eat everything on the table. As soon as I am done eating, I put my head down on my arms on the table and go back to sleep. When I wake up stiff and sore, I have no idea what time it is or how long I have slept. This room has no windows, so I can't even tell if it is day or night. Looking around, I finally find Vacker asleep in the bed. I let him sleep, since as soon as he wakes up, the training will continue. It takes me an hour of stretching to work out all the kinks from sleeping at the table. I really want to be lazy since Vacker is asleep, but he was right when he said I couldn't afford to waste time. But since he isn't directing me, I decide to practice the chop form instead of just doing the basics. So I imagine Blitz is in my hands and start practicing. I keep my eyes closed to help my concentration. I imagine the feel of the hilt in my hands and the weight of the blade. I even imagine the swish as it cuts the air. Then I hear a thunk and open my eyes to see the floor is cut. Ding, congratulations. You have acquired the mental skill Mind Blade. Mind Blade level. 1 int +2 willpower +1, DMG +124, into blade created with mental strength. What? Immediately I try the skill again, but keep my eyes open. It creates a translucent blue blade in my hands that looks exactly like Blitz. It may not do as much damage as Blitz, but it is still better than fighting unarmed. This is exactly what I needed to give me an edge in the arena. After some experimenting, I find I can change the shape and size of the blade at will. The weight also changes to whatever I imagine it to be, but no matter how light or heavy it is, the damage stays the same. Using the Mind Blade, I go through a full set of the basics that Vacker taught me. Due to intense exercise star +1, the Mind Blade uses up my mental energy. By the time I am done with the set of exercises, my mind is as tired as my body, so I can't use it constantly. But I should be able to last for an entire fight. As long as I get a rest between fights in the arena, I should be just fine. Vacker says, that is the first time I have seen anyone other than a sword master create a sword will? Sword will? Vacker says, a sword made from pure willpower. Oh, can you make one? Vacker says yes, but only for a few seconds. Yours lasted almost 30 minutes. That is amazing. When did you learn to make a sword will? Just now. Vacker says, what? Chapter 2012. Well, I was imagining a sword just like you told me to when practicing, and then I cut the floor. Vacker says, I can't believe it. It takes years to train a sword, Will. I am sorry. Vacker says, No. It is a good thing since it increases your chances. I will need to practice with it more before using it in combat. Vacker says, That is fine. You can use it while practicing the basics. Only for a short time, it leaves me mentally exhausted. Vacker says, You just learned it. With practice, you should be able to last longer. I hope so. Either way, it will be useful in the arena, Vacker says. True, but you shouldn't depend on it. You should get back to training. Right? Under Vacker's prodding, I go through the basics again. My mind blade only lasts halfway through. But even once I am mentally exhausted, Vacker makes me continue practicing. He only lets me rest when I collapse from complete exhaustion. Vacker says, All right, now you can rest until lunch. As soon as he finishes speaking, I close my eyes and let the darkness take me. I get woken up to eat, and then comes more training. All he lets me do is eat, rest, train, and exercise. The days all blur together as Vacker drives me to the brink again and again. I swear he enjoys it. Due to intense exercise, star +1. This must be what hell is like. Vacker seems more like a demon every day. It wouldn't be as bad if he would switch things up from time to time, but it is always the basics over and over. Due to intense exercise, star +1. I wish we could do this in the Soulscape so I could play some 80s music. Due to intense exercise, star +1. Every time I gain strength, it gets easier to move and I am able to last longer. This should allow me to take it easier, but Vacker somehow knows and pushes me even harder. It is as if he can feel when my level of suffering drops or something. Due to intense exercise, star +1 and +1, it quickly gets to the point that I am looking forward to being sent to Lord Shendaw, just so the training will end. I now suspect that Vacker is also a summoned one, and he was a drill sergeant before being summoned. I actually feel worse now than when I was being tortured twice a day. He never lets me have more than a couple of hours of rest unless he is sleeping. I now realize it was a mistake to tell him about him getting his freedom if I survive. Although, if I survive all this training, then I think the arena will be the easy part. As if my thoughts summoned it, there is a knock at the door, and a servant enters to inform me I am summoned. Since Vacker is asleep, I leave him there and walk down to see Lady Sheenan under my own power for the first time. Lady Sheenan looks surprised when I walk in instead of being carried in. There is a gag demon wrapped in chains on his knees next to her throne. I wonder if it upset her and is being punished, or if it is the reason I have been summoned. I am just glad I am not the one chained up this time. Lady Sheenan says, This is the contribution from Lord Zenth. He sent it here for you to eat. With one arm, she casually tosses the demon the length of the Great Hall to land at my feet. She threw him almost 80 feet with one arm, and he doesn't look all that light. She is stronger than I thought she would be. The demon tries to struggle, but the chains binding him are secure, and all he can do is thrash around a little. Lady Sheenan says, When you are done with it, please call the servants to clean up. Of course, and thank you. I reach down and grab the demon by one of the horns growing out of his head. Then I drag him out of the Great Hall and wait for the doors to close behind me. Create Soulscape. As soon as we appear in the Soulscape, I attack the demon and rip him into pieces before he can fight back. Then I start eating him. I don't want to take any chances since I am not sure of his rank. I don't even take the time to enjoy the taste. I just eat him as fast as I can. End Soulscape. Core upgrade progress, 100% plus 100 DP whiting. Core upgrade complete. You have reached rank 6. Rank 6. Star plus 50 Hellfire. Resist plus 10 new ability. Greater lightning immunity. Core upgrade progress, 10% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 20% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 30% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 40% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 40% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 45%, that strength boost is exactly what I needed. Greater immunity. If it is like it is in D&D, that should mean lightning will heal me now. Thanks to the strength boost, I have no problems dragging the demon's body up the stairs and back to my room. Vacker looks surprised when I come in dragging the body, but doesn't say anything. He just watches as I cut out the core and absorb it. Core upgrade progress, 50% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress, 60% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress, 65%. Huh, over halfway to rank 7. That must have been a rank 5 demon at least. The demon's meat and bones don't seem to be worth keeping, but when I check his horns, I find them to be exceptional. After removing the horns and putting them in my pouch, I summon the servants to clean up the mess. After the servants leave, I explain things to Vacker. His only response is to put me back to training. Chapter 213. He really is a slave driver, but I managed to surprise him with how much my strength increased. I can now make it through a full set of his exercises without feeling tired. I am starting to feel a lot more confident about this plan that I came up with. Originally, I just wanted to do something to delay the Demon Lords. Now I am thinking it might actually work. If I can actually help bring down both Lord Shenda and Lord Dra, then that will be 2 less Demon Lords. Not to mention they are the 2 most powerful Demon Lords. Their deaths will be a big achievement. With the 2 strongest lords dead, and the armies of the other 5 severely damaged, it should buy us years. Originally, I was just going to use this as a chance to escape. Now I think I should go through with it and do as much damage as possible. Besides, who knows what interesting things I might be able to pick up in the sacking of a Demon Lord's castle. Also, if I can get Vacker free and take him with me, I will have a true swordmaster to train my people. I am sure that given a few years, Vacker can train a lot of good swordsmen. If we have beastmen trained as swordsmen, they should be able to deal with demons easily. So bringing Vacker back is almost as important as damaging the Demon Lord's armies to buy time. This trip may end up giving us an enormous advantage if this plays out in my favor. It is a good thing the Demon Lords don't know who I really am, or they would have killed me on the spot. If this all works out, then when they invade, they are going to really regret not killing me. Assuming I can survive until then anyway. Speaking of, I should probably pay attention. If Vacker catches me not paying attention to my exercises, I may not live to see the arena. Luckily, it seems my body was going through the correct motions while I was thinking of other things. Vacker didn't notice. Or, if he did, he doesn't care. Which would mean I got the exercises correct. As long as I am doing what I am told and not making mistakes, I don't think Vacker will care all that much. Vacker says, "Well, you seem to have the basics down finally. If you can do them while thinking of other things, it should mean you are ready to learn the next set." Crap, he did notice. Next set. There are more? Vacker says, "Now watch carefully how I do them. Once I am done, you will repeat them." As instructed, I watch every single movement Vacker makes, doing my best to memorize them. He takes pity on me and runs through the exercises a second time. As soon as he finishes them, I start going through them while he watches and corrects me. Due to intense exercise, STR+1, this set of exercises is much harder. Even after 3 tries, I can't get it all correct. Yet Vacker doesn't seem upset with me for making mistakes, which is odd. Maybe he expected me to have trouble with it. Maybe it is advanced stuff and is hard to learn. Vacker says, "Not bad for your first try. But now you are getting sloppy because you are tired. Relax until dinner and then get some sleep after you eat. You are being nice. What gives?" Vacker says, "Normally, when I train soldiers, they spend at least a month on the basics before I teach them intermediate." Oh, so I am actually doing well to be moving on so soon. Vacker says, "No, we are just on a very short time limit, so don't get cocky." Right, sorry. Vacker says, "I am not saying you are bad. You do have the potential to become a master. Just not this quick. You are teaching me faster than you should because we are running out of time." Vacker says, "Right. If you survive this and we get out of here, I will definitely turn you into a master. I will hold you to that. I also want you to train a couple of thousand swordsmen." Vacker says, "I will train as many as you want, just as long as I am free." You will be free. You will also have a nice house in the city of Ilium. You will be paid for your time, and after the war you can open a school if you want to. Vacker says, "That all sounds very nice. So you make sure you win in the arena and earn our freedom." A few minutes later, dinner arrives and we are too busy eating to continue our discussion. As soon as I am done eating, I head to bed to get some sleep, since I know I will be woken up early. In fact, Vacker wakes me up just as soon as he wakes up. And since he hasn't been too active, that is in about 6 hours. Vacker says, "Since we have a few hours until breakfast, let's go through it again." All right, I am up. Vacker says, go through the new exercises and use your mind blade. Okay. Summoning my mind blade, I slowly work through the new exercises that he taught me. Each time he points out a mistake, I start the exercise over until I can get through it without a mistake. It takes me 2 hours to finish a single set of exercises. Winding congratulations, Skill Mind Blade has progressed to level 2. Mind Blade level, 2 int, plus 4 willpower, plus 2 DMG1, divided by 2 int, a blade created with mental strength. No, strength up? Guess going through it slowly isn't enough exercise. After we eat breakfast, I start going through the exercises again, this time faster. Vacker only has to correct me a few times as I go through it this time. It isn't perfect yet, but it is much better than it was last time, due to intense exercise CR +1. Vacker says, that was much better? You really do have a talent for the sword. Why do you sound surprised? Vacker says. Well, you are part demon after all. Like I said, I've never seen a demon swordmaster. After seeing the demon lords, I am fairly sure that if they wanted to, they could master the sword. Lord Bibby gave me the feeling that he had mastered the spear. Vacker says, I suppose it is because they prefer to master their own powers rather than weapons. Each demon lord seemed different from what I could see. Vacker says, yes, each demon develops differently as they rank up. So each demon lord is unique because they ranked up differently. So each one has unique powers they have to figure out and master on their own. That wouldn't leave much time for mastering the sword. Vacker says exactly. If you plan to master the sword, you won't be able to master the powers of a demon. It is a choice you need to make. Chapter 2014. That is an easy choice. I choose the sword. Vacker says, are you sure? I cannot guarantee that your demon powers wouldn't be stronger in the long run. I am sure. Especially now that I have the mind blade. I will always have a sword. Vacker says, all right, then I will teach you everything I know. Okay, but once we are free, the training doesn't have to be this intense, right? Vacker says, it depends on how fast you want to learn. If everything goes as planned, we should have at least 3 years before they invade. Vacker says, if you want to master the sword, 3 years isn't much time. The training will have to stay pretty intense. I was afraid you were going to say that, Vacker says. A little training won't kill you. It hasn't yet, but I feel like it has come close. Vacker says, oh, stop your whining and get back to work. Before I can get back to work as instructed, there is a knock at the door. It is another servant, come to inform me that Lady Sheenan wishes to speak with me. No reason to piss her off, so I head down to the Great Hall to see what she wants. You wish to see me? Lady Sheenan says yes. I've received a response from Lord Shendaw. We now only have a few days until need you to leave. That is sooner than expected, but I think it will still work out. Lady Sheenan says, I have informed the other demon lords and they are speeding up their plans. All right, I will continue training until it is time to depart. Lady Sheenan says, I have something that might help with that, but it is up to you, of course. What might that be? Lady Sheenan says, I ordered my men to capture some beasts. You can fight them for practice. Actually, that will help, especially if I can eat them after I kill them. Lady Sheenan says, by all means, I will have them cooked up for you. I just want this plan to succeed. How dangerous are they? Lady Sheenan says honestly, not very. Unlike Lord Shendaw, I do not have people who specialize in capturing beasts. That is all right. They will still give me practice fighting with the manacles. Lady Sheenan says, that was my intention. I know you don't trust me, and that is fine. But I will hold up my end of the deal. I know you will keep the deal and set me free. I also know that from that moment on, we will be enemies. Lady Sheenan says, a bit more than that. You are safe from us and our minions until you leave the mountains. I also have no intention of sending troops into the jungle after you. So we will not be enemies until you invade. Lady Sheenan says exactly. But when that time comes, I will kill you. Not if I kill you first. Lady Sheenan says, would you really kill a beauty like me? Any enemy who stands before me will die. Lady Sheenan says overconfident much? What if the enemy before you is so strong you can't beat it? I will bravely run away, and come back to kill it once I am stronger. Lady Sheenan says, well, you are not a complete fool, at least. Depends on the situation. Sometimes I am. Lady Sheenan says, at least you admit it. Most men don't. Men are at their dumbest when trying to impress someone, admitting that would defeat the purpose. Lady Sheenan says, true, true. You are honest. I like that about you, Ash. You know you could still join my forces once this is all over. If you weren't planning to invade, then I might consider it, Lady Sheenan says. Well, while I am positive you would be an amazing subordinate, one minion is not worth giving up on conquest. Then that is that. But since we are being honest, I do have another question if you don't mind. Lady Sheenan says, as long as it isn't too personal, I will answer. In your soulscape I destroyed the manacles. Since then they haven't suppressed my mind, but something else is still suppressing my mind. Do you know what it is? Lady Sheenan says. Ah, that would be me. Could you stop, please? Lady Sheenan says. I am afraid not. It is an ability that I can't turn off. So, it is a demonic ability? Lady Sheenan says. It is the first Demon Lord ability. It is what allows us to claim minions. Those we claim gain a boost when within our area, but those not claimed by us are suppressed within our area. Okay, that makes sense. But then, how was Trezon able to suppress me when he captured me? Lady Sheenan says, all demons can suppress those of a lower rank when in direct contact. Huh, I did not know that. This has been very informative. Thank you. Lady Sheenan says, you are welcome, Ash. Simply speak to a guard when you are ready to fight one of the beasts. I will, and thank you again. After leaving the Great Hall, I return to my room. I am tempted to fight right away, but that wouldn't be smart. Instead, I tell Vacker what I learned and about the beasts for me to fight. He agrees that it is a good idea, but tells me to eat and rest before fighting for real. So for the rest of the day, I continue my training in the new exercises under Vacker's direction. I am still making mistakes and can't manage to move at proper combat speed, but thanks to the increases I've gotten in strength, I can move fairly well and go for hours before I am exhausted. Unfortunately, because I am still learning the techniques and not pushing my muscles hard enough, I don't gain any more strength. After dinner, Vacker gives me a break from training for once. Since tomorrow I plan to fight a beast, he lets me get a full night's sleep. Chapter 215. The next morning after breakfast, I head out of the room and tell the first guard I see that I want to fight a beast. The guard salutes me and leads me down and out of the castle. We exit through the back and enter into the training yard. The yard is a square box, the castle on one side with stables opposite. The other two sides are barracks for the soldiers. The training yard is simply a sandlot, raked regularly and bracketed by a stone walkway. Once word is spread that I am ready to battle, fencing is brought out and placed around the edges of the sand, creating a pen. I enter the pen and wait as a caged beast is brought out. The beast they bring out is a monstrous wolf. This one has 4 legs, unlike the 6-legged ones I've gotten used to. It is bigger than the wolves I have seen so far, well, other than Great Mother Wolf. As the soldiers bring the cage to the edge of the pen, all I can see in the wolf's eyes is anger. If it was a pack animal, I would expect it to be nervous at being alone. But all it shows is anger. It must be used to being a solitary hunter, meaning it will attack as soon as the cage opens. I could probably kill it quickly by anticipating its attack, but that wouldn't be good training. As soon as the cage opens, the wolf flies across the pen. Even knowing it was coming, I just barely get out of the way. The wolf's jaws snap shut where my arm was a second ago. The wolf lands, turns, and bites my leg. It doesn't hurt much. Its teeth barely break the skin, but it bites me and moves away before I can even react. Its next 2 attacks also land. I can't move fast enough with the manacles on. Even when I react perfectly, I am too slow to avoid the wolf's bites. When dodging, I have to keep my steps small. If I try to take a full step, the chain between my ankles will bring me up short and trip me. As long as I can keep the wolf away from my throat, I think I can handle any damage it deals out. So my main concern is not tripping and guarding my throat. The wolf bites me a dozen more times before I am able to dodge one attack, due to intense exercise STR+1. The only way I can counter the wolf's speed is to anticipate its attacks and start dodging even before it launches the attack. The more I see how the wolf attacks, the easier it becomes to dodge. As I start dodging, the soldiers, who have been quiet till now, start cheering. It feels weird having soldiers of Lady Sheenan cheering for me, to say the least. I feel like I should be slaughtering them, not entertaining them. Even so, I keep dodging the wolf's attacks. The only time I get hit is when the manacles cause me to mess up due to intense exercise. STR+1. Eventually, I get to the point that I don't feel like I have anything more to learn from dodging the wolf's attacks. So the next time I dodge, I summon my Mind Blade and slash at the wolf using one of the basic moves Vacker taught me. I feel almost no resistance as the blade passes through the wolf, but the wolf's head comes clean off. I quickly kneel down and cut open the wolf's chest before I dismiss my Mind Blade. As I reach into its chest to pull out its heart, I can hear the soldiers happily discussing my fight with the wolf. From what I can hear, it seems I have impressed them. I think of how that could benefit me as I eat the heart in a few bites. Devour activated. *+2 Agi +2 End +2 Int +2 Wiz +2 Luck +2. Luck went up. Why would luck go up? Was it a lucky wolf beezer? But I will take it. As I stand up, one of the soldiers opens a gate in the fence and offers me a towel and a mug of water. I thank him and down the water, and then use the towel to wipe off most of the blood. Lots of the soldiers come over to congratulate me. It takes me a few minutes to get away from them and return to my room. As soon as I enter the room, Vacker bombards me with questions about the fight. He isn't satisfied until I have given him a play-by-play of the fight. The main reason he didn't go watch is because he was worried his yelling at me would distract me. He makes sure to point out every mistake that I made during the fight. Once I have rested a bit, he makes me act out the fight while he points out alternative moves I hadn't thought of. Instead of sword practice, he has me go through a new style of footwork meant to work with the manacles. It is very difficult, and trying to learn it has me falling down a lot. But I don't let that stop me, and I keep working at it, due to intense exercise Agi +1. So far, with the manacles on, I have taken several steps each time I have dodged. Now Vacker is trying to teach me to take a single step and lean to dodge. The problem is, I am supposed to use my core muscles to change my center of gravity as I lean. It sounds impossible, and I wouldn't have believed it if Vacker didn't demonstrate it several times. It seems simple at first, but the more I try it, the more I am convinced that it is a very advanced technique. But the more of it I manage to learn, the more I want to master it, using the minimum movement to the greatest effect. According to Vacker, once you master it, you can take a blow and not fall even when leaning. Or you can strike while leaning and have the same power as if you were standing upright. The entire thing depends on control of the core muscles, and that is where I am running into problems. The whole step and lean part of the technique I can do just fine, but every time I try to move my center of gravity, I end up falling. It is like trying to clench your gut and then move it around just by willing it. If I am sitting still, I can somewhat manage it, but while moving it is proving too difficult for me. Vacker, I just can't do it. Vacker says, "Well, of course not. You are not going to learn in a few hours what it took me years to come up with." "Wait, you developed this technique?" Vacker says, "Yes, I came up with it to accompany my swordsmanship. This is a master-level technique, and you are trying to get me to learn it when I am a beginner by your standards?" Vacker says, "You have physical abilities far beyond any human. You may not be able to master it yet, but you should be able to learn the basics." Wait, this is just the basics. Chapter 216, Vacker says. "Yes, what I have shown you so far are the basic moves that everything else is built on. Have you ever actually taught this to anyone?" Vacker says, "Nope. Until now, I hadn't found anyone I thought would be capable of learning it." Wait, was that an actual compliment just now? Vacker says, "Don't let it go to your head. Even if you have the potential, you won't be able to learn what I am trying to teach you without pain and a lot of hard work. I am not afraid of hard work, and I am getting fairly used to the pain." Vacker says, "Well, then quit complaining and get back to work." The rest of the day, aside for a break for dinner, is spent in trying to learn the basics of this new movement technique. I end up taking more damage from falling while practicing than I did in the fight with a wolf. But I don't give up. I keep trying right until Vacker tells me to stop and get some sleep. Once again, he wakes me up way too early to get back to training. I've already put in 4 hours of intense training before breakfast even arrives. Vacker has me back to training as soon as I am done eating. He seems determined to make me learn this no matter what. A few hours after breakfast, I am starting to feel like I am getting close to being able to keep my balance. I am falling less and less, but I still don't think I am close to mastering it. I am proven right when Vacker hits me with a training sword while I am balanced. Vacker says, "Your center of gravity is still off-center and too high up." Well, I wasn't expecting to get hit. I am still working on my balance. Vacker says, "That is the point. Your balance should move as you lean." I am still trying to get the trick down. Vacker says no. You don't lean and adjust your balance. Your balance should stay set no matter how you move. Wait, what do you mean exactly? Vackler says. You make your center of balance a solid foundation that you move around. Huh, that is not how you explained it before. That makes a bit more sense. Vacker says I explained it the better way the first time. Why does your brain work so weird? I don't know. Vacker says, anyway, try it again. Obediently, I start over from the beginning and go through the footwork exercises. This time, I focus on keeping my center of balance set and stable instead of trying to shift it with me. It doesn't work right away, but I do have more luck in not falling. Vacker then decides part of my problem is that my core muscles aren't developed enough. So he then has me do a bunch of sit-ups and other exercises to work my core. He isn't nice about it either. When he has me planking, he sits on my back to make it harder. Due to intense exercise *+1, at least I get to see immediate results thanks to the skill system. Otherwise, I think I would kill Vacker. As it is, I feel an intense dislike for his training methods, even though they are obviously effective. However, I keep my mouth shut about it. I don't want to see how much worse he can make it if I piss him off. After a couple of hours of doing nothing but core exercises, I can barely move. Vacker lets me rest until after lunch, then has me back to working on my footwork. I hate to admit it. But my core being stronger does make maintaining my center of balance easier. I hate it when he is right. It makes it that much harder for me to hate him. And after everything he is putting me through, I so much want to hate him. But I continue following his instructions. And as I do, I feel it click so that I suddenly know how to move. Haden, congratulations. You have acquired the combat skill Evasive Steps. Evasive Steps level. 1 Agi +4. The art of not being where you are. Finally, all my hard work has paid off. I guess I don't hate Vacker after all. Although he is definitely a sadist, and I feel sorry for all his future students. Even if I am going to be the one ordering them to be his students, I can still feel sorry for them. If I am going to be a king, I will have to order people to their deaths. A little pain and suffering isn't much compared to that. There are many things about becoming a leader I am not looking forward to, but now is not the time for that. I should be exercising, not dwelling on what might be an issue in the future. Once I demonstrate that I have the basics of the footwork down, Vacker has me switch back to the exercises for intermediate swordsmanship. It seems like he will never run out of exercises for me to perform. As I go through the exercises, I end up thinking of all the anime and manga I can remember. I am trying to think of all the main characters that went through harsh training. Of all the ones I can remember, only a very few have gone through training worse than this. Although, on the bright side, all those characters ended up really powerful. While I want to be powerful, I am not sure all this is really worth it. There must be an easier way to become powerful, even if it takes longer. Then again, I don't exactly have a lot of time to waste. That is why I am going through this in the first place. Vacker says, "All right, that is enough for tonight. Go get some sleep." That sounds like a good idea. Vacker says, "Rest well. We will start again in the morning." Actually, I was thinking of fighting another beast in the morning. Chapter 217, Vacker says. Not a bad idea. After all, Lady Sheenan went to the trouble of catching them for you. Yeah, don't want to waste her efforts. Well, her soldiers' efforts, really. Vacker says, true. What is with you and her anyway? What do you mean? Vacker says. Well, treating you as a guest makes sense, since you are temporarily an ally. But she is doing more than that for you, like getting you beasts and talking to you often. I don't know. Maybe it is because her charms don't work on me, or maybe it is curiosity because I didn't break when she tortured me. Vacker says, you should really be careful. Her partners tend to be very short-lived. I wasn't planning to be one of her partners. As tempting as she may be, I am not interested in being anyone's plaything. Vacker says, a wise decision. Although, as far as ways to die, I can think of a lot worse. Vacker says, while that may be true, personally, I'd rather not die at all. What do you want to live forever? Vacker says, not forever. No, but as long as I can. I guess that is natural, but I have a time limit so I won't worry about living a long life. Vacker says, time limit. What are you walking about? Because of how I was summoned. I won't live beyond the demon invasion. Vacker says, that is harsh. Nah, I was brought here for a single purpose. Once that is done, I will die. Vacker says, and that doesn't make you mad. No, I've made my peace with it. If it wasn't for this mission, I would have never been able to see this world. Vacker says, well, whatever the case, I, for one, am glad you are here. And you'll be even more glad once I earn your freedom, right? Vacker says, well, yes. But can you blame me? No, I don't blame you. Vacker says, all right, get some sleep. We will train after your fight tomorrow, assuming I win. Vacker says, with that footwork technique, if you let a mere beast hit you, I will beat the stuffing out of you. I will keep that in mind. After a good night's sleep and a hearty breakfast, I head out looking for a guard. When I spot a guard, I inform him I am headed to the training yard and would like to fight again. He runs off ahead of me, and by the time I reach the training yard, the fences are already in place, and soldiers have started to gather to watch. Some of the soldiers that have already gathered give me a cheer when I appear. I still find it disconcerting to have enemy soldiers cheering for me, but it could prove useful. If I get enough reputation now, it could affect the morale of the demon's forces when they invade. Since they are likely to outnumber us, anything that hurts their morale is going to be of great benefit to our side. That being the case, my best option right now is to put on an impressive show that the soldiers will never forget. With that in mind, I enter the pen and turn to watch the soldiers bring out a caged beast for me to fight. This time, the thing in the cage is a large six-legged lizard, about the size of a cow. As I size it up, I notice it has spikes on the end of its tail, like a stegosaurus. So bite and tail at least. It can also probably rear up like the bear did and attack with its claws. Already anticipating all its attack routines, I plan to give the soldiers a good show. As it is released into the pen I move to confront it, it immediately attacks with a bite and a tail attack. I use footwork to avoid both attacks, letting them miss by only an inch or two. As expected, the lizard then rears up and attacks with its front claws, which I also evade with ease. To the soldiers, it looks thrilling, since every attack just barely misses. They have no idea I am doing it on purpose. The lizard isn't intelligent and just keeps attacking the same way over and over. After a few minutes of dodging every attack, I am convinced of just how amazing these evasive steps really are. I imagine that at higher levels, I will be able to easily move through a battlefield without even getting scratched. Unfortunately, this also means I owe Vacker an apology for all the nasty things I was thinking about him. I let the lizard attack me for about 5 minutes before I summon my Mind Blade. In one beautifully smooth move, I dodge its attack and behead the thing. The soldiers go nuts cheering and applauding as I kneel down to remove the lizard's heart and eat it. Devour activated. Star +4, End +2, Wiz +4. I am starting to think, in the long term, Devour may be the most useful skill I have gotten. As a couple of soldiers come into the pen to remove the corpse, I look around at the soldiers. It is easy to tell the officers from the soldiers, but it takes me a bit to sort the officers. When I finally pick out the highest ranking officer, I walk over to him. Captain? Captain says, yes, sir. How many more beasts do you have for me? Captain says, just one more, sir. That one wasn't enough of a fight. Bring out the last one. Captain says, right away, sir. For even their captain to be so respectful, I have definitely made an impression on them. As the last cage is brought out, I can see it is easily twice the size of the other cages, big enough to have an elephant in it. However, the walls of the cage are solid, so I can't see what I am going to be fighting this time. Chapter 218. Since I can't see my enemy, I will have to spot its attacks and react instantly. This will be a much better test of my combat skills than the lizard was. Whatever comes out of the cage, it is either going to be really dangerous or it is going to be really tough. If it is super dangerous, I will kill it as quickly as I can. If it is not so dangerous, then I will practice against it for a while. Before the cage is open, the surrounding soldiers take up shields and spears to make a wall around the pen. It looks like they are worried that whatever is in the cage is going to try to jump the fence. When the cage opens, all I see is a wall of flesh and fire coming at me. After I dodge and turn to look at it, I can see that it is a giant boar that is on fire. Even dodging out of its way, I can feel the heat from it scorching my fur. The fire doesn't look like much, but it is intense. As it turns around to come at me again, I can see that it is at least 14 feet at the shoulder. As it charges me again, my eyes are drawn to the foot-long tusks on either side of its snout. The soldiers cheer as I dodge the boar's charge. Apparently just surviving is impressive to them. This thing is dangerous. No playing around. I need to kill it. Summoning my mind blade, I wait for the boar to charge again. And when it does, I dodge. As I dodge, I slash at its neck with my mind blade. But it barely scratches the thing's hide. The boar is big and tough, but luckily for me, it is not fast or smart. I stay in the middle of the yard so the boar has plenty of room to turn and charge. It looks like the soldiers were worried about the thing crashing through the fence rather than jumping over it. I keep letting the boar charge me, and each time I dodge, I cut at its neck, aiming for the same spot each time. After the fifth hit, the hide finally cracks and blood starts to dribble out. By this point, patches of fur have burned off, and my skin feels like I have a severe sunburn. At this point, it looks like it is going to turn me into beef jerky if I don't kill it first. All I can really do is keep dodging and attacking the same spot and hope that I am tougher than it is. Each time I hit the neck, the bleeding gets a little worse. But so far, the boar doesn't seem to care. I hit its neck dozens of times before the blood flow is decent, but it still seems unaffected. Dang, congratulations. Skill Mind Blade has progressed to level 3. Mind Blade level. 3 int plus 6 willpower plus 3 DMG equals int, a blade created with mental strength. That helps. More damage will make this quicker. After all the dodges, most of the fur on my chest has burned away, and my skin looks severely burned and hurts a ton. I can only imagine the agony I would be in if I didn't have the pain resist skill. My next slash causes more damage and visibly increases the blood flow. A few more slashes, and I may be able to just avoid it until it bleeds out. The soldiers by this point are cheering nonstop, so I figure even if I take the easy way out, they will still be impressed. After a few more cuts, the boar's neck and chest are covered in blood. As the boar turns to charge me again, it stumbles. The blood loss is finally having an effect. It is also slower as it charges me so that when I dodge, I have more time to slash its neck. This time, when I slash its neck, blood sprays out and the boar squeals in pain. As the boar staggers away, I am about to attack again when I realize that the blood that splashed onto me is burning its way through my skin. I frantically start brushing away the blood, trying to keep it from burning deeper into me. Luckily, the boar is in no condition to attack me. By the time I look for it, the boar has collapsed. If it had been able to attack me while I was worried about the blood, I don't think I would have been able to dodge. As it is, I am still standing, and the boar is lying on the ground, bleeding out. The soldiers surrounding the pen have dropped their weapons and are jumping around cheering. Even the officers are celebrating my win, while I wait and watch the boar waiting for it to die. There is no way that thing is native to this area, and I doubt the soldiers went a long distance to capture it. I am guessing that it was summoned from hell, meaning I should be able to absorb its core. Once it stops breathing, I walk over and first touch its blood to make sure it is not going to burn me. Once I am sure it is safe, I kneel down and start trying to cut its chest open. Again, it takes repeated cuts to get through the hide. I wish I could take its hide back to Walter. After cutting through the hide, it still takes me several minutes of cutting to get through the flesh and muscle beneath. This thing is just plain tough through and through. As I am working, the cheering slowly dies out, and the soldiers start taking down the fences. While the rest of the soldiers are busy, the captain just stands there watching me. I can feel his eyes on me, so when I find the boar's core, I keep it hidden from him and slip it into my pouch. Then I start cutting the heart free, which is almost the size of my torso. Once I manage to wrestle it free, I start eating it one bite at a time. Considering it is raw, it is actually quite tasty, with a spicy flavor that I find very pleasant. As I am eating the heart, the captain asks permission to take the body. It takes 30 soldiers to drag the boar out of the yard. Devour, activated. Star +4, End +10, Toughness +5 Hellfire, Resist +10. I am happy when I get the announcement since I have eaten a quarter of the heart and feel absolutely stuffed. I was worried it wasn't going to work unless I ate the whole thing, which would have taken me days. I toss what is left of the heart aside and head back into the castle. The captain is nowhere in sight. As soon as I find a servant, I ask to be led to somewhere I can take a bath. The servant takes me to a bathhouse and fills a tub with hot water for me. As I am washing off the burnt skin and fur, the servant returns with an ointment for me to rub onto my burns. When I return to my room, I find Vacker and a group of servants waiting for me. Vacker is no longer in his prison clothes. He looks freshly washed and is dressed in real clothes. He looks very uncomfortable. The servants approach me carrying clothes that look sort of weird. Since the manacles and chains can't be removed, they have brought clothes that can be wrapped around me and then tied in place. It looks a little weird once they are on, but isn't too uncomfortable. Considering my size, the fact that the clothes fit fairly well probably means they were made for me. So, what is going on? Vacker says, "We have been invited to dine with Lady Shinun." Chapter 219. Any idea why? Vacker says, "Not a clue. We will just have to go find out." All right, let's go. The servants escort us down to the great hall, where a table has been set up with a chair on either side. Lady Shinun is sitting on her throne at the head of the table and waits for us to be seated. I can't help but notice her gown, which is a shade of red that almost matches her skin, so that she almost looks naked. For some reason, the fact that more skin is covered now than with her usual outfit makes it harder for me to not look. So as I sit down, I keep glancing at her. When she catches me at it, she just smiles. She seems pleased that she is finally having an effect on me. If you forget for a minute that she is a soul-sucking demon, she is really quite pretty. "So, Lady Shinun, what can we do for you?" Lady Shinun says, "Is it true that you have defeated all 3 beasts that we captured?" "Yes, I have," Lady Shinun says. "Then would you say you are ready to face the arena?" "I would say my odds of survival are pretty good." "Why?" Lady Shinun says, "Because the more excuses and delays I give Lord Shendaw, the more suspicious he will get." "That is a good point." Vacker says, "I've taught him the basics. There is nothing more I can teach him in a short amount of time." Lady Shinun says, "Then unless you have a compelling reason otherwise, you will leave in the morning." "That is fine by me." "How long will the trip take?" "You don't plan to have Trezin carry me again, do you?" Lady Shinun says, "No, you will travel by carriage, and it will take 4 days." "All right, sounds good," Lady Shinun says. As agreed, Vacker will remain here. I will continue treating him as a guest until it is confirmed you are dead or you come and get him. Vacker says, "Don't worry about me, Ash. Just stay alive." "Don't worry. I plan to come back safe and sound." Lady Shinun says, "I do hope you do, Ash." Vacker says, "Forgive me, but isn't it a little weird to hope an enemy succeeds?" Lady Shinun says, "Even if my entire army dies and I have to start over from scratch, it will be worth it if Lord Shendaw dies." Vacker says, "That seems a little extreme, just to remove a rival." Lady Shinun says, "It has nothing to do with rivalry and everything to do with me wanting him dead. And don't ask, it is personal. As I said before, I will do everything I can to bring him down." Lady Shinun says, "I trust you, Ash. That is why I am doing everything I can to help you." "And I do appreciate the help," Vacker says. "I also appreciate the help you have given him since it increases my odds of gaining my freedom," Lady Shinun says. "Just keep in mind I am doing this because you can be useful to me. That won't stop me from torturing you to death if I need to." "I understand," Lady Shinun says. "You especially, Ash. I'd love another chance to break you." "I am flattered, but I would prefer that not to happen." Vacker says, "I would also prefer not to be tortured to death, even if I am not your favorite." Lady Shinun says, "Vacker, you have trained many soldiers for me. If it wouldn't hurt my reputation, I would give you a quick death." Vacker says, "I appreciate the sentiment, lady. I also appreciate your hospitality, and if our roles are ever reversed, I will return the favor." Lady Shinun says, Meaning if I am ever your prisoner, you will torture me and then treat me like a guest? Possibly, Lady Sheenan says. Fair enough. Shall we eat now? Vacker says. That sounds good. Lady Sheenan claps her hands and servants enter to set the table. Then they bring a massive platter with part of the boar on it. More servants follow with platters full of other foods and bottles of wine. Very quickly, there is a true feast set out before the three of us. Without a word, we all dig in once the servants back off, and the food is delicious. Everything is well prepared, and the boar is absolutely amazing, way better than it was raw. We all eat our fill, Lady Sheenan and I eating the lion's share. Even so, there is plenty left. Lady Sheenan says, "Are you aware that even in hell, hellboar is considered a delicacy?" No, I wasn't. Are they really rare? Lady Sheenan says, "They are now, yes. Once they were common, but they were hunted too much. What is hell like?" Lady Sheenan says, "Oh, right. Sometimes I forget you aren't a real demon. Hell is like a dark, twisted version of the worlds, of course with a lot more fire." "What do you mean of the worlds?" Lady Sheenan says. "You are aware there are many worlds." "Yes, I know there is more than this one, but not how many," Lady Sheenan says. "I am not sure anyone knows how many worlds there actually are. But if you took all of them and made a copy, then smashed all those copies together, you would have Hell's landscape. Then Hell must be huge, and I imagine it is dangerous." Lady Sheenan says, "As far as I know, Hell is infinite, and yes, it is dangerous. With all that territory to conquer and fight over, why are demons so obsessed with coming to the worlds?" Lady Sheenan says, "Lack of competition, mostly. Here we can harvest souls and grow stronger much easier than in Hell." "Even though you are fighting amongst yourselves?" Lady Sheenan says. "Better to compete with 6 others rather than hundreds. The reason there is no demon king in Hell is because hundreds of lords are constantly fighting. If one of you managed to become a demon king, would you return to rule Hell or stay here?" Lady Sheenan says. "Personally, I would return to rule. I can't say what the others would do. Even if you did return, as a demon king, wouldn't those hundreds of lords gather against you?" Lady Sheenan says, "Absolutely. But that is what I would want anyway." "Oh, how come?" Lady Sheenan says, "Because once you are a demon king, the only way to progress further is by eating lords." "Is there something beyond demon king?" Lady Sheenan says, "No one knows for sure, but the theory is that the next step would be demon god." "That is a terrifying thought," Vacker says. "No kidding. Imagine a demon becoming a god. What could stop such a monster?" "I imagine that the gods of the many worlds would do something at that point." Lady Sheenan says, "That is where it would get interesting. Sure, the gods of good would oppose a demon god, but there are just as many gods of evil. You are talking about a full-scale war of the gods?" Lady Sheenan says yes. A war across all the worlds. It would be glorious. "To you maybe, for us mortals, it would be the end?" Lady Sheenan says. "Oh, Ash, I hardly think you count as a mortal." "Even if you are right, I will always be on their side," Lady Sheenan says. "Then you and I will always be enemies. It seems it is meant to be that way." Lady Sheenan says, "Then you can expect no mercy from me once our deal is over." Likewise, Lady Sheenan says, "Then I guess that is all we need to say. Your escort will be ready first thing in the morning." "Very well. I will see you after it is done." With that, Vacker and I leave to return to our room. Once there, we talk for a few hours. It is mainly me describing the fights and Vacker pointing out improvements. We don't bother talking about anything we learned from Lady Sheenan or my upcoming trip. Chapter 220. We are woken up before sunrise by servants coming in with breakfast. Before they leave, the servants inform me I will be leaving in an hour. Vacker and I dig in while it is hot and enjoy our last meal together. Vacker says, "Just remember what I taught you and you will be fine. Don't worry, I am as ready as I can be." Vacker says, "True, and you are physically as strong as a demon lord. I can't think of any beasts that would be able to kill you. I can think of a few, but I doubt the demon lord has captured any of them." Vacker says, "Yeah, I can think of a few beasts in myths and legends that would be a problem. Let's hope Lord Shendaw isn't keeping any of those in cages." "Well, if he is, that would actually make things easier," Vacker says, huh? How so? All I would need to do is get into the pens and let everything loose. With those running around inside his castle and the other demon lords attacking from outside, my job would be done. Vacker says, haha, I guess that is true. You always have to be open to the possibilities. I mean, when I suggested this crazy plan, I never thought I would actually be going through with it. Yet here I am about to be shipped off even further from my home to challenge the second most powerful demon lord on the planet. Vacker says, when you put it that way, it does sound rather insane. Yeah, I wish it was someone else who had come up with this crazy idea, Vacker says. Why is that? So I could punch them in the face, Vacker says. What? You don't want to hit yourself? No, I will take out my frustration on whatever I face in the arena, Vacker says. That sounds like a plan. You just make sure to stay alive and come back. Oh, I will be back. You are not getting out of your promise to teach me that easily. Vacker says, all right, I'll be here waiting then. With nothing else left to say, I part with Vacker and head down to the front of the castle. There I find a carriage waiting and 20 soldiers getting ready. As everyone gets ready to move out, I am surprised to see no demons in the escort. Only humans. Maybe the demon lords have something against sending their demons into another lord's territory. Whatever the reason this works out for me, none of the humans should know about soulscapes. I just need to get far enough away from Lady Sheenan to escape the suppression. Once I arrive and board the carriage we set off within minutes, the soldiers are well trained and organized. After we leave the immediate vicinity of the castle, I lean out of the carriage and take a closer look at the soldiers. Once I pick out the leader of the escort, I am pleasantly surprised to recognize him as the captain I spoke with at the training yard. Captain, what was your name? Jarek says. Jarek. My name is Jarek. Why? How long till we reach Lord Shendaw's territory? Jarek says. A little over 2 days. And what are your orders regarding me? Jarek says. Since we don't know how good Lord Shendaw's spies are, I am to act like you are a prisoner the entire trip. Okay, I will be a good boy and stay in the carriage. Jarek says, I appreciate that, Lord Ash. As I sit back and let the captain return to his position, I realize that I am not going to be able to train on the trip. Well, I might be able to do some exercises in the carriage, but there isn't much room. Trying it, I find I can do sit-ups between the benches, and if I angle myself just right, I can do push-ups across the benches. Just a few exercises isn't enough to increase my strength. I have to push myself a lot harder if I want that. However, I can practice my mental skills as much as I want. The carriage has curtains that can be closed, meaning no spy will be able to see what I am doing. Even the soldiers won't be able to see what I am up to once they are closed. So I close the curtains and then sit back and start practicing my mind blade. I summon and unsummon it over and over until I have a raging headache. The skill doesn't go up, but I am able to summon it easier and faster by the end of my practice. After I rest a bit, I summon my mind blade again after activating my lightning aura. The lightning doesn't cover the blade that way, but when I summon the blade first, then activate the aura, it does cover the blade. That means I can use the aura for both defense and offense. That makes it much more useful. If I combine that with demonic assault, I should be able to do a massive amount of damage in a short time. Maybe even enough to hurt a higher level demon like Trezon. Maybe after all this, I will get a chance for a rematch with him. I'd like that. First, though, I need to survive the arena and the fall of Lord Shendaw, then I will worry about after. I am not too worried about the arena, but I have to remember not to be overconfident again. Sometimes I am my own worst enemy, but that is true for all men in my opinion. The soldiers bring me lunch when we stop to rest the horses. It is plain but filling. Other than feeding me, the soldiers leave me alone, which suits me just fine. After over a week of insane training, it will be nice to catch up on my sleep before the next insanity starts. Not that I mind the harsh training now that it is over. I got a lot of benefits from it. The Mind Blade alone is going to be a huge help in the arena. True Vacker didn't teach me it, but his training helped. Soon, we are back on the road. I rest my eyes until we stop for dinner. Dinner ends up being a decent stew. After eating, I wait for the soldiers to settle down for the night. I can feel that the suppression is gone, but I want to wait until I won't be disturbed to try it. It will be so nice to see the goddesses again. I have a lot to tell them. Create soulscape. Chronotia, Saronia. I invite you to my soulscape. Chapter 221. Plains outside of Durandal. Miria's Povey, my patrol is almost over. Soon I can go back to camp. I hope someone has word about Ash. We haven't heard anything since he left for Ilium. It is not like him to not send word. Even if he can't send a message, he can have one of the goddesses pass a message through Layla. Yet we haven't heard a peep from them either. The silence is driving all of us nuts. The others, except for Layla, have been taking it out on the enemy soldiers. And I admit I have done the same. I'd be at the city now if Mercy hadn't sent Maricel and me out on patrol. I don't see the need for these patrols. Any reinforcements that were coming have already come and been wiped out. It should only be a few more days before the city falls too. Maybe then we can all head to Ilium and look for Ash. He deserves a good beating for making us worry. He just has to be okay. He has done so much for me and I've barely even begun to pay him back. I really don't think he realizes how many people's lives he has affected for the better. He saved me and almost my entire village from slavery, not to mention almost 10,000 beastmen from the mines. Ash is a hero to every tribe of beastmen. Only they don't know it yet. Once word spreads of his deeds, most of the tribes will join him without a fight. Only the strongest tribes will need convincing at that point. And knowing Ash, he isn't done with his outrageous deeds yet. That is probably what worries me the most. Ash is most likely off doing something insane right now. He may be the strongest man I have ever seen, but he has this way of finding situations that even an army would avoid. Then he just barely escapes with his life. And when he tells us about it, he plays it off like it was nothing. That is the most infuriating thing about Ash. He acts like his life doesn't mean anything. He is so important to all of us, and he acts like he has no idea at all. And the worst part is we can't get him to stay still long enough for us to show him what he means to us. Maricel says, "It is all clear." Ah, how many times do I have to tell you not to sneak up on me? Maricel says, "Sorry, but I am a ghost after all." There are no enemies anywhere in our area. We can head back. All right, let's head back. When I turn to look at the soldiers I am leading, they are all smiling and won't meet my eyes. Either they found Maricel scaring me entertaining, or they have been staring at my butt, or both. Anyway, I signal them to follow as I turn back towards camp. Maricel, go on ahead and see if there is any news. Maricel says, "Okay, give me a few minutes. I'll come back and let you know." A few minutes of walking later, I can't take it anymore and order my men to pick up the pace. Our patrol was uneventful, so jogging a bit won't hurt them. Besides, Mercy is always saying soldiers need to stay in shape, so a little exercise will be good for them. Surprisingly, they follow me without complaining. Maybe they want to get back in time for dinner. I could run all the way to camp without much trouble. But these humans don't have that kind of stamina. Although for humans, Mercy's people are pretty decent. She has trained them well. These past few weeks have been very educational, to say the least. I had heard of human wars, but never imagined the scale. After seeing Mercy's army lay siege to Durandal, I have a whole new appreciation of how the humans wage war. The Beastmen's tribal conflicts are nothing compared to how humans wage war. The Beastmen have always viewed the humans as weak and not a threat to the tribes. While it may be true that individual humans are much weaker than Beastmen, their numbers are far greater. The humans also work together much better than the Beastmen, who will only fight in tribes. The tribes will never fight together even against a common enemy, unless someone unites them by force. The only one who really has a chance of doing that is Ash, so he needs to survive. My thoughts are interrupted by the sight of Maricel floating towards me from the direction of camp. "Hey, Maricel, any news?" Maricel says, "Yes, we have a visitor from Ilium. You should get back to camp. They are waiting for you." "Sergeant, you are in charge. I will see you back at camp." Sergeant says, "Yes, sir." Even as he is responding, I take off running towards camp, and within seconds I am going full tilt. At this speed, I should reach camp in about 20 minutes. I can maintain it at least that long. Maricel is floating along with me, but I am running too hard to spare the breath to talk to her to find out more. Maricel says, "There is the camp. Head for Mercy's tent." When I arrive at Mercy's tent, the guards wave me straight in. They know me, but still, that is unusual. When I enter, I see the big table is set up and everyone else is already here. Even Alanis, who I haven't seen in weeks. Since Alanis's big sister is second in command of the army, it is no surprise. Alanis has been the busiest of us. However, the one who draws my eye is the one I don't know sitting at the end of the table, opposite Mercy. Or rather, it is the sword on the table in front of her, Ash's sword. Mercy says, "Muria, this is Black, High Priestess of Krenosha. Please have a seat. We have been waiting for you to hear what she has to say." Black says, "A little over 2 weeks ago, Ash was abducted from Ilium." Alexa says, "What?" Isabella says, "By who?" Mercy says, "Quiet. Let her finish." Black says, "We aren't completely sure. But he was carried away by air, Miria, was it? Are there any beastmen who can fly?" "No. The only bird race is the owl tribe, and at most they can glide a little." Black says, "Then the most likely option is that he was taken by a demon. They were last seen flying in the direction of the land bridge." Layla says, "Has the goddess passed you a message?" Black says, "Yes, just yesterday. That is why I am here. Ash asked that a message be passed to you." "So he is all right?" Black says, "What Krenosha told me is that he is alive, but he is the prisoner of one of the demon lords." "Wait, before you start shouting, let me finish. He says he is all right. He has a plan." Maricel says, "Oh no, not another one of his plans." Mercy says, "Did Krenosha say anything about what his plan is?" Black says, "Krenosha said. He told her and her sister the details, and they think it has a good chance of working. She didn't tell me the details. Just that if it works, it will buy us a few more years before the invasion." Chapter 222, Mercy says, "A few years' time would be very useful to us, but the fact that Ash has a plan makes me nervous." Isabella says, "I've been with him the shortest time, but don't Ash's plans normally end up going totally wrong?" Well, maybe not totally wrong, but they do usually involve extreme amounts of danger. Layla says, "High Priestess, I have a question if I may." Black says, "Of course." Layla says, "Why do you have his sword? And why is it wrapped in sealing cord?" Black says, "The sword was left behind when he was abducted. The sealing rope was the only way it could be moved." "What has Drog said about what happened?" Black says, "He hasn't said a word to us." I stand up and walk over. At a nod from Black, I pick up the sword. "Drog, are you there?" "Drog, of course I am here. Where else would I be?" "Why didn't you talk to the priestess?" Drog, because, while cute, she is still technically the enemy. "Okay, well, you are with us now. Come on out and tell everyone what happened." "Drog, I can't." "Why not?" "Drog, I can't manifest without Ash's permission." "Oh, all right, tell me what happened, and I will relay it to the others." As Drog tells me exactly what happened when Ash was taken, I relay it all to the others. When he is done, I sling Blitz across my back and retake my seat. If Ruby were here, I would let her carry it. But since she isn't, it falls to me. "Drogno, give me to Isabella to carry." I've missed her boobs. "Do you talk to Ash like this?" "Drog, of course." "No wonder Ash looks so annoyed when you are around." "Drog, he knows I am a pervert, and he knows how useful I am." "I bet he tells you to shut up a lot," Mercy says. "So what are we going to do about all this?" Isabella says, "We go save him before his plan kills him, of course." "I agree, but it will be me who goes." Mercy says, "Why you?" "1, I am the fastest. 2, I can be spared from the war. And 3, I am the only one who can cross the Beastlands." Alana says, "Crossing the Beastlands isn't the only way to the land bridge. Crossing the Beastlands is faster. Besides, the Free Union involves politics." Mercy says, "Moria has some good points, but will you be able to cross the land bridge alone?" Even I am not sure of that. The tribes have hunted the land bridge. There are some powerful monsters out there, but I might have a way. I am just not sure if it will work. Alexa says, "What is your idea?" "Lizzie Ash's mount. If I can convince her to help, I think I can cross the land bridge." Justin says, "That is brilliant. I've never seen anything that is as fast as Lizzie." Amelia says, I think me and Silveria can help you talk to Lizzie if you want." "Sure, that would be great," Mercy says. "Okay, good, but I think you should take one more person." "Who?" Mercy says. My sister, Maricel. That would work. She can hide, so I don't have to explain her to the Beastmen. And she is the perfect scout. Not to mention she can sense Ash when we get close enough. Maricel says, "Sure, I can do that." Okay, then it is settled. I know the rest of you want to go as well, but this is the fastest way to get help to him. Besides, he told us to help Mercy with the war, so we can't all just leave. Mercy says, "True. I need you all here. I'll admit that at first, I didn't think you would be much help, but you have all proven to be very valuable to me and Alexa. Isabella, I will leave the backpack with you so you can move the bed if needed." Isabella says, "Okay, but I'd rather go with you. I know, but humans traveling through the Beastlands would mean negotiating with every tribe we come across." Black says, "Don't the Beastmen act hostile towards other tribes in their territory?" "Yes, but with your help, that won't be an issue." Black says, "Whatever I can do to help, just name it. Once we get to Ilium, I need to join the church." Black says, "Easily done. But is this genuine or just a cover?" "It is genuine. I've been planning to join ever since Ash told me about his interactions with the goddesses." Black says, "Then my sister and I would be happy to help you." "But why now? I've never actually had a Beastman join the church. Beastmen are aware of the goddesses and respect them. They just have no interest in the church. No offense." Black says, "None taken. So how will joining the church help you?" "As I said, Beastmen respect the goddesses. They won't interfere with someone wearing the symbol of the church." Black says, "So if you fly the flag of the goddesses, the tribes will let you pass without bothering you?" "Exactly." Black says, "That is easy enough." Mercy says, "Anything else you need?" "No, but if you don't need me for anything, I'd like to leave immediately." Mercy says, "You can leave as soon as you are ready." Maricel says, "I am good to go." Black says, "I will leave now and make sure things are ready in Ilium." Amelia says, "I will go with her to the old camp and start talking to Lizzie." After Black and Amelia leave, I head back to our communal tent to gather my few possessions. Once I have everything, I meet the others outside the tent. Then I give Isabella the backpack. Everyone hugs me and tells me to be safe, and everyone but Layla tells me to smack Ash when I see him. After the goodbyes, I head to the portal back to the old camp in the forest. Maricel is waiting there for me, and without saying a word, I walk through the portal. My stomach does several flips, but I've done this a few times now, so I don't let it bother me. Chapter 223. Paul says, "Welcome, Miria." The High Priestess has already gone through to Ilium, and Amelia is over there talking to Lizzie. "Thank you, Paul." Paul says, "Is there anything else I can do to assist you?" "No, not at the moment, Paul. I will talk to the High Priestess about moving some of you guys through to Ilium. We need to start spreading rumors of Ash to the tribes." Paul says, "We are all eager to do anything we can to help Lord Ash. I believe Ash will one day become the Beast King. The more the tribes know of him, the easier it will be to achieve that." Paul says, "I agree, and I do see your point. Starting to lay the groundwork now will make things easier for Lord Ash later." "Good, I am glad you agree. Once we understand each other, there is nothing more to be said." So I walk over to where Emmy, Silveria, and Lizzie are. Lizzie and Silveria are staring at each other, intently. It looks like they are communicating somehow. I know Silveria is a sacred beast and is highly intelligent, but that is about all I know about her. "Are they talking?" Amelia says, "Yes, they have been chatting for a while now. So, how is it going?" Amelia says, "Lizzie has agreed to you riding her, but she doesn't want to go through the portal. Can't say I blame her. I am fairly used to it now, but I still hate those things." Amelia says, "Yeah, it is definitely not fun to go through them. Have you told her that it is to save Ash?" Amelia says, "Yes, but she thinks Ash can take care of himself." "Did you tell her that he is working on a plan?" Amelia says, "No, does that matter? If she knows Ash, it does? Yeah?" Emmy turns and stares intently at Silveria. Then Silveria turns to look at Lizzie. After a minute, Lizzie turns to look at me. I am not sure what she wants, but I nod at her. Lizzie then turns back to give Silveria and then Emmy a look. I am just confused by the whole process. Amelia says, "All right." Lizzie agrees. C. I told you Ash having a plan mattered. Emilia says, why does it matter though? Ash is a very powerful man, but his plans tend to be extremely dangerous. Emilia says, oh, I guess that makes sense. Anyway, she will go through the portal just this. Once. All right. Thank you for your help, Emmy. Emilia says, stay safe and find him soon. I will do my best. After giving Emmy a hug and watching her and Silveria go back through the portal, I turn to Lizzie. Lizzie moves over next to me and crouches down so I can mount up. It is a little strange since Ash took her saddle with him. Lizzie is nothing like a horse. For one thing, she is quite a bit wider than a horse, and her scales, while not hard, are not exactly comfortable. Another problem is there isn't really anywhere to hold on to. I end up lightly gripping the base of her neck. When she moves, I find that she moves much smoother than a horse, which is a good thing since my grip is so tenuous. Maricel says, you doing all right there, Miria? Yeah, I'll be fine, Maricel says. Okay, I will go through first to make sure they are ready for Lizzie. Okay, thanks. Maricel shoots off and through the portal. I stop Lizzie just before the portal. I wait a minute and try telling Lizzie how to make the portal sickness easier to get through. After explaining it, I can't be sure if she understood me, but I signal her to ride through the portal. Whether she understood or not, at my signal Lizzie goes straight into the portal. Once the gut-wrenching feeling passes, I look around and find there is only one man in the room I appeared in, and Maricel is next to him. The man, upon seeing Lizzie in all her glory, takes several steps back. Maricel says, Miria, this is Roddick, the master of this mage's guild. Greetings, Guildmaster Roddick. Roddick says, just Roddick is fine. So you are Miria, Ash's number 1. Actually, I am his number 2. But his number 1 is unavailable right now due to a broken amulet, Roddick says. Ah, yes, the summoning amulet. Ash left it here in our care. Maricel says, you have Ruby's amulet? Is it fixed? Roddick says. The twins have it and are working on it, but I am afraid it isn't fixed yet. That is too bad. Guess it is all up to me then. Roddick hands me a rod and says, I made this for you. When you break it, you and anyone touching you will return to this room. Thank you for this. How strong is it? Will it bring Lizzie too? Roddick says, it will handle Lizzie and up to a dozen people. That is great. This will help a lot, thank you, Roddick says. I just wish I could help you get to him faster. It is fine. Lizzie will get me there fast enough. This will help me get Ash and whoever he has collected back here safely. Maricel says, what makes you think he has collected people? Has Ash ever gone somewhere and not collected someone? Maricel says, now that I think about it, no, I don't think he has. Roddick says, well, that rod will work as long as he hasn't collected too many people. If he has collected another army, somehow they can march back here. Otherwise, we will use the rod. Maricel says, that was a special case. I doubt he found another army. Roddick says, haha, I would like to hear that story sometime. Well, I wasn't planning to leave until morning, but I need to find a place to stay that will allow Lizzie. Roddick says, that has already been arranged. You will be staying at the Happy Traveler, the inn Ash owns. Ash owns an inn. Since when? Roddick says. Actually, he owns the entire street, which includes the shops of all the summoned. Maricel says, what? He bought a street. Does it include any empty buildings? Roddick says, actually. The church bought it for him, and yes, there are a few empty buildings. Why? I wanted to bring Paul and some others through and have them start spreading word of Ash to the Beastmen. Roddick says, that is a good idea, actually. I can help facilitate that. Thank you, I appreciate it. Roddick says, there is an escort waiting outside. How about we go to the inn and you can tell me the story over dinner? Are they going to have a place for Lizzie? Roddick says, they should. Okay then, let's go. Chapter 224. As we exit the building, a group of city guards surrounds us to keep people back. As we go down the street, everyone stops what they are doing to stare, almost like we are a parade. I don't really like being stared at, but I guess I can understand their curiosity. Aside from the people staring at me, I have to say that Ilium is a pretty city. Not that I have much experience with human cities, but so far I am liking what I see. The people sure don't look like they have any idea of what to make of us. Even though they are confused by us, I am glad to see no hostility aimed at us. It is somewhat weird for me. I am used to hostility or desire in the eyes of humans when they look at me. Mercy's people were somewhat better, but it was still there. Here it isn't. Well, I still see desire in the eyes of some of the men. That will probably never change, at least not until I become old and wrinkly. That is what makes Ash so different. Even when I offered myself naked, his eyes were different. Sure, I could tell he liked what he saw, but there wasn't the usual desire to possess me that most men would show. To have a man look at me as a person and not as an object was a truly unique experience for me. It isn't the only thing I love about him, but it was the first thing. That idiot better be all right. Everything depends on him. We all need him, Roddick says. Here it is, the Street of the Summoned. Maricel says, Ash owns this whole street. Roddick says, the shops are rented by the summoned heroes who are crafters. This street is quiet. Do the people not like the summoned? Roddick says. It is not that they are not liked, but some nobles spread rumors that they were dangerous. Maricel says, let me guess. The nobles who spread the rumors were those with similar businesses. Roddick says, exactly. Typical. Roddick says, the heroes don't really care. They just want to work on their crafts. Especially now that thanks to Ash they don't have to pay rent anymore. Maricel says, they may act like they don't care, but I would wager it does bother them. It bothers me and I don't even know any of them. I bet it bothered Ash as well. That is probably why he wanted to own the street. Roddick says, I don't know about that. You would have to ask the High Priestess. I may do that when I return. For right now, retrieving Ash is the only priority. Maricel says, yeah, we have to save Ash before his plan gets him in too deep. If it is not already too late, Roddick says. The way you talk about Ash doesn't match my impression of him. Oh, what was your impression of Ash? Roddick says, a highly competent and dangerous man, yet fiercely loyal to his friends. That is 100% accurate, but not complete. You see, Ash comes up with these plans. They are always good plans to his way of thinking, but he never accounts for danger to himself. Maricel says, his plans are always for the benefit of others, so the risk to himself isn't a factor for him. Roddick says, ah, I see. And what plan is he working on now? We weren't told the details, only that if it works, it will buy us a few years before the invasion. Roddick says that is definitely a goal worth some risks. Maricel says, the problem is Ash is taking all the risks by himself without any backup at all, and Ash has no concept of turning back if things get too dangerous. Roddick says, sounds like you might have a reason to worry. There is always reason to worry when Ash is out of sight. He has a knack for finding trouble. Maricel says, he is even better at finding trouble than he is at finding people. Roddick says, I still want to hear the story of him finding an army. This is the inn, and this is the innkeeper Sarah. Sarah says, welcome to the Happy Traveler. If you will follow me to the stables around back, we have prepared them for you. The stalls have been removed. She will have the whole place to herself. Sounds good, thank you. Maricel says, am I welcome here as well? Sarah says, oh, wow, a real ghost. Yes, you are welcome here, but just be warned some of the guests may pester you. In our world, ghosts were a rather strange subject. Some people were totally obsessed with them. Maricel says, as long as no one tries to banish me, I'll be okay. Sarah says, no, the worst thing you have to worry about is endless questions. Anyun have issues with beastmen. Sarah says, nope, especially after Ash removed our rent. Although, some of the guys may have a thing for bunny girls that I am more than used to. Sarah says I am sure you are, but our guys will be more polite about it at least. Roddick says, no one will bother you while we are having dinner at least. Sarah says, that is true. Everyone is too worried Roddick will fireball them. Roddick says, I would never blow up your inn, Sarah. Sarah says, I appreciate that, Roddick. Now let's get inside and I'll cook you up some dinner. Sounds good to me. After putting Lizzie in the stable with a wheelbarrow full of meat, we all follow Sarah into the inn. The common room goes quiet when we enter, although there are only 5 people who all turn to stare at us. 5 people is nothing compared to the crowds on the other streets, so it doesn't really bother me. Sarah says, "Have a seat anywhere you like. I'll go get cooking." While we are waiting for our food, we tell Roddick the story of the mines and how Ash gained an army. He is still laughing when the food arrives, which leaves me free to dig in. Since Maricel can't enjoy the food, she wanders over to talk to the 5 heroes. Nothing could pull me away from this meal now that I've started. It is absolutely delicious. Sarah is an amazing cook. I can't believe this place isn't packed to the rafters. As I am finishing eating, Roddick offers to show me the way to the temple on his way back to the guild. Chapter 225. Since I can't eat another bite, I agree to go with him. But first I find Sarah and tell her how amazing her food was. Then I check with Maricel, but she is happy staying here and chatting. Guess I am not surprised. Why would a ghost want to go to a temple after all? So I head out following Roddick back into the streets. No guard escort this time. For the most part, people ignore us, except for the men sneaking peeks at me, which is normal. It can even be entertaining at times, like when their wives catch them looking and proceed to beat them with whatever is handy. The streets are also quieter since it is later in the day, so I have more chances to admire the many buildings we passed earlier. I've never thought about it before. Beastmen in general consider themselves superior. Yet we have built nothing. We have no cities. Most tribes live nomadic lives with tents. Only the outcasts have a few small villages. If the beastmen were to die out, we would leave nothing behind to show we were even here. Even if we wanted to build something, we lack the knowledge of how to do it. We would have to learn from the humans before we would be able to build a city. Maybe when Ash becomes the Beast King, things might change. If he unifies the tribes, there is much we could accomplish. It shames me to admit it, but I am starting to understand why humans call us barbarians. And they are not wrong. Without Ash, I don't know that us beastmen have a future, and that terrifies me. That just makes it that much more important that Ash come back safe and sound. My thoughts are interrupted as we reach a street corner and Roddick points at the temple. He then says his goodbyes and wishes me luck before turning the other way up the street. After watching Roddick walk away, I turn to look at the temple or cathedral. I am not sure what to call it. It is a massive structure of stone and glass, and it must have taken months or years to build. I am again forced to think about my people. I can't imagine them having the patience to build something like this. The cathedral itself is grand and majestic, yet at the same time it makes me feel small and insignificant. I wish Ash was here. I am never scared when he is around. After taking a deep breath, I walk up to the huge double doors and slowly open one of them. The inside surprises me. It is warm with candlelight and gives an inviting feeling. It is almost the complete opposite feeling that the outside gives. The acolytes and priestesses each give me a welcoming nod or a warm smile as I walk down the aisle. Black says, "Welcome, Miria." "Hello, again," Black says. "This is my sister, White, High Priestess of Saronia." White says, "Hello, Miria. Which goddess have you chosen to follow?" Both, after all, they are 2 sides of the same coin. Black says that is completely true. White says, "But most people don't want to acknowledge it." Ash serves both, and so will I. White says, "We will happily accept you." Black says, on behalf of Saronia and Cronotia, "Thank you." For the next several minutes, they explain to me what is expected of those faithful to the goddesses. They continue taking turns talking, which is somewhat annoying. And I find myself wondering if the goddesses do the same thing. After the explanations are done comes a ritual where I get doused in holy water by each priestess. Next, they have me close my eyes and recite a prayer to each goddess. As I complete the prayers, I feel a strange warmth enveloping my body, almost as if I am being hugged from either side. But the priestesses haven't moved. I can hear them breathing. The warmth makes me feel safe, secure, and welcome. I have never felt anything like it. When I open my eyes, both Black and White are staring at me with what I guess is shock. When I look down at myself, I am covered half in white light and half in black light. What does this mean? White says, "It is the acceptance of the goddesses." Black says, "Stronger than any we have seen before." What does that mean? White says, "Either the goddesses have a special plan for you." Black says, or they strongly approve of what you are already planning. How do I know which it is? White says, they will provide you guidance. Black says, through your dreams normally. So pay attention to my dreams. Anything else, White says, just follow your heart, Black says, and trust in the goddesses. After that, they present me with a medallion, a tabard, and a flag all bearing the symbols of the goddesses. After putting on the medallion and the tabard, I carry the flag with me as I leave after saying goodbye. I only get lost once trying to find my way back to the inn. When I reach the inn, I feel relieved, and Sarah welcomes me back and shows me to my room. The bed isn't as comfortable as the one Ash brought back for us, but it is not bad either. I go to sleep straight away because I am anxious to wake up early and get on the road. In the morning, Sarah does sidetrack me a little with breakfast. But I can't really complain. After another delicious meal, I bid Sarah farewell and head to the stable to get Lizzie. There is another surprise waiting for me in the stables. There is a brand new saddle set out next to Lizzie. As I bend over and take a look at it, I am amazed at the quality of the saddle. I have never seen anything this well made. It is absolutely beautiful. This has to be the work of a real master craftsman. Again, I am forced to realize how backwards my people are. Sarah says, like it. It is amazing, Sarah says. Glad you like it. I had Walter make it. I also have saddlebags here full of supplies for you. Honestly, I've never seen anything this well made. I'd like to thank the maker if I can. Sarah says, I will pass along your compliments, but trust me, you don't want to meet Walter. He suffers from a deplorable lack of personality. Well, if you say so, we should really get going anyway. Maybe when I come back I can meet him. Sarah says, if you really want to, you can ask Ash to introduce you to him. Ash knows him. Sarah says, Walter was making armor for Ash when he disappeared. Oh, sounds good. I will make Ash introduce me when I bring him back. Maricel says, are we ready to go? Where have you been? Maricel says, I don't need sleep. I was wandering the city. I hope you didn't scare anyone. Maricel says, maybe a few. Okay, let's get going before someone comes looking for you. Sarah says, have a safe and speedy trip.